back up now anyway. Maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Rory commented on the joke.
Yeah, but I think he commented on it because he's in Discord.
You serious?
Hello.
Hey.
You know what Yuna must do.
Of course. Lady Yuna.
Yeah, stream's down still.
All summoners are charged with bringing peace to Spira. But this means more than just defeating sin.
Come on, Rory.
No, we're good.
She must ease the suffering of all Spira. She must
Save
be
us,
a leader
Rory.
for the people.
We're fixed. Don't
I'm
worry.
not
we're
really
fine.
seeing any problems on.
As a
There we
mason-
go, it's back.
Oh, it's back.
Cool. It's alright, boys. I'm gonna go back to being muted now.
Okay.
Okay.
Praise be to Yevon.
Even so,
So basically, if I PB, this is going to be like in 3 VODs.
Well, I'm definitely PBing unless something catastrophic happens.
there's no need to
So
It's a good thing that you moderate the boards. Or,
yeah.
Yeah.
We will do so then. We leave.
Lady Yuna, I await your favorable reply.
Like, this run is easily sub 930 pace at the moment.
Nice one.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. We Guado are keen to the scent of the far plane.
I love how Titus just tries to smell Orin to figure out what Farplane smells like. It was a nice touch.
So, Luke is nearly finished with Jose Temple now. I'm ready for Team Mark to make a shocking comeback.
It can happen. It can happen. I mean, it won't, but it can.
We gotta.
You sure picked up.
Maybe it.
You serious?
If my getting. If it would.
But Guadasalam's a
I never.
very cutscene heavy segment of the run.
You can
Yeah.
always just quit your. I will.
Basically, the plot city with FF10.
I must.
Like.
I had to stop. What's there to?
It's a little short
I'm
with the FMV skip,
going
which
to
is
see
nice,
my
but it's still pretty
go
long.
on.
I wondered why.
Yeah, with the FMV, like that whole cutscene in Seymour's place is about 5.5 minutes long. It's usually a spot where runners will tend to get up, stretch their legs, get some food.
Yeah. The FMV skip cuts that down to about 3
About
minutes.
this, when somebody
It's really
still
like your
significant,
last
but-
So their
decently
souls
long
will-
break until
but-
after Bavel.
Yeah.
and do dead people?
So what is the longest break in the PC run? Is it still the Macalania cutscene?
The Mihen cutscene, in my opinion.
You'll see.
Is that still longer than home, even?
Actually, home might be the longest.
Yeah.
It's so, either home or Mihen.
I do not.
Okay.
Searching the past. This is all. You'd better.
You're not really going to see. People think of their relatives. They take on the form of. Well,
What?
I keep.
We're about to see
Memories are nice.
Titus's twin brother, Chapu.
You.
The resemblance is just so uncanny.
Wait, there's Chapu in the far plane? I thought it was Titus.
I thought it was a harpoon.
I always thought that Chapu bears more of a resemblance to Kipa than to Titus.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you mean Boa?
the far plane was cool, but I couldn't stop thinking about
I
you.
wonder if Titus could
Her
see himself
parents,
in the far
They
plane.
look so happy together, but it got me worried that
Well, if you can't see
Seymour
Jacked.
would make Yuna really consider
Oh, never mind.
Seymour's proposal.
He's seeing himself right now.
Oh, there he is.
Meant to come see.
I think I'm seeing
I know
double.
you won't. This guy.
Rip me, I must be dead.
traveling with him, you
Yeah.
still alive? But then again, guess you'll play. So,
Ah, this is where
oh, that guy.
Brotherhood
You
gets powered up.
Yeah.
So, Yuna?
It's kind of sudden when it happens as
Decided.
well. Like, you're not really expecting it.
Really? That's good.
I remember when I was only 7 years old in Bavel that day. My father had defeated Sin, and the whole
It's
town
like 1
was
minute
out in
it's
the
very weak, and the
streets.
next it's powered up, and it's like,
Everyone
oh,
was
okay.
They all seemed
This
so
just happened.
happy. If I defeated Sin, that would make everyone happy, wouldn't it? I must do what everyone wants, not just what I want.
Let's go back. You gotta tell Seymour.
Before that, call Sir Jet. Give it a try.
Huh?
Don't worry, he won't come.
Trying not to think about my old man made me
I
think
think an
about
important
him, of
chest there with
course.
8 lightning marbles in them
See,
that are
told
used
you.
for
He isn't here
mixing
because
and using
he's
later
not
on.
dead. He's
And
Sin.
Dylan had some
That
be careful
means he's
inventory
alive,
management
you know.
using the
What if my
potions
old man
earlier
really is
so that
Sin?
these lightning marbles
What
would
would
go
I
into
say
the
to
first slot
Yuna?
in its inventory
Heck,
so we can use
to
them quicker.
everybody in Spira. Wait, why should I have to apologize for him anyway? I'd rather never see him again.
What makes you hate him so?
Everything he does just makes me mad. It was his fault that me and my mother...
Then moving forward from making sure the lightning marbles are in the first slot,
It's
the
her.
intention is to use them all
She's very pretty.
by the time you steal from Anima, so the silence grenades go into the first slot for the next time you need to use that menu.
Wait, no one ever performed the sending for her.
It sounds quite
She must
situational.
have accepted
Oh, no, because
while she was still alive.
generally you only have one left anyway,
Whoa there. That's my mother you're talking
so you
about.
can just use it on Anima instead of the bomb
I'm
core,
sorry.
and then the silence grenades are there for the
It's okay.
grenade fighting home.
I think I just
Makes
figured
sense.
something out.
What?
Why I hate my old man.
Yeah, in this game you can't shuffle your inventory around in combat like you can with the Stairs games.
Thought of him right there.
And it's not like worth going into the main menu to move things around. So
Really?
Hmm.
you just kind of use items or sell items in some cases to try and get things in the top slot when we can.
Just noticed that one of the dogs put Flobber
Whenever
to
my
sleep
old
in the
man was
previous
around,
round.
my mother wouldn't even look at me.
Yeah, 10%
Maybe
chance
that's
from
when I
those
started to resent
dog
him,
attacks
even hate
guns to put
When
someone
he
to sleep.
left us, Mom just lost her
Yeah, it's a
energy.
pain when it happens.
Yeah, for sure. So your options are to escape with the other party members and just let Titus die or something, or attack Titus and try to wake him up,
If she dies,
Hmm.
which
I
they're
wouldn't know
both
what
kind
to
of
do.
bad options.
Don't say Mom is gonna die.
I apologize.
The old lady next door told me, when a lovebird dies, the one left behind, it just gives up living so it can join its mate. It was just like that. I hated my old man even more.
This cutscene's another case of unskippable dialogue in PC, or unskippable in
Just a
PS2.
second, dear.
He has an extra long break.
Go to him. He'll cry
Yeah.
if you don't.
Oh man. I must sound so stupid.
It's good to see that you're both still pretty close, both in the far plane.
How
Yeah.
embarrassing.
Well,
No, did I?
Titus was put to sleep again.
Thank you. I'll go get
That's
No.
pretty
Rip.
rough luck.
Yeah, well, it's pretty early in England and we haven't slept.
Yeah.
Dog was trying to tell me something.
They do have a higher chance to attack the target that's lower on HP, so if you have this formation, then I guess it's more likely they'll hit Titus.
Oh, right, okay. Didn't know.
Talk later.
How's everyone holding up?
He wasn't sent.
Pretty good, actually.
Feeling it a little bit, but
Yeah.
nothing unbearable. Not
So
yet.
now that Starcrawl is out of the far plane cutscenes, he's going to be trying to set up another paralysis dodge skip. And this one will allow us to enter the Thunder Plains early.
Yeah, the idea here for this one is to talk to an NPC to get into kind of a cutscene, like have dialogue on screen, and then have another NPC push you into another cutscene. And then you finish the dialogue that you had on screen, and then you're able to move in the cutscene.
It's definitely the hardest skip to perform on PC.
Yeah, me
Well,
and
me
Sam.
and harder.
Oh, other than that, and all the other ones. But this is
the second easiest, actually.
the second easiest.
GLaDOS Salam skip is confirmed harder than Jose skip, says Mafu.
What I said before. Pretend I didn't say that. That's what I was gonna say. This is the second easiest skip to perform.
I guess you're right. Too bad.
So he's talking to this NPC just for a while here because her cycle is a little bit faster than the other guys. So it's just kind of setting up these NPC movements and then talking to this Blitzball player here, waiting for the one lady to come around.
I knew that wasn't going to work.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, Toast so
I got
close.
that every time in practice as well.
So the idea there is that the lady NPC that walks around will push Titus into the door. And then when you walk into this door, Kamari comes out of it, and you get a cutscene with Kamari. But unfortunately, you didn't quite get pushed far enough into the cutscene, so just gotta wait.
Yeah, gives Choco time to catch up with Bad Man.
How much time do you lose if you don't get these skip?
Quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
I think
Did
the
you-
cutscene itself.
Are you in a
is
situation to get the
2.5
backup?
minutes.
Or...
Should be, hopefully.
Okay. So you probably lose a minute if you get the backup. If not, then it's more like
not
4.
not time.
It's just waiting for the
Nope.
NPC issues. No.
Fuck me! Sorry guys, sorry. Swearing. I didn't got us up.
Are you going to progress the normal way?
That's a big time loss for me.
Yeah, that's unfortunate from Starcrawl's end.
Yeah. We do get to see more Shalinda though.
I got it every time in practice as well. I don't know why I screwed that one up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for swearing, by the way.
There's
I believe he went. Maester Seymour.
there's always the added bonus of the extra Shalinda dialogue, so it's kind of worth it.
Yeah. So this is a pretty big time loss for me.
Lord, just
I think if Dylan gets first try GLaDOS Salam skip, it could be pretty close,
Yeah, he will be.
if not ahead.
Yeah, because not only do you skip all these cutscenes here, but you also skip the tutorial at the start of the Thunder Plains, where it introduces in the lightning strikes and how to dodge those,
They say Seymour.
which you'll see in just a second with Starcrawl.
What I don't. Why would the Lord Maester?
Hopefully not with Dylan if he can manage to get the skip.
Yeah.
Oh. It's true. Come on.
Fortunately, that happens far too often with me. I get got it slam. I skip every time in practice, like consistently, 100% of the time, and then in an actual run, I don't get it.
Marathon luck.
Yeah. I was in the wrong position.
Blame it on luck. You'll get away with it.
Let's turn off my mic while I do this, just in case.
We head north.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
I think I forgot.
So you also skipped like that cutscene plus this tutorial. It's a pretty significant skip. It is slightly easier to do on PS2 and harder to do on PC.
Yeah, it's very easy to do on PS2, fortunately.
So on the HD version, for some reason, they moved one of the NPCs, presumably so you can't do that skip, which is kind of odd. But the woman kind of has a different waypoints. She has different pathing. But we found a different setup to make it work. It's just all her.
Alright, Dylan is coming up to the quad slam skip now.
Yeah, he should get it first
Yeah.
try, I think.
So as before, he's delaying the NPC. Here we go.
Should be good. Yep.
Very nice. So now he's in a cutscene with Kamari and he can just run straight out of Quad Salam. He's able to just kind of run past Shalinda because he's already in a
he's
cutscene.
going to save a lot of time on me now.
See, this is why he ignores you in the Thunder Plains agency. He's like trying to tell you about these amazing deals. You just leave him mid-sentence.
Before leaving.
Flopworm's getting extracted now. It's about half of the fight. Hopefully, extractor won't go back up again.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Next attack is a guaranteed aqua shooter. After that, it's a 50-50 whether it goes back up or not. Or you might just kill it before it has a chance to get that attack.
Hey, it's my
crits.
face in the chat.
Yeah, very nice. Perfect extractor fight, pretty much. That's a split as well.
Yeah, pretty perfect, except obviously not getting more crits.
So here in the Thunder Plains, we have a chance to steal petrify grenades. It's a 25% chance off a specific enemy.
Stop.
Yes.
Ideally, you want at least one or two leaving the Thunder Plains. If you don't get it, you just have to do another strat on a later boss. And having them will save you some time.
Well, that's not very good.
You say 1 or 2 petrify grenades?
Yeah.
Like 1 out of 10, I get a single petrify grenade.
2 petrify grenades is the dream.
Yeah, the one thing to note is that we don't. Well, the thing Dylan's not either. I don't steal with Riku and Thunder Plains anymore because it just wastes time on PC version. PS2 version I do, but PC version there's no point to it.
I don't actually have her in the party for that reason.
Yeah, I don't have her in the party either.
Because the battle menu, it's less worth it to steal with Riku. If you have Riku in the party, she goes first before Titus can flee. So
Ladies.
you have a chance to steal and then flee to try and get a petrify grenade, which is a 25% chance, like rare steal from the raptor enemies. If you get a petrify grenade, it saves about 30 seconds in a fight later on.
My first ever FF10 run, I got 2 petrify grenades, and then couldn't finish the run anyway, so I wasted all my good luck.
Yes?
One thing they do still need to do though is at this point is refill Riku's overdrive before the next boss. And fill Yuna's overdrive if that's not already done.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
Typically, it's done with an Iron Giant fight, which you can only encounter in the second area of Thunder Plains.
Hey.
So after this agency.
Wasn't that Jisco Guado guy?
The sphere is his will. It says, take care of my son.
Huh. his son, Seymour? Well, I know one way to take care of him.
Creeper Tidus showing himself again.
I'm sorry.
Listening at doorways.
What do you think you're up to?
Yuna was acting funny.
Yeah. She'll tell us when she's ready, so hold your chocobos till then. Yeah.
All right.
It's not.
Don't tell me you.
Another important affection thing there is making sure you don't talk to Riku first. You have to talk to Riku to leave the agency. But if you talk to her first, then she'll get an extra 8 points of affection, which is really bad. So most runners will either talk to Kamari or Auron before Riku. If you talk to Auron, you get an extra 2 points of affection for him, which is good. But he's a little bit out of the way, so some runners will talk to Kamari, who has a much shorter and more convenient location for his dialogue, which is like non-existent.
Yeah.
Before talking to
Just shakes his head.
As
He just shakes his head because you didn't buy any Guado potions.
So
it's his greatest
Starcrawl just
that proud impersonation.
Starcrawl just picked up a yellow shield off the floor, which seems very hard to miss, but it's very important to pick up. If you don't get it, then you're in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's a buckler for Tidus with lightning proof on it. It's pretty useful.
Ugh. I want a Iron Giant without the 2 boars because I don't have any grenades.
Yeah, fishing for that Iron Giant to fill overdrives.
Yeah.
Iron Giant is a really useful fight because Iron Giants always attack the character with the least HP. So if you just bring Riku in and make sure you don't defend, because obviously she'll take half damage there. So stealing or attacking, and then Iron Giant is guaranteed to hit Riku. She'll die, which is fine, and then it'll attack Yuna because she has the least HP now. Again, making sure to not defend, and then you can just flee with Tidus.
Nice.
Pretty straightforward AI. It'll do that 3 times before doing an AoE attack that will kill you. So just make sure you don't let it get 4 turns.
Yeah, Yuna can dodge those attacks, which is pretty annoying. One thing that I like to do that's a little different is I buy the grenades from the Thunderplane agency, and I buy an extra one so I can use it if there's a boar and Iron Giant set up, just in case I don't get a single Iron Giant.
Hey, finally.
Yeah, it can be pretty annoying if you don't find the Iron Giant. And have to deal with chimeras or something later on.
Yeah, they're a little bit slower.
Yeah.
I have to.
Riku won't get all of her overdrive from this, but you can just kind of fill the rest of it later on in Macalania Woods.
Oh, come on, Yuna.
Yep. Yuna just dodged one on Dylan's screen.
Somehow.
Oh, and missed the overdrive by like a millimeter.
Yeah, that's pretty annoying.
Yeah. Riku's overdrive isn't quite filled. But then Iron Giants don't really fill Riku's overdrive all the way. But she usually gets hit quite a few times in Macalania Woods, so I should be fine.
But why? Why'd you change your mind?
For a full overdrive bar, a character needs to take 3 times their maximum HP and damage. So Yuna needs to take something like 1,425 damage, I think.
Not good enough.
And Riku needs to take 1,200 damage for a full overdrive.
Is it because of Lord Jiskel?
Hey.
It's for that reason that we won't be getting any HP on Riku throughout the whole run, because we need to refill her overdrive quite a lot.
I can't.
Most of the fights in the run will use her overdrive in some way. So not only is getting HP on her not very useful, but it also makes refilling overdrive slower.
You're kidding, huh?
As you wish.
I'm sorry.
Just one thing.
I won't quit my pilgrimage.
Then it is fine.
Wait a minute, Orin. You don't care? I mean, you're not gonna stop her?
No, I'm not. As long as she is willing to face sin, all else is her concern. That is a summoner's privilege, as long as she journeys.
But that's...
Yuna, just one question. Can't you just talk to Maester Seymour? You got to marry him?
So they're all in some pretty long cutscenes, unfortunately.
But
yeah.
I think it is the right
Both
thing to
Starcrawl
do.
and Dylan in the same cutscene, unskippable dialogue.
Yes.
Yeah, me failing got a skip Choco to save quite a bit of time on me.
It's pretty close. Yeah, you got about a minute apart, I would say.
Yeah, I lost like 2.5 minutes to failing quad skip.
Some way.
Yeah, it's a good time to load up and play a few games of solitaire or check Twitter.
doing FF1 run.
She says I'm sorry.
You could probably do a full FF1 run in the amount of cutscenes.
She's willing to face sin. She's privileged. I didn't understand. But somehow, I felt like I didn't belong. But if I didn't belong with them, I'd be stuck in Spira, alone. And being alone in that place, well, I didn't want to think about it.
Next, we're going to Macalania Temple. Yuna can talk with Seymour there. We Guardians will wait until they're done and plan our next move. Understood?
Nah!
I'm actually going to steal a Lunacut here for safety.
Yeah, there's not only one particular fight that you need a Luna curtain on, but it is a nice backup for a few fights.
And it gets me the formation I need for next the Macalania was anyway, so why not?
It's an item that Riku can use that gives a shell to a character. And since we don't learn shell with spell on any characters, it's kind of our only way to get that buff.
Finally into Macarena Forest.
Macalania Forest.
Aye?
It's Macarena. I didn't get a single lightning strike in Thunderplains, which was nice. Got a lot of encounters though.
What is...
The simplest. In exchange, she hopes to
negotiate. What?
Macalania Forest is kind of the same deal as the Thunderplains. Just making sure Riku has her overdrive by the end of it. And stealing a couple items. He wants to get a fish scale from the water elementals. And an Antarctic wind from a Chimera, ideally.
But that makes me...
Neither of them are mandatory, but it's definitely preferable to have both of them.
Yep, they'll be used on the next boss coming up shortly.
Yeah,
But stand.
And ideally, we'd like to not have to use the Antarctic
Maybe
wind.
it was because I'd realized
The animation is slower than the.
It was just her duty.
Is it the case on PC as well?
And I realized that
It's not as bad because it's not laggy, whereas PS2 is quite laggy, but it's still the slowest animation. So
Yeah, it's still slower.
Would you say it freezes up a little?
Oh my god, Matt.
good start.
Yeah, good start. Got the fish scale out of the way. Riku will typically get her overdrive here without having to do anything, just because a lot of the enemies go first before you can flee.
Yeah.
So they'll just kind of naturally hit Riku before you're able to escape anyway. At least that's the plan.
Hopefully, yeah. Or they'll go after Titus, which is bad. I should have tried to steer a petrified grenade there. Oh well.
I'll be right back.
Nice.
Very nice.
Unless you get the rest deal, which you didn't. The rest deal is a lightning marble, which he already has 8 of, so don't really need any more of those.
Nope.
You'd be switching Riku out of party.
Could have used that fight to raise Riku's overdrive, but it's better just to.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
It's not really the best fight. Pretty much anything is fine here.
Yeah.
It might even be better to have a War Elemental for that, if you can.
Yeah.
Chimeras kind of have a number of attacks. Their physical in particular is pretty weak. Aqua Breath isn't that strong as a pretty long animation, but the Megadoo Flame is pretty strong.
Yeah.
Dylan almost getting Riku's overdrive there. Ziphos not quite dealing enough damage. It's probably about 10 damage away from filling her overdrive.
Coming up is my favorite NPC.
The butterfly?
You just mash dialogue, so all he gets to say is a butterfly. So it just seems like he's stopping around just to say, hey, look, a butterfly. So yeah, thanks, dude.
Easy on you next time.
Butterfly.
A butterfly with.
Picking up this butterfly before leaving the screen is kind of optional. When you have a butterfly picked up, a timer will appear in the corner. It's like the start of the butterfly minigame. Obviously not doing the minigame, but whilst you have that active, you can't get a random encounter. So at the start of this screen, at the end of the previous screen, at the end of this screen, there's a butterfly you can pick up. So make sure you don't get any encounters on the way out. You can also opt to skip the butterfly altogether, because there's like a 2-second animation or something of when you're picking up the butterfly. But if you don't think you're going to get an encounter anyway, you can skip it. Which is pretty frequently done on the first screen, because the butterfly is right near the end of the screen anyway. But pretty much everyone will always get the butterfly at the end of the second screen.
I'll be taking it this time if I can get there without an encounter.
I'll be right back.
My last one was at the bottom of the slope, so it's very likely I'd get one afterwards.
If you're really, really unlucky, you'll still get an encounter at the screen transition
Like
going
that.
into the next area. Even though you have a butterfly, you can still get like a last frame encounter.
So here you tell Waka that his prices are too expensive, and like a great guy he is, he just drops his prices for you.
Forgets all about the discount from earlier though. You might have donated money to him earlier, but he just forgets all about that.
Did you buy Sonic still?
Yeah.
I didn't see it. It's starting to panic.
It won't.
But yeah, we pick up Sonic Steel there. That gives a first strike to Titus, which means, as you can guess, he gets the first turn in every fight.
Also, I didn't pick up the remedy that Dylan just picked up, which I probably should have done for safety, but I opted not to. Mostly because I completely forgot about it. Because I'm so used to not picking it up.
I really need something to hit Yuna.
You can just get it from a maze
Please
lava.
just hit Yuna. Thanks.
Nice.
But that works out nicely.
Yeah.
Absorbs.
I mean, you could have attacked Swearing Off with Yuna to raise overdrive if you needed to.
Fiends are...
Yeah. So Swearing Off is a decent fight. I guess your controller's broken or something. No, there you go.
My controller died again.
So this fight, you need to change. And equip that yellow shield with Titus at the start, because you're gonna need that equipped for Seymour later on. But you also need to take a turn of Titus so he gets AP. And you bring Kamari in to do some small amounts of damage, which is actually very important that he deals that amount of damage. But also important that Kamari gets AP as well.
Yep. And Yuna and Lulu.
Yeah, Yuna and Lulu also need AP, so they defend or do something. And then mix, and hope we get good damage.
Which he is.
Yep.
Yeah, it was kind of bad at the start, but it worked out. Really nice.
Having Kamari lance
Lightning Mob is also the fastest, which is nice.
will cause Sphyromorph to attack with the element opposite of what he's weak to, so that by having Kamari attack him, we know which element to use against him to kill him. In this case, he used water, and so we used a lightning spell on him.
Yeah, that's why we needed the fish scale and the Nordic winds. If
Yeah,
Starcrawl is weak to ice, you need to mix with the Arctic wind. If it's weak to water, you need the fish scale.
Is your controller okay?
Yeah. I don't know, like, there's literally nothing to cause it to disconnect. It just disconnects randomly.
Whoa, this is...
Like, I'm not even moving it.
Just give it some a little motivation.
Yeah. Luckily, it's really quick to reconnect it, but it's still annoying.
What are you taking? Well,
So slightly different strat for Dylan, I guess.
We'll be seeing a lot of neat...
Got Orin in the fight, so I assume he's going to be attacking with Orin for
So I
damage.
thought I'd record it all in this.
The small amount of damage you deal to find out which element Sphyromorph is weak to is pretty significant, because whilst the mix does do almost all of the damage to Sphyromorph, it doesn't quite do enough to kill it, unless you get really good damage rolls. And even with like an attack from Orin and some enhancements from Kamari or whatever, you can still undo damage if you're unlucky.
Oh,
It's really
yeah,
bad because you need to get the overkill. Sorry.
Yeah, Sphyromorph used a blizzard, so he had to use a bomb core. Nice job, Dylan. You're on fire.
Pretty sketchy damage, so good job.
I was getting worried with a couple of those damage rolls there.
Yeah, me too. That was pretty close, I think.
You need an average of, when you only like lance it once, you need an average roll of 1321. So it's definitely favourable to get it even with only one lancet.
I think most people use Lancet twice, at least I know I Lancet twice.
Yeah.
Setup.
I did the same as what Starcrawl did.
Yeah, me too.
I suppose.
Lord Braska, we shouldn't be wasting our time like this. What's the hurry, man?
Let me tell you what the hurry is.
Yeah, if you miss the overkill, or well, if the mix doesn't get the kill, then you either need to kill it and not have the overkill, which is really bad for AP and drop. Or you have to use self-destruct with Kamari to get the overkill, which is bad because you need Kamari's overdrive later on.
Or you can use Yuna to overdrive.
Summon Velvel, yeah, well that's
Yeah.
even worse, but...
Yeah.
The AP you get from Sphyromorph is very, very important.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the level 2 key sphere. This is the first level 2 key sphere in the game.
The overkill is very important as well.
Need those level 2 key spheres.
With the overkill, you get 2 level 2 key spheres. If you get a normal, you only get 1. So gotta get that overkill.
Yep.
He sounded almost
This
serious.
is kind of the start of like the boss rush segment of the game. There's 4 bosses here, pretty close together.
Jack, he was always talking. That's why he
And you
took
kind
all
of
those-
need to get an
but as
overkill
he
on all
journeyed
of them,
with us,
except maybe the last one.
he decided he would.
So then, he gave up going home?
This makes up the
I guess I
AP that we've kind of missed out on
My
all
old
this
man,
time from not fighting
he knew
random
there
battles.
was no way back home. Back to Xanarkand.
And this
He
is
wanted to
before
go
we
home, but
really get
knew he
to the more
couldn't go
broken
up.
aspects of Riku's Overdrive.
Even if he-
So these
I don't
this
think he
particular
would've left
boss
his-
gauntlet is harder than any of the endgame bosses. There's most of the fights here are very, very precise, and if you execute them wrongly, you will die.
Yeah, I've died to Crawler too many times for my liking.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Crawler and Evray are very, very precise fights, and Seymour is precise, but it also has some RNG in it.
So use is a really good ability, so it's just teaching Kamari the usability. Buffing up Yuna for some, basically just for Aeon stats. And to be able to survive some attacks, so she needs the HP for that as well.
Oh, Flopper's coming up to the Guadaslam skip.
Yeah, see if he's able to get it.
Good luck, Flopper.
Bit of a readjustment there, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's all good.
Nice,
Nice
good
one.
job.
He just didn't know.
Nice. So I was the only one who failed it. Good to know.
I just.
You can redeem yourself at Jiskel skip.
Yeah. And one last talk to Oren before the
Yes,
scene where it's
that's
actually
fine.
important.
They fix audio glitch on the PC version, or can you still get it?
Yeah, you can't get it on PC version, unfortunately.
Yeah, thankfully.
Lady, we were pleased. Lord Seymour.
It's. I have.
That's sad because audio glitch was my favorite part of FF10 speedrunning.
Lord Seymour.
It's fun for about 1 minute.
Yeah.
We must. I'll have to ask. I'll send.
We're all. That would.
Ah, damn. Is that how we get encounters?
It's so hard not to.
Yeah.
It's pretty rad to skip the encounter there.
Titus with the
Wasting our time.
"you're wasting our time" quote, very relevant.
Yep.
Perfect.
That quote's always relevant.
Okay, so this boss fight is Crawler. It's got 16,000 HP, which is pretty high. The previous boss had 12,000, and it's just barely killable with the mix. We're going to be using the same mix here, but we also need to deal a little bit extra damage to make up for it. And we also need to refill Riku's Overdrive in the fight itself, because obviously there was only that one random encounter between the previous boss fight and this one. So there's no real time to refill Riku's Overdrive, so it's got to be done in the boss. So the strategy here, at least I'm assuming, is to throw a couple lightning marbles with Riku straight away. just to make up for some of the damage. They deal like 1500 here all by themselves because Crawler is weak to lightning. And then Kamari is gonna use his usability to kill off the Negator. This will make sure that the mix is guaranteed to hit Crawler instead of there being 2 targets. But also it's going to change Crawler's AI. When the Negator is there, he'll use Gatling Gun every turn, which hits I think 8 times on random targets. Ideally here, Riku gets hit just exactly twice and doesn't die, or 3 times and doesn't die. But she did die, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not too bad though.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
On the revive, she's going to throw another lightning marble. And Crawler's AI changes here to start charging Mana Beam. But also he'll counter-attack lightning-based attacks 100% of the time with Assault. So that's going to make up the rest of the damage required to fill Riku's Overdrive. So after another revive, which is going to be basically opportunities to fill, to get characters' turns so they get AP. So that's why he's bringing Yuna and Lulu, so they get AP. Tidus also needs AP, so he'll probably bring Tidus in now.
Perfect.
And then mix. Textbook fight, pretty much.
Yep, nice one.
Same mix as last time. Gotta get that overkill. There's no damage rolls to worry about here, though.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, that was a gold split for me. It was a really nice corner.
Yeah, you have just enough turns to execute all of that before Mana Beam goes off. If Mana Beam goes off, that's it. Like, you can't survive that at all.
Game over.
Yeah, you have to summon an Aeon to survive it.
Ugh.
Which loses a lot of time.
Yeah.
But it's better than dying. Dying loses more time than summoning Balfour to tank it.
And there's the second worst character. Like, I don't know anyone who likes Brother.
He's great at Blitzball.
Nope.
He's just forever tarnished by what happened to him in 10-2.
So here's where all the affection points finally pay off. So after this cutscene, Tidus will get on one of the little Machina craft things with one out of a selection of characters. Each character has their own cutscene that you get to watch, and we want a specific cutscene.
Yeah, depending on the character, the length of the cutscene is different. So Auron has the shortest one.
You didn't got identical fights. Literally identical.
You guys got along fine. That's different. Well,
And it was a gold split for me too.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Just think of this as an.
This is the first time since the Obliterator split that I've been ahead.
Yeah, so as you can see, I've got the Auron cutscene, which is the best one to get. It's also the shortest.
Because no one wants to ride with Tidus.
Can't blame Kamari.
Yeah, there's 4 different snowmobile rides here. You can get with Lulu, Riku, Auron, or Kamari. Most players will get Lulu here, possibly Riku, because you get double affection points for the girls. So unless you go out of your way, you probably won't see these cutscenes ever.
What's that mean? I'm saying you should not
You typically get Lulu over Riku as well, because Lulu's just in the game for longer than Riku.
I don't need you to tell me that.
If all the affection points are tied as well, Lulu's will go. So you need to have more than Lulu and Riku to get one.
That's what youth is for, after all. Do not waste it.
So which is it?
Auron has the fastest. I think Kamari is the second fastest.
I think I heard that Kamari's was the fastest, it just required more prep than getting Auron's affection.
I'm pretty sure Kamari's is a bit faster.
Fun
Something
thing
like
is,
that.
PC World Record has Riku.
Yeah.
Just shows how good a
I'm
run.
pretty sure I'm watching PC World Record right now.
Which one is that? Who are you referring to? Team Cacta.
Yeah. Yeah, doing that stake running there, kind of didn't really explain. It's actually pretty crucial. Titus has gotten a lot of strength. He's kind of been building up sphere levels on Titus for a while now. Just waiting to get the level 2 key spheres that he got from Swearimorph. And with that, he's able to move into Oron's kind of late game sphere grids. And there's a lot of strength in this part of the sphere grid. There's 4 or 5 different +4 strength nodes he's able to pick up. So that's basically giving Titus a lot more strength now.
I've decided to be Yuna's guardian now, and that's all I want.
Coming up for both Starcrawl and Dylan is the third out of the 3 paralysis dodges that we do in the run.
Yep. Good luck.
This one, you want to talk to Troll as triggering the cutscene with Shalinda, and that will skip the whole cutscene where you watch the sphere, Driscoll sphere, allow you to just walk straight into the Cloister of Trials without watching that cutscene.
Very nice.
First try, nice.
Yeah, the best part about this is that you don't have to talk to Shalinda. That's the main reason we do it. Of course not, but...
Yeah, thankfully there is a way to skip Shalinda in every opportunity, except on... Except before Sin, right at the end, on the high bridge. It's the only one we haven't found a skip for.
I've redeemed myself.
Yeah, that was really fast. Good stuff.
Didn't do a Mifunium with 0 out of 3 skips in a run.
Yeah.
That's never happened. Don't know what you're talking about.
Lobber with the shots.
It's happened to me before, so...
Yeah. It's always a shame when you flopped him.
Wow.
Please be silent. Lady Yuna prays to the faith.
Make me.
So yeah, coming up is a Seymour boss fight. Absolute pain. Hopefully everything goes okay. It goes okay most of the time, but there's the 2 guards that come with him have a chance to use an ability called Shremedy, which can inflict confuse on one of your characters, which will just mess with your turn order, make everything a bit messy.
It's a 1 in 6, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and then it can like either miss or hit as well.
The worst thing you want in this fight is for them to use Shremedy on Titus and it land.
Well then, why have you come here?
Rip Dylan on Discord skip. But on PC it's actually faster to reset if you don't get it at least once.
I see.
And trying again. But if you fail it again, it loses a lot of time, so it's risky.
Yeah, especially since there's a save sphere like right there. There's no reason not to try it a second time.
What a pity. Ah, of course.
Because
PC
PC doesn't have a soft reset, it takes a little bit longer to reload after a failed attempt,
Wow, I missed
so
it
it makes it a
again.
little bit less worth it, but it's still worth it.
I will have to take them.
Oh, that's rough. That's it's quite a bit of time. So.
I trust my guardians with
Just
my
trading
life.
skips, apparently.
Yeah. I personally find that one much harder than Guado, so...
Interesting. I think they're all easier, I guess, too. Which is kind of nice.
I think Driscoll's the same setup.
It's the same, yeah.
It's the same on the PC, but it's also nice because you don't have to worry about the audio glitch.
That's
right.
True.
I always found the Driscoll skip to be the easiest of the 3 myself.
Okay, so the Seymour fight, Titus is going to start off by hasting himself. He's going to be the main damage leader for this fight. And then he's going to use the Torque command with Seymour. This is going to increase Titus's strength by 10 for the rest of the fight, which is a significant strength boost. 10 doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the Guards didn't use Remedy that Mafu explained earlier. And now the users, Kamari and Riku, are going to use various items to kill Seymour in the first phase. He needs to deal 3000 HP to push him into phase 2. Bringing Lulu, not kind of for the damage, but also because she needs to get AP. So these lightning mobs kind of have a variance that goes slightly over and slightly under 1000, and you use 3 of them. So the cast from Lulu, even though it's only 100 damage, it is pretty important.
Here's Anima.
Yep.
You want to steal 3 silence grenades from this guy at some point? Or gal? If you're unlucky, then you can get a rare steal. That's pretty annoying.
The rare steal is a far plane shadow?
Yes. Yeah. At least you can make use of it. When Anima uses boost, she takes increased damage as well, so Titus's attacks start to hit really hard.
Yeah, with the plus 10 strength and the 1.5 times multiplier from boost, Titus does a pretty significant amount of damage here. Normally he'll only do about 2000 damage outside of this fight. But those two things combined give him a lot of damage. And Anima's
I've got 3 more science grenades, so I'm actually fine on grenades now. I don't need to steal any from Macalania later.
Nice. Anima's pattern is pretty simple, just pain boost, and you want to make sure Titus is not in the party when she's about to use pain, because he's hasted, and if Titus dies, he'll lose haste, and everything gets bad.
So that's one of the reasons why he has the yellow shield on, because it just nullified that Fundara. And you pray that the second Fundara hits Riku, because it fills up at overdrive. So that was perfect, yeah.
Yeah, that was a really, really good Seymour fight. Pretty much almost perfect.
Yeah, in that
you don't
fight...
fill Riku's overdrive there. You have a couple opportunities later, but it's the most optimal to get it filled in this fight.
Yep. And that was another goal split for me. That's 3 in a row for me.
Ideally, Kamari is dead before that third phase.
Yeah.
So that the Emil and Ethandara is guaranteed to hit Titus and Riku.
Yeah, if I had known I was going to kill Anima that quickly, I wouldn't have revived Kamari.
And now it's Dylan's turn.
Yep.
Here comes Shremedy.
Well, nobody is going to get Shremedy, it's like a fact.
One more thing to notice is
there's 2 more chances.
Is the drop that Starcrawl gets, well, the drop that everyone gets from this fight. You can get either Black Magic Spheres, which is the common, or these Special Spheres, which is the rare drop.
Yeah.
And there's strats 5 of them, but it's going to pretty significantly change the rest of the run depending on what she gets.
Now hold on just a
And
minute.
it is...
Seymour's the bad guy, right? We'll just explain to everyone
Black Magic Spheres? Good.
It won't.
It's the easier of the two.
Yeah. Like, I'm not really familiar with the Special Sphere strats. So, well, I am. I know them very well, but there are some new ones that I know that you toy around with, Seraph, but I'm not really familiar with.
Nobody is.
Yeah.
I'm not even familiar with my own strats. It's just ideas.
Yeah. I know that there are quite a few ideas of how to work the Special Spheres that might be faster, but I don't know them very well.
Yeah, Special Spheres are a really interesting drop because there's quite a lot you can do with them. You can like teach Flee to other characters and bribe and use to other characters in different ways. So there's a lot of potential with the Special Sphere drop to do different strats. And for a long time we thought there was like a bad thing to get Special Spheres. and we didn't really have any backup methods for them. But nowadays it's almost, well, potentially faster to get the special sphere drop over black magic spheres.
Wendigo is slower, but other than that.
Yeah.
Nice remedy for Dylan.
Good. So that means Luke's gonna get him?
Yep, that's how it works. Sorry, Flobber.
I mean, if you just do the math, it's a 1 out of 6 chance, and there's 3 runners, so it's 50-50 to see someone get in the relay.
There's the far plane shadow. Hopefully, he can steal some. There we go.
Got the red steel and the common steel. Far plane shadow can be used. It's an item you cast death once.
Yeah.
Which you can use on an enemy later on, and if you're lucky, it will work. If it not, then it'll miss. With that, there's like quite a few things you can do, because Dylan could have opted to use self-destruct there with Kamari to make sure Kamari was not dead, or not there for the 3rd phase, which is a good thing. And he wouldn't need the overdrive necessarily with that far plane shadow, because it would take the place of the stone breath he needs later on.
Quite risky, though.
Yeah, kind of risky. The backup would have to be to learn the death spell then at that point.
But yeah, with only 2 people alive, Riku's guaranteed to get hit. Like so. Nice one, Dylan.
Pretty good fight.
I'm still just salty at missing Jiskel twice.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of annoying. Alright, Starcrawl is making use of those black magic spheres that drops. He used Waka's extra sphere levels to move into Lulu's sphere grid to learn Thundaga and Walturga. And then Yuna uses the black magic spheres to learn Walturga and Thundaga from Waka. Because black magic spheres let you learn any black magic on the sphere grid that another character has already learned. So whilst Waka doesn't use Walturga or Thundaga himself, he kind of enables Yuna to learn them without having to move over there. She's already got a lot of magic from using 2 magic spheres and just the various magic nodes that are already in the sphere. So now she's going to do quite a bit of damage with her new spells. And a nice kind of benefit of the PC version, like I mentioned quite a long time ago, is that Titus runs faster on this version than other versions. So with good movement, you kind of get out of this area before getting captured by any of the quadras. Which unfortunately Starcrawl kind of mismoved, I guess, didn't quite have the movement to do it. But it's pretty tough.
I've gotten it once, and that was it.
But on PS2 version, you'll always get 2 encounters.
Hey, special spheres.
Nice. Special spheres and no Blizzball strength. That's going to be a fun Wendigo.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting for Wendigo.
Have fun with your meme spheres.
I will. It's pretty typical of how this run's been going for me.
Well, I'm probably going to get friends spheres, so you know.
And Flobber's coming up to Spheromorph now.
Get out of the way! Live and let live!
And Starcrawl's at Wendigo.
Looks like Flobber's using the same setup as Starcrawl did with Lulu and Yuna.
Yeah.
Switching to Waka for some... I guess that was a mistake. Okay. Okay, and then the double lancet, I assume. Defend with Yuna and Lulu for AP, before switching back to Riku to mix. Okay,
So if the...
Oh,
Nah, that's okay, you got it.
The Wendigo fight is he's accompanied by 2 Guado Guardians. They like to cast buff spells on him as well as auto potion him when he gets hurt. But they also one of them casts Protect and the other one casts Shell when you kill them. So we'll leave the one that casts Shell alive because our damage here is thunder. But kill the one that casts Protect. So after the one that casts Protect is dead, just go ham with Thundaga. Choosing to steal the high potion. The high potion
that
is,
one.
Sorry?
Have you seen that before?
It's kind of too late for it, but yeah, if you steal the potion, the card won't use the auto potion.
Oh.
So you can do that earlier on, but at that point.
It was a bit late, but
yeah.
There was a chance he could auto potion again, which would be fun. Also, another gold. Jesus. Gold C right here for my splits.
Pretty nice fight. If you're unlucky, Wendigo will kill you off Luna, which is pretty annoying.
Yeah.
I've got a quick question. The yellow shield, it's lightning proof, isn't it? Not lightning ward.
Proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think I equipped one with lightning ward.
Good
I think I
catch.
got another one.
Yeah, good catch.
Well, lightning ward should be fine, even like
Yeah.
Thundara
I
won't
might,
kill
I
you.
might need to heal Tyres, depends who hits him.
Yeah, that's true. Just check anyway to see.
I think I might as well just equip it during this next menu.
Yeah.
We were all there, even if I had a headache.
So, despite the fact that Dylan didn't get the black magic spheres from Seymour, he does still need to learn these spells on Waka. He's not going to be able to learn Thundaga and Walturga on Yuna just yet, but he will get some black magic spheres later on, which he'll learn it then.
Dylan got special spheres?
Right, yeah. But he still needs to learn the spells later.
Stepped away for a minute so I didn't see it.
Kimari think Riku should stay Riku.
Hey, are you saying I'll never be like Lulu? Kimari?
How could you laugh?
Yeah, because he got special spheres, he won't be able to teach Thundaga to Yuna.
I wanted to
Not yet, anyway.
Yes.
So he's gonna have to kill Wendigo with Tidus.
Now,
Which, as mentioned, without the strength sphere from winning Blitzball, it could be quite messy. Hopefully not. Hopefully Wendigo decides to leave Tidus alone as well.
The faith are the one, not the temple.
I'd probably go with Shiva strats without Blitzball strength. I don't know. I guess Dylan probably doesn't know that. So.
Nah, never even heard of them.
Right, well, there you go. We're gonna have a nice Wendigo fight. It's probably gonna be pretty slow.
It's not like I ever liked Maester Seymour, yeah? No
Did
way
you
I
buy
forgive
Phoenix
you for
Downs
killing
at any
Lord
point?
Jisco.
Did I? Oh, I didn't actually steal it, any of the extra items that could have helped either.
The bunch of us going against Yevon?
Oof.
No way.
Are you gonna power break with Orin instead of if you don't have a light curtain?
We have transgressed and must
Do
face our
both.
punishment.
we must speak with me. There is no... Sir,
So,
will you come with us?
I am.
Yeah, that's right.
There is a strat you can do with Shiva. It's a pretty old strat that comes in handy occasionally, which uses Power Break or Riku's Mix to inflict Power Break. And then you just kind of attack and then evade an attack because he's blinded from the mix. Or just tank the attack because of Power Break. And then cast Blizzara as many times as you can on Diamond Dust.
Isaac?
Yes, it is yet.
Which if you do the mix, it's enough damage to kill, but without the mix, if you just do a normal Power Break with Orin, you still need to make up the rest of the damage somehow. Which does make the fight quite slow for now, because you get the long animations with Shiva, but Shiva's going to be used later on anyway for Isaru. So you still get the long animations regardless. Something we didn't mention is that At the start of the run, we set the Aeon animations to be short, but the first time you summon an Aeon and the first time you use an Aeon Overdrive, you get the long animation anyway. And then you'll get the short Overdrive, or the short animations every time after that.
You're singing.
It's kind of the opposite fight here with Dylan. He's killed off the Guarder that casts Shell when it dies, and left the one that casts Protect when it dies alive. And then he's just going to be attacking with Titus and hoping that Titus doesn't get hit.
I recommend, like I said, Power Break with Orin if you haven't already.
Power Break is good. It'll reduce the damage that Wendigo does.
Yeah.
I thought so. That proved it.
And did exactly that, brought in Orin just for Power Break.
Zanarkand and Spira.
Wendigo has a very slightly higher chance to attack the target with the least HP.
I'll never be able to go home.
Shit! Oh, crap, sorry. My autocaster moved off Wendigo.
Yeah, so
That's
now,
That's rough.
that's rough.
Might be worth using self-destruct
Yeah.
when it's relatively low.
Hey, nice crit.
It was then I knew that Sin really was my old man. For the first time, I was finally able to
Overkill, but it should be fine. Wendigo doesn't give very much AP.
No.
As long as you have 37 on Lulu, right?
Yeah, I got Lulu in and got her to have a turn. So.
What is it this time?
Should be fine AP wise at least.
You just have to get Kamari's Overdrive back.
It's a far plane shadow.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah. So you don't need Kamari's Overdrive. Well, unless Farplank Shadow misses, which...
Don't I need it for Sanjagora?
You use a Farplank Shadow.
Yeah, so in that instance, getting the rare drop from Anima actually helps.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's going to save me there.
I mean, if you want to get pretty wild, you could skip the teleport spheres altogether, and then you don't have to worry about it at all.
I mean, that can work with
Probably not
spheres,
good. The
Probably
strats are not ready, and I'm too tired to walk through it, so...
Play it safe in a marathon.
Let's just get crazy and do some insane on-the-fly strats.
This guy's super crazy and just load a save before BFA.
I'll find a way.
Gonna have to pull out those credit warp strats I've been working on.
Yeah, if that Farplane Shadow misses, you could probably go and learn Death with Waka and pick up an MP sphere somewhere nearby, I guess.
Yeah.
And use an Ether or an Elixir to get the MP. Which is not ideal, but it's the best I got. It's better than refilling Kamari's Overdrive anyway.
So this zoo encounter is another forced encounter.
Yeah, it's got a number of triggers I don't quite understand, but the fastest method we found is to attack twice with Titus. The one trigger I know is that Auron will show up when Titus is in critical HP, but I have no idea why or when Lulu shows up, and you can only flee the battle when both of them are there. I haven't kind of quite figured this fight out fully, but this works pretty well for now at least.
Yeah, that was really quick as well. Lulu could take forever to show up or be really quick, and she was really quick there, so...
Yeah, I looked into it pretty recently, but it was really, really complicated.
Yeah. Agility and turn orders can be confusing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's like an instance of that. It's just confusing anyway. Now it's time for the saddest part of the run, which is the sad Kamari Sander climb. So sad.
Just trying to go get some Guado potions. They're just at the
'Cause
top
we
of this
didn't
hill.
find me earlier.
It's not your.
Hello. Okay.
I'll be right back.
So in Brickenard Desert, the goal is to fill any overdrives that you might need filled. Usually just Riku's, if Seymour didn't do
I need
that.
to fill Orange Overdrive as well, though.
Yeah, Orange if it's not done by now.
And I need Tidus's because of no win on Blitz.
Also want to use Bribe for 12,000 gil on a Sandwolf. He's figuring that actually Dylan just did it. You move Lulu a lot of spaces into Riku's grid to learn Bribe. And Bribe is an ability
Not wanted.
Bribe is an ability that removes an enemy from the battle and gives you a bunch of items depending on which enemy it is. In this case, we're bribing the enemy to get a bunch of sleeping powders, which is the item you can
11.
steal from them, but it's quicker to just bribe a bunch. So there we got 11 sleeping powders.
Yeah, ideally you want 12. But you have 6 silence grenades, so it should be fine actually. He also was filling up Auron's overdrive in that fight for one of the Sandragoras later on in this desert.
Could have done it in a better encounter, but I was like, meh, whatever. I'll just do it there.
Committed.
Yeah.
Something I want to tell you.
It was a little bit risky, but
Walker face.
Walker face.
yeah, Walker face.
Is it in
Yep.
We're on Beaconell Island.
Where is it?
There's a place us
Can't
I have
find
it
it.
in my fragment. I have it in my fantasy.
Uni's there.
Found
I'm
it.
sure of it. Other
Okay.
must have come and rescued her.
Rescue? What does it matter?
That's anyway. That you won't. Especially, you know they don't like. Who knows what the.
Give me a break.
What's the wrong face? Flubber?
Yevon did something really.
Well,
bad
you
to us
know.
before.
He always has to flob it.
Must have deserved it.
Can't you guys talk about this later?
Just promise you won't tell anyone about this island. Promise?
Waka, come on!
All right, I promise. Lead the way.
You got it.
Flubber successfully getting the Auron cutscene.
What a champ.
I think cool for him at least managed that much.
I can take them up.
Live and let live!
So I could have stolen grenades from that fight if I needed to, but since I got additional silence grenades, I didn't have to. So that's nice.
That's another forced fight where the game teaches you that you can kill Machina by stealing with Riku. But you don't actually have to kill the fight, you can just flee.
I don't know what it is about this split in Vic now, but I hate it. I hate it more than any other split.
Fair enough.
Sharon hates you too.
I lose time here. Every time. And I don't know why. And it upsets me.
Maybe you just need to get good.
You just can't go fast because you got too much sand in your boots.
Kind of bad to do this, but whatever.
Still in there is getting the bad zoo pattern where Lulu doesn't show up straight away. And Titus dying, which is extra bad. Now we can't flee. It's unfortunate. Gotta take the manual.
Ah, just kill him.
claiming. Live and let live.
Is Titus's overdrive okay?
I don't need it. I want strength sphere.
For Dylan?
I need more for sure.
Oh.
Yeah, it might not fill up with a poison breath.
Flobber with a successful just go skip.
Nice one.
Good stuff.
Nice.
I'll be right back.
Definitely making up some time. It's been a pretty solid run from what I've seen. This is the first Sandragora. This fight is optional, but for killing it, you get access to a chest, which gives you 2 teleport spheres, which are very useful.
Teleport spheres allow you to teleport. Continue, Sarah.
Thank you for that insightful information.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
They aren't warp spheres that allow you to warp. Those are different.
I'll be right back.
First Sandragora's Stone Breath. Obviously it takes a long time to refill Kamari's Overdrive, so the second one needs a different strat. Shooting Star.
Which I love doing, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like my favourite thing ever.
Nice one, Dylan.
Shame we don't use it more often.
It's a struggle to even fill this Overdrive once throughout the whole run to this point.
Yeah. Rip, didn't get the 10-second skip.
What?
Rest in peace, Kayaki.
Yep.
A war between Yevon and the Al Bhed?
Titus has enough Overdrive. I don't know. I guess you took the time to fill it.
Yeah, there's another zoo fight.
Right.
Yeah.
I realized when everyone was 1 HP, I was like, oh, I guess you did nothing. I didn't see.
But the overdrive didn't fill from the zoo, so I have to take something else as well.
Nah, it's fine.
Poison Breath will do it.
Yeah, that'll fill up the rest of it.
Yeah, everyone will fill it.
Oh yeah, of course.
Poison Breath. Poison Breath feels like a quarter of Titus's Overdrive, so...
Yeah. Not all.
25 to 30%.
Yeah.
Ish, I think. It's fine, so flop worms on Seymour now. Hopefully he doesn't get any extremities. It's about the worst thing that can happen here.
Nope. They're getting turns. There's the thunder. Okay, safe.
Yeah, there's a chance they also do nothing on their turn, which is the most ideal, of course. Either cast a level 1 spell, or extremity, or just don't do anything. If Seymour's under 3800 HP, they'll use high potions on him. That's something you kind of need to be careful of. If something's going wrong, it's not a problem if something is going wrong. Oh, he's using Thundara. That's unlucky. So Flubworm got really, really low damage rolls.
Yeah, I've had that happen. It sucks.
So it's going to be really bad for the third phase now, because he's not going to use more Thundara. So the yellow shield he has is useless. Hopefully he has a Lunar Curtain or something for Shell. It's the most common backup strat. Else you have to use Self-Destruct or Spiral Cut or something to take care of Seymour in the third phase.
Getting a preemptive fight on these fights are actually quite bad because it slows it down.
Yeah, in this fight, need to move Kamari in and that's it and use Stone Breath. But if it's a preemptive, then you'll get a bunch of extra turns that you didn't want. So you kind of have to defend spam a bit. It's pretty convenient fights. You can just refill Kamari's overdrive by learning a new overdrive. In this fight and the next fight. The next fight's Chimeras, so you can learn Acro Breath there. And do the exact same thing.
Yep, Flobber has a Lunar Curtain.
Nice.
Yeah.
It is the, yeah, it's the most common backup, but there are others.
That could have been a real pain. I'll do it again. I didn't get a reception last time.
You're right.
Didn't hear you last time.
You're right, Waka.
I'm glad I didn't hear you last time.
We weren't always like this. Sin destroyed the island, where we all used to live.
Getting a nice, I think that was a pointless crit that they hadn't have Titus.
To every corner of Spira.
The joke was so good, Mafa had to say it twice.
My dad brought the Albed together again. We put our minds to it.
Yeah,
and worked
it was my
together.
double drop.
Then we could get the home. Everyone worked hard. We had our home back again. But now, why did things have to turn out this way?
Riku.
Yeah, that was not bad considering how underdamaged on the items in the first phase. I was fortunate Kimari got a turn before the Guado, because if the Guado got a turn first, they would have healed Seymour and it would have taken a lot longer to beat him. But I was, just had to use a fish scale to beat the first phase Seymour.
Dylan getting lucky with that far plane shadow in the turn, which is really good, because getting a backup strat here would have been pretty nasty. So not having to worry about that too much.
Yeah, the rare steal from Anima putting in some work.
So we'll see what drops Flobberworm gets.
Riku. The Summoner's Sanctum is where we keep the Summoners. We keep them safe there.
I missed the cutscene skip here as well.
I get.
Well, I sure don't get it, Waka. They might get hurt on their pilgrimage.
Flobber gets the Black Magic Spheres, so he'll be doing the same strats as Starcrawl did earlier.
Then who will beat Sin?
Moving Walker into Ludus Grid for the Thundaga and Walturgi. And adding the spells with the unit.
Summoners will be safe.
Oh, I missed Dylan's Sanjagora. Did he use the far plane shadow?
Yeah, it worked.
Oh, fantastic.
It's quiet. Kimari goes.
The annoying thing about getting the far plane shadow though is it messed up that like inventory management where I was trying to have the silence grenades in the first slot.
Yeah.
That's a pretty minor complaint, I think.
Yeah, I know. It saved me more than it harmed me.
Yeah. So Starcrawl is going to get one of these chests down here with a level 2 key sphere in it.
Yeah, it sucks if you forget that.
Yeah, it's
especially with the autosave.
It's going to be needed later.
Yeah.
That will move Riku, Titus, and Kamari all into a Unis grid for some agility.
Yep.
It's kind of a nice thing about the standard sphere grid is that you have a lot of leeway and kind of ease of access into the other characters' sphere grid. Because compared to the expert grids, which is intended to let you kind of move characters into other grids. The standard sphere grid kind of lets you do that better.
But the least we can do is give them
The
a
expert
proper
sphere grid is
sending.
pretty bad.
Oh wow.
Well, that's unlucky, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
Usually,
unlucky.
3 silence grenades will kill off all of these bombs. It's a bit of a damage roll. But if it doesn't work, then it's usually just like single digit or really low damage to kill it off.
Yeah, surprised Riku's attack didn't even kill it after.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That usually does it.
Yeah.
That can happen though, fortunately.
Uni could, but then she.
Bible thump.
Uni will die, you know? You know, don't you? Summoner's journey to get the final Aeon.
This is probably the longest break on the PC version, I guess.
With the final Aeon, she can beat Sin.
Yeah, either this
Yeah.
or the Mihen one.
If you want to finish, I don't know, write a good novel, building a house, now's the time to do it.
It will kill Uni too, you know?
It's about 6 minutes long.
Tell me why. Why were you hiding it? Why didn't I know?
We weren't hiding it.
It was just too bad to see.
Sorry about the squeaky chair.
Alright, so let's see if Flobber can get away from these guards without getting the encounter. I think both Dylan and Starcrawl got the encounter right at the end of the screen, so Flobber might save some time here with a good movement.
Ooh.
How could you?
I think he can do it.
I believe.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh no.
Like,
That is a shame. You could probably just stand still and it'll take him to the next screen after the fight.
She knew what
That was really late, that's a shame.
when she chose to become a summoner. To face Sin, yeah? Yuna knew.
But Waka, that's just totally wrong. Summoners shouldn't have to sacrifice themselves. Just so the rest of Spirit can be happy, right?
Oh, one thing we haven't touched on yet, but in the segment that Flob is doing at the moment, and in various other segments, Yuna, if it's a preemptive, can be the first person to have their turn. And if you're just mashing away, you can accidentally summon through the memory cursor. Because you assume that Tidus would be the first, because he has his first strike weapon on, but yeah. The summon of shame has graced many speedruns.
It can happen early game as well, like because Yuna and Tidus have the same agility, or close enough.
Yeah, the amount of times I've summoned Velfor in a run, it's not good.
Yeah, in a preemptive, everyone effectively has first strike. And Yuna has a lot of agility here.
All along, the whole time, I didn't know anything. But Yuna, she...
Oh, I didn't realize that Flobber had a petrified grenade, which completely erases the Guardians. He kept that one quiet.
Yeah.
Petrify is really nice because when they die if they're petrified, they don't cast their final attack, their protect and shells. So it saves quite a bit of time. About 30 seconds with good luck if Yuna doesn't die.
Yeah, unfortunately she just got killed there, but
yeah,
it's alright. And that's a split, I think.
It is indeed.
Very nice.
Good stuff. Saved a lot of time there, especially over Dylan who had a really slow fight, so that's good.
You sound sad.
Yeah, maybe.
Want to scream?
I really don't think that's gonna help this time.
You know what? It's embarrassing to say this myself, but summoners and their guardians are.
These cards are kind of funny too, because even if you eject them with Shooting Star, they still cast their protecting shells. Like you send them flying beyond the mountains, but they still just cast it. It's pretty funny to watch.
I can't even picture. What did they cast it first and then go flying off?
No, they go flying and cast it from miles away.
Can't even imagine it.
I have to do that now just to see it.
I was testing some different strats and I was just like, "You're kidding me." Like, I was like, "Yeah, this should almost definitely work," but nope. It's still casted.
Ha 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 ha.
I want my journey to be full of laughter.
I can't let her die. I'll find her.
Nice 10,000 guild chest that I grabbed there.
It's gonna be useful for some bribes later on.
Yep. This is probably like my favourite section. This until the end of the bell, in my opinion. So it's a very nice section.
What, even Bevelle Trials?
Well, I actually don't mind Bell Trials. I quite like it. When I hated it when I sucked at it, but now that I'm actually quite good at Bell Trials, I quite enjoy it.
I just don't like that first junction. Everything else is fine, but that very first junction you have to do.
You're gonna tell her you're sorry.
Still
I don't mind it.
Bevelle Trials over Jose.
Huh? You're all the same.
I'd live in Jose Trials, okay?
That's a pretty shocking revelation.
No.
Boy. I'm gonna.
I've got nothing.
So you...
Of course not. Using.
There's also a lot of F&B skips in this section, which I really like.
I'm sorry, Rory. But these jokes, I just have to roar them from the top of my lungs. It gives me life. I don't know. I'm tired, okay? Oh. How are you guys doing? You alright?
Yeah, I'm doing fine actually.
Yeah.
Wide awake at the moment, which is nice.
Yeah, you sound pretty chipper.
Yeah. The worst of it is over, so... Of course, I haven't got to university yet.
Yeah, it's almost 5 in the morning for me, so it's starting to hit.
Look, don't get so down.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, like Happy Festival of Fireworks, yeah?
You can cram your happy festival, you big meanie.
You want to... Will you seek to...
If she continues this, sure as if no harebrained law.
Oh, sorry. I'm joining in. There we go.
I would join in, but kind of busy running.
That's no excuse. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Very welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Where was
The palace of...
Gramp? What's the matter, Gramp? Yuna's there. And that's all.
You got... God, Louie. It'll take a while to get to Pavel.
One of my favourite lines coming up.
Hmm? Oh, is it
Yeah. Destroy the ship and all go down together.
Fiends, there's nothing to do but
My favourite line.
And all go down together. You gotta learn to... If you crash the ship, leave the feet.
Yeah.
Riku, you good luck. I came to home quite thankfully.
Quick little shopping here with Rin. And pick up a halberd, a shimmering blade, and a seeker's armlet.
and then selling off the excess for more bribe money?
Oh, I ain't got an encounter.
Thank you. All proceeds.
Step away.
Annoying rare airship encounters.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Also opting to only sell the items that sold for the most, rather than just selling everything.
Yeah, I sold a few low gill items, but
Yeah, you didn't really get very many decent items to sell. So.
yeah.
Do low gill.
You're not gonna save for forever, eh?
Nope.
Dangerous.
Low saves.
Yeah, but with Evray, yeah, the autosave takes you to the fight instead of before the fight. So.
Yeah.
It's not nearly as bad with Sphere though. Like, not nearly as dangerous, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you touch the save sphere still to heal Kamari.
I'm loving the church clock.
This is why Amiibo liked.
It's adding so much atmosphere there. It's not even 10 AM, it's like 9:49.
9:49
it's Sunday.
During the church.
Yeah.
Oh.
They gave Berserk on Sunday.
Well, it's nearly the wedding scene on a Starcrawl stream, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Guess that's what it is.
Which one are you going to skip, Starcrawl?
You'll find out.
I'm just going to skip the opposite one, so at least people get to watch it.
Fair enough.
Alright, so this fight starts off with Titus defending and casting haste on himself. The defend just kind of changes the turn order into a much more favourable one. Then Riku is going to mix with a Lux Sphere with just about anything, in this case a map, for the Miracle Drink mix. What this does is gives your party members a guaranteed criticals until they die, or until the fight ends. And now he's just going to be taking 2 hits, 2 attacks from Evray. Hopefully Riku gets hit, but it doesn't really matter too much.
Oof, that's really bad. I'm out of elixirs and I don't have any X potions.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
But if Titus is high strength and the guaranteed crits, he does a lot of damage here. And Everay's pattern is, in this case, pretty simple. We'll just attack, charge the Poison Breath on one turn, and then use Poison Breath on the next turn. With the strat Starcrawl is going to be doing, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing Poison Breath, which is going to fill Riku's Overdrive. But with the 1720 HP is just enough to always survive Poison Breath. The most it will do to Titus is 1710. So...
He also got 2 water gems as well, which is great.
I think Titus didn't die there. Yeah, you had a 1 in 256 chance on Titus to not get poisoned.
Wow. I'm getting all the luck today.
Totally doesn't matter.
No.
But nice. Super rare.
Run is blessed.
It's something. I don't think I've seen that before.
You do steal attempts as well during that fight to try and get some water gems. You need 2 water gems for a fight later on, or like anything other than fire gems, really. It'll be explained more later, but yeah, that's fantastic. You got 2.
I'm gonna skip the wedding scene, so because I like the 7B.
Dylan's fight for that is going to be basically the same, except he's going to have to use Spiral Cut because he did not win the spool.
You not skip this scene, sorry?
I'm gonna skip the next one because I hate. I love the 7B and I hate the kissing one. So...
Are they?
You can
What's the
skip
time
either
difference?
one and they're about the same time.
Yeah, they're pretty much exactly the same.
Okay. Okay.
So now there's a gauntlet of 5 back-to-back fights with a bunch of beveled guards and some mech enemies. I believe the autosave saves here on PC, so there's not too much concern, but normally on PS2 if you die here you go back to before Every, so this is a pretty notorious place that you would die and have to do the previous fight again. So now it's just taking the opportunity to get some extra agility on a bunch of characters.
You can mean to pick up this spell.
Yes.
And Titus is going to teleport down. I guess he's already done the teleport.
Yeah, I've already done that.
Yeah, Titus teleports down to get use and steal for these fights as well. This is the reason Lulu bribed a bunch of sleeping powders earlier. It just takes care of these fights much quicker, just to throw some grenades, because it's AoE damage. Titus could one-shot all of these with attacks, but it's a little bit slower than just throwing grenades.
Don't forget to use a silence grenade.
Hey, an encounter.
In this fight, Titus attacks the mech enemies because they have a lot of HP, and with 2 sleeping powders or silence grenades, they're all the same really. Takes care of the rest of the fight. If you lose Blitzball here, again it's slightly different because Titus does less damage, it takes 2 attacks. You lose just a little bit of time attacking twice with Titus on these fights. And the 3rd fight is the same as the 1st fight, and the 4th fight is the same as the 2nd fight.
I like this bit because all the characters are like clipped into each other. If you skip that home intro, FF10.
Now with the 5th Bevel Guard fight, the optimal strat is to use a bomb core on the mech in the back, because it's weak to fire, and then using 2 sleeping powders or silence grenades to finish off the rest of the enemies. The reason this is done instead of using Titus's attack is because after you kill the front 2 guys, you normally run forwards. and then attack the enemy. But the running is kind of slow. So by killing them all at the same time, or just killing the bad guy first, you save having to run forward.
Yeah, that's why I used an Arctic Wind on Anima earlier instead of a Bomb Core, so I could save the Bomb Core for this fight.
Yeah. Those mechs are also weak to water, but the Dragon Scale, like the equivalent water elemental item, is not really feasible to get in the speedrun. Get Fish Scales instead, but those are weaker.
Yeah.
Again, Dylan's fight here is going to be slightly different because he has to use Spiral Cut.
At marriage, just for a chance to send me? Your resolve
He's doing
is
about
admirable.
1200 damage
All the more
to
fitting
1500
to be
damage
my
less
lovely
than you do with the Shrink Sphere. And you have to heal if Titus and Kamari get hit because they need to survive the Poison Breath. But if Riku gets hit, then you can just leave her dent.
Do you not?
Oh, 2 water gems for Dylan.
Your protect the Choco.
So I had to press the buttons really slow there because my TV went to turn itself into standby mode. So I had to pick up the control to fix it.
That's every down. Nice one.
And skip the FMV.
I am sorry, but it is for Yevon.
Aren't those weapons forbidden by Yevon?
There are exceptions.
And Yuna's about to commit suicide.
It's fine, she can fly.
I don't see it.
See, I skipped the grinding cutscene instead.
Rip.
Just so people could see both.
Fair enough.
Are they like approximately the same length?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just skip whichever one you don't want to see.
Just making it look like you're closer to Starcrawl than you really are.
This is food.
It's a motivational tactic.
Believe.
Don't forget to get Thundarker on Orin.
Not gonna. Don't worry.
Right, so since Dylan wasn't able to learn Thundarker on Wartega on Yuna earlier, he's learning it with Oron now, because Yuna's not in the party. But then later on, Yuna's going to be in the party with just Oron, so she can learn it off Oron then. Because to learn the spell off of someone, they have to be in the party, so... Whilst Waka knows the spell, Waka won't be in the party when Yuna needs it, so she can't learn it from Waka. So Oron has to learn it first to then be able to learn it from Oron. Probably kind of tricky to understand, but yeah, it's the backup. Gotta get that Thundarker.
Yeah, it's very important for Fire Purifier.
Well, there's still another backup for getting that much. There's like a backup for everything in this game if you know enough.
This elevator that Starcrawl is at is pretty tricky. I've seen lots of new runners not even realize there's an elevator and run down manually down the staircase.
Yeah, I've seen that and heard that quite a lot.
So this is... They betray... They treat...
The entrance.
One of the missable Albed primers right there, just chilling.
Come on, get it, Starcrawl.
Confident. Reset.
I don't want to give that Choco that advantage, Kappa.
You just have no respect for culture.
Do you have the same thoughts as Wacker about the Albed? Is that what this is?
Yes. Why would you want to learn their language?
Heli du Sadwe.
It means you.
And items that you get from Rin for it are pretty good.
Ooh.
It's not useful for the speedrun, but they are pretty powerful. Makes learning it
Underdog
actually worth
Secrets is pretty good.
Yeah, segmented speedrun uses the Albed primer compilation to get the Underdog secrets. We don't do it in the RTA speedrun in the speedrun, but for some reason we think it's acceptable and segmented. I don't know why, just the way it is.
Weird.
It's kind of a good thing, because if we did allow the Albed compilation, these strats would be a lot more random for these fights. You'd have to get a lot luckier.
Yeah.
Because if we had Underdog secrets here, we'd be able to use Quartet of 9, which is a mix that gives one character the ability to deal 9,999 damage with any attack.
Is the character chosen, or is it a random character?
It's random, so if
Right.
it's Riku, it's really bad, because Mix is rank 6.
Yeah.
So you could get Quartet of 9, it hit Riku, and then Riku would just die, potentially.
Alright.
But if you, you'd basically kill everyone really quickly, otherwise.
A lot of people have bad memories of this trial, the Vel trials, but it's really not as bad as people remember. Like, there's cycles, and you can just hold down X for the most part.
Yeah, once you've memorized the cycles, it's easy as pie, honestly.
Yeah.
Like there, I know it's always the second cycle, so I'll never miss it. What am I doing? I blame you, Math, Kappa.
You're welcome.
Oh. I must be tired, making mistakes. Rip.
Are you having fun playing with those spheres?
Oh, sorry, carry on.
No, I see. Go for it.
I was just gonna say, we're officially far enough in for that to be a reasonable excuse now.
Yeah.
Oh, we're over halfway through the relay as well.
Yeah.
It's been a good first half. I hope everyone enjoys the second half.
We're probably about halfway through when we started this game.
Yeah.
It's not going to be 88 hours, no. Unless something disastrous happens.
Can still happen.
The team log is pretty far behind now still, but they can definitely still catch up.
Yeah. It's doable.
And Flobberworm's been catching up slowly during the FF10 run. It's definitely closed the gap a little bit.
Yeah.
He didn't miss any of the skips except for the Mihan one, which all 3 runners missed. As well, getting the home FMV skip is another quick time save.
Starcrawl just went done the Bivouac trials now. It's a pretty awkward trial because it's the only one that requires you to use a Destruction Sphere. Which is probably why a lot of players struggle with it, because up to this point you're kind of taught that Destruction Sphere is just optional treasure, but here it's necessary.
Yeah, because you can't return to Revel Trials after, so they kind of force you to get it.
They did, however, kind of offset that by making there a second treasure that is optional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then what do we?
But rather than requiring the Destruction Sphere, that one requires you to bring a second sphere with you on the pedestal when you go up, or you can't get it.
We're gonna get the last Aeon now, which is not used. Because when you summon an Aeon for the first time, you always get the long animation. The game is routed such that we summon as few Aeons as possible. And so we only use Baleful and Shiva throughout the run.
Yeah.
The last 2 summons that you can get after this are optional, so we don't get them at all. The Mega Sisters and Yojimbo.
And Anima.
And Anima, yes.
They join with their human soul. The dead.
Yeah, they're useless. We only use Aeons at this point when we have to for Isaru. Summon a battle.
Riku shouts not to come out, and Tyler still comes out. Just another example of how stupid he is.
There's the you. I expected. Of.
Enter save menu. Rip.
That one always catches you out because it's a confirm Bahamut's naming, and then you get the save prompt as well.
Yeah.
The sacred offices to those on trial.
Maester.
Some you have then you have inflicted dire injury upon Maester Seymour Guado. Conspired with the Albed and joined in their insurrection. These are traitorous and unforgivable crimes that disturb the Order of Yevon. Tell this court what possessed you to participate in such violence.
You're... The real traitor... He killed...
What?
Not only... Maester Seymour...
It is a summoner's sacred duty. Yuna was only Grandmaster Mike.
Sin. You.
Fortunately, not much is going on all three screens.
Enlightened.
Yeah, pretty much stuck in cutscene city for the next little bit.
Yeah. I mean, Dylan's going through the trials, but not much to talk about.
I am a summoner. I am on a... Are you...
Where's the commentary hype? Well, I'm eating a donut, which is pretty exciting.
I want a donut now.
Just a regular glazed donut, you know.
Oh, boring.
But you can't go wrong with the classics.
No, I suppose not.
I suppose. Yes, it's better than no donut.
No matter how many suns they reap, yet the courage of those who fight gives the people hope. There is nothing futile in the life and death of a summoner.
Never futile.
In sea. Heaven is no. Those who
Lord.
Get me out of here!
You waste.
Man.
She's.
Show me. What?
Pushing pedestals, letting me down again.
What? Everything in.
Pedestal hitboxes are the greatest.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. I mean, everyone says these pedestals are so hard. I mean, you shouldn't put it on such a pedestal.
There's your
really
commentary,
trying for that one.
Yes, there is your commentary.
Come out.
Sentence.
Really now.
I still think it's really nice of them to only put the ones who can swim to the water and the rest somewhere else.
Yeah,
Still a
very
use.
considerate.
It's pretty interesting execution.
Yeah.
Floating down.
Well, they'd starve, wouldn't they? Can you eat a fiend?
I don't think so.
You can eat a dark flan.
Yeah.
It would just dissolve.
It would turn into fireflies if you try to eat it. It just...
What's up? Think they expect us? Oh,
Where's...
I don't...
Wonder if we should wait...
Let's wait it.
If there is...
How...
It seems my...
This is a pretty long cutscene section. Thankfully, most of the dialogue is skippable though.
She has... She can...
Let it. No one throw.
Yet there is... Place guards...
Sir. Allow me to do...
Wait.
You do not...
Would you trust?
Very well.
Finally, I can do something.
So this section of the Via Purifico is a giant maze, but I mean, as far as the speedrun is concerned, it's relatively straightforward.
Literally straightforward.
Literally straightforward.
That was a good one.
There must be an
I spoke to Rin 3 times there because I just couldn't do the menu. Just kept leaving it. I was like, no, I'm not finished.
Please fight with us.
Sure,
Yes, Starcrawl is taking the opportunity to fill Veilforce Overdrive in this fight. Just one boost and Waterra is enough for Overdrive.
One thing to note is that I've still got Shimmering Sentry on Oran, so I can't get ambushed, which is very helpful here.
Yeah, most runners replace the Sentry when they buy the Shimmering Blade from Rin, but that means you can get ambushed too.
Yeah, well, might get good when you can get lucky, right?
Exactly.
You can get good and lucky.
Well, I've learned otherwise in this relay.
Yeah, seriously.
Lady, we rode the airship.
Alright, Starcrawl's made it a Pokemon phone.
Yeah.
Even if you are, you're a
Cutscene fight.
It's actually a pretty fun fight. I quite enjoy it.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a first for everything, I suppose.
This fight takes quite a long time because it's our having the long animations.
It's like saying, wow, the Yevon fight.
Well,
what is Corker?
It's just got a really swag finish. Plus, I like using Aeons, so I've always liked Aeons.
The Energy Ray, I like it. Despite the fact that Energy Ray is using the long animation, it's still 1 second faster than Energy Blast short animation.
Oh, because of input delay, it's probably the same speed.
Probably, yeah.
No, it wouldn't be because it's already on the side menu. Then you're just pressing down. Doesn't matter, I think. It's only when you change between sub-menu that you have the input delay.
It's not
Yeah.
Flobber managed to get through Evray just fine.
GG.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal because we couldn't get attacked, so I had to force the poison breath. But it's okay.
That's a shame. Ideally, you don't want Shiva and crit health here, but
I'm pretty surprised she did not evade even once. Shiva likes evading.
yeah.
Maybe she was frozen stiff.
God damn it.
I'm sorry.
These puns are really solid, Mafu.
Yeah, the second fight there of Terrier, which Isari is for, is 12,000 HP, so you use Bizarro once and then just boost until you have Diamond Dust. And use that. And then with Spati, which is Bahamut, it's got 20,000 HP. And you use Grand Summon for this one to have Diamond Dust. Spati doesn't attack at all, he just charges Mega Flare and uses that over and over. So the only way to get Overdrive refilled after the last fight is to use Grand Summon. And it's just going to be 4 Bizarres and Diamond Dust. Need to get over 2,500 with each Bizarre.
Which is fine. That's what we got all those magic spheres for.
Yep. Yeah, with this magic stat it's fine. If you have slightly less magic, if you didn't get enough AP on Yuna, then it's a damage roll of going above or under 2,500. So sometimes it needs an extra attack to go below 10,000.
That's another reason why I like that fight. It's a very swag finish. She was just clicking her fingers, Bahamut dies. And that's the fight.
Sorry. Easy peasy. For some reason on the PC version the music just cuts at the end of the fight instead of fading out or anything. It's pretty weird. I thought my game crashed the first time that happened to me.
Yeah. Same.
There has been no game crashes yet, which is great. I haven't now jinxed it.
Don't jinx it.
For Team Tonberry. Sorry, Star.
No!
Too bad.
Alright, so now on to the hardest boss, other than you, Yevon, of course.
There's not much going on in this area. It seems pretty fishy to me.
Is this what it feels like to be subjected to this?
Yes.
Only worse.
I'd say for the most part, this segment is going pretty swimmingly.
Oh my god.
Oh.
So very Altan is a zombie, so you can just throw Phoenix Downs or Elixir's high potions, not high potions, X potions.
Easy game.
Elixir's and X potions have a slightly faster animation than Phoenix Downs, so those are preferable, but I guess Starcrawl doesn't have any of those.
Yeah, I used them both on Every, because I didn't have any explosions.
Phoenix Downs are absolutely fine, just a little bit slower. Just as long as you make sure you have one Phoenix Down left for you, Evan. You don't need any others at this point.
I had 5 X potions before the start of Every, which I don't think I've ever had that many. I wonder where they came from.
It's just workers in Lucas, the red drop.
Okay.
Workers.
From splicing, I would imagine.
Definitely.
You think you would get away with it since everyone's eyes is on the other teams, but no. I'm on to you.
Didn't even see when I had a petrify grenade, so I have much faith in you.
Is that why you thought you could get away with it?
Just gave us some like 10 petrify grenades.
Just quickly activate boosters, all items, yes please.
Just quickly turn on 10-2. No one's watching. Was that energy blast still in?
Yeah.
Losing a second.
Not proud.
Yeah,
I think,
that's going to be the time loss that costs me. Damn.
I think it's worth doing energy blast in PC because the menu lag to go down to energy ray makes it not worth it anymore.
It shouldn't matter because you don't get the like going to the sub menu. But I mean, it's 1 second either way, so who really cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Basically nothing. I mean, the time it takes to change the energy rate normally is hardly worth it as it is.
I have. He was and great, trembling at unseen, chased by his fears, never knowing rest. You see, now he has no worries.
This fight with Theria kind of takes a pretty random amount of time because the different attacks you can do.
Terrier being the Istarius Valafor.
Yeah.
So if all life were to, do you
I think the most optimal is like attack Sonic Wings or something.
come with me to
Or just 3 attacks. I don't really know what the best is, but Sonic Wings is sometimes annoying, sometimes a good thing.
And for this,
It usually means Valfor gets 2 turns in a row,
your life and become the next sin.
but it's sometimes a good thing.
Destroy Spira. I will save it.
You're totally nuts.
Going down to 165 HP and so almost dying. Starcrawls went down to 300 and I thought that was low.
Yeah.
Very well. I will give you your death. You seem to want it so.
Oh, Flubber remembered how to use elevators.
Yeah, it's just about to run down for a minute as well.
No.
He's a guardian.
That's right. Yeah, and you know what that means? Yuna?
Anywhere?
Yeah.
Well then, let's.
Hey, come on! Hey!
Me too.
I'm waiting to see if Starcrawl does it. Let's see.
So even though I've already got Dispel on Kamari, I'm going to get it here as well, just for safety, because there is a slight chance that Kamari can die.
I always see people like move in the wrong direction as soon as they get out of that cutscene, but you went straight into the menu. Ruined.
So in this area, you tend to get 3 encounters, sometimes 2 if you're lucky.
It's last chance to get Summon of Shame as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. After this, Yuna won't be in the party anymore. It'll just be Titus, Riku, and Kamari pretty much exclusively.
Live and let live.
This is your better opportunity to get Riku's overdrive filled if for some reason it isn't filled from every.
Which I have never seen happen.
Well, it wouldn't unless you Spiral Cut or something, before poison breath.
Yeah.
Okay, Seymour Nace was a pretty straightforward fight. He's gonna haste and talk again, same as the first Seymour fight. The talk gives +10 strength, which is gonna increase Titus's damage for the rest of the fight. You're just gonna Thundaga for a bit of damage. This is debatably worth it. Even though it's 4,000 damage, the animation from Yuna is pretty slow, so actually ends up being kind of questionable whether it's worth it. It's pretty situational. Setting up the Reflect with Kamari basically makes Titus invincible for this fight, so long as you don't throw up too many other buffs. If you have too many buffs on the party, then the Mortal Body will use a spell called Desperado, which dispels all buffs. So just have haste and protect, and that's enough for him to not use it, but also make Titus essentially invincible.
You know what? I've never seen anyone use Despair with Kamari before.
Yeah, both of us are going for that strat.
So, yeah, it's pretty interesting.
It just makes so much sense.
Well, you have to use Thundaga with Yuna, I guess, is the trade-off.
Yeah.
The other thing you can do in the fight is, before you talk to Seymour, you initially haste, then you switch to Brotherhood.
Yeah, that's what I did. Well, I didn't switch to Brotherhood, but I did switch. We did switch.
But then you'd have to equip Sonic Steel again.
Yeah.
We escaped.
It's debatable whether it's worth.
I felt like I should, but nothing.
It depends, because it can save you time if you get good luck. It can skip, like I've managed to skip Flare in the past with it.
We will have to.
Said you were.
Yeah, Natus has 3 phases. In the first phase, it's just 33% of his HP for each phase. At the start, he casts multi-elemental spells, basically the same as the first Seymour fight. So he'll cycle like multi-Blazara, multi-Thundara, etc.
I always thought that this would be easier.
And then after 33%, he'll start spamming Break, which is just Petrify on random party members.
It'd be a shame if you didn't see Flare though, because I'd really like to see more.
I've been trying so hard.
Just stop the madness.
Maybe you're trying too hard.
Yeah, the last third of his health he spams Flare.
Everything.
Which if you have Reflect, then he flares himself. Sometimes kills himself.
I've only seen it
Pretty
once
good.
so far. Yeah.
You missed the overkill, but that doesn't matter at this point. You don't need AP anymore.
You know.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just, you know, all those things I said. Like, let's go get Sin, or about Xanarkand.
So yeah,
I didn't know what
Starcrawl's
would
at
happen to you, Yuna.
another big
I guess
break now.
I hope it didn't make you sad.
I'll try and move directly out of this cutscene bit just for you, Matthew.
Alright,
We'll see how it goes.
I wasn't sad.
make me proud.
I was happy.
Run away from Seymour even further.
It's definitely a good example of Titus not going where you tell him to go. Probably get better movement if you hold down here instead of up.
Yuna! Just don't do it.
The pilgrimage?
No, yeah. That's right.
Forget all about Sin. About being a summoner. Forget all of that. You know,
Oh, hey.
live a normal life.
Flopper made it past without
Now,
trials.
what do you say?
Yay!
Suspicious.
Maybe I will.
Does she wait? I'll be like finishing New Yevon once everyone else is on Braska's finally on by the end.
Yeah. Except Riku.
It's a pretty big time save.
She'd be with you. Lulu and Waka
Tonberry and Choco will somehow mysteriously crash at Yevon.
My last crash was at Sin Fin.
No, I should tell him.
That was fun.
He deserves it.
I get first try, no encounters armor. Easy.
What'll I do if I give up my...
Ooh, nice Dylan. I saw that.
Hey, Xanarkin.
Spicy.
Let's go to Xanarkin. Not the one in Spira, the one I'm from. Yeah, we can all fly there. Everyone can go. Then we'll have a big party at my place.
And then we could see Blitzball.
That's right.
Your Xanarkin Abes would play?
Yeah.
We could all watch you play, in the stadium all lit up at night. I'd cheer and cheer till I couldn't cheer anymore.
Yeah, right on.
Well, what about after the game?
We'd go out and have fun.
Crap.
In the middle of the night?
No problem.
There's nothing more annoying than moving to the incorrect node in the sphere grid. Because you gotta wait for it to reach its destination and then go, nope, that's not right.
Before the sunrise. The city lights go out one by one. The stars fade. Then the horizon glows, almost like it's on fire. It's kinda rose-colored, right? First in the sea, then it spreads to the sky, then to the whole city. It gets brighter and brighter, till everything glows. It's really pretty. I know you'd like it.
I'd like to see it. Someday.
Well, you can, Yuna. We can both go.
So Dylan is actually fully corrected since getting special spheres now. He's got the 2 spells on Yuna that she needs.
I just can't.
So yeah, it's just a little bit of extra menuing, and it's just a Wendigo fight really. That's just a major troll.
And rip. Stick it in now. Left it on a little bit, just to troll you.
Wow.
Getting 2 crits on this fight has really helped me.
Wow, yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah, the crits are nice.
Quick fight. That's the last fight that's different with Blitzball strength. Just the strat is exactly the same, just a little bit slower because you deal slightly less damage.
And yet, even if I was with you,
Yeah, no, Sateki Dene. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not actually sorry, but...
Yeah, sorry. Gotta go fast, you know?
I'll go with you.
Gotta go fast.
I feel like there should be some agreement just to watch the cutscene, but too late for that.
Gotta go fast, more like, gotta not get copyrighted.
Unless I'm...
Ah, that too.
stay with me until the end, please?
Not until the end. Always.
Always then.
It's like the longest break in the PS2 version, but with the FMV skip, it's not as long in the PC version.
In the PS2 version, this break is 10 minutes long.
Yeah.
It's long enough for someone to stop and do an entire FF3 credits warp run in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Or make a steak dinner.
I've seen someone went for a shower once during this cutscene. Someone went down to the local convenience store.
Yeah.
I go down to the convenience store in the laughing cutscene.
Okay.
It's literally that close.
Wait, I'll go with you.
Although I will run there in this one sometimes.
So we'll be heading on to Calmlands in a minute. Well, we actually did quite a lot of stuff. It's actually quite an important place.
Yeah, there's some setup for a lot of the later fights in the run that happens in the Calmlands.
Yeah.
Sir Orin? Waka? Lulu? Kamari? Riku? Everyone, we leave at dawn. And I'm sorry for putting you through all this. And
Enough. You need your rest.
yes. Good night.
The come. Long ago, the road beyond there.
Many summoners.
I was gonna say this is calm, but that's just easy pickings, really.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. But
Yeah,
I
that's-
decided not to.
Gotta expect more from myself. I need some sort of standards.
I mean, you did say it anyway, so I don't know.
Yeah, you kind of did.
Known where to go.
Keep a close eye on Lulu during this scene.
I
For those who haven't seen it yet, it's
won't let you die.
Really?
hilarious.
Find a way.
Let me sit up.
Very close eye on Lulu. As they're walking away.
This better be good.
Let's go.
Just floating in midair. Gliding along.
What? I'm keeping on to that one. That's a good one.
Nice. I have to do a full bribe.
Yeah, so this is the second bribe of the speedrun. We used to bribe a flame plan for fire gems.
It's about 23 of them.
Yeah, they might need varies because of one boss fight. It's not quite fixed, but
I think 23 is being safe.
I got
23 is a
15.
pretty good amount. 15.
Yeah, I generally aim for around 24, 25, but I also try to be careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to steal some from bombs in Pegazet.
Yeah, you get the majority of the fire gems here, and then you can just rest later on. Gonna need a bunch of those for a lot of boss fights from now on.
Yep. It's like the main thing we use from here on out.
Yeah, all the boss fights from here on out are relatively straightforward.
We'll get through this.
Could have stolen from the flan, but I'll just save them for bombs.
Yeah.
You know, still like about 1 on average from a flame flan, whereas you can steal like 2 at a time from bombs. So.
Another quirk
Or
here.
with the rare still 3.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the rare steals are 3 with grenades, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting thing here with the Calmlands is once you get to the top left area, there's a rare fiends section where you get some stronger enemies. But as you pass into that specific area, the chance to get an encounter is reset. So there's kind of an invisible kind of trigger here when you pass through from the weaker area to the stronger area. So sometimes you get like an extra long run if you're about to get an encounter and then you enter the strong fiends area and your encounter chance resets.
A Marlboro. Sarah's good friend.
Yeah, it's a great Marlboro. There's a difference. Marlboro is just a baby. Marlboros only use bad breath if you attack them 7 times. Otherwise, they won't use it. So come all the way to the northwest side of the Calmlands to get chocobos. You have to first learn to ride one, so you have to do the first minigame. You don't have to do the others.
But if you want to display catch a chocobo for everyone, then you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, if you want to show off your skill.
I think I'll pass.
You're ahead, you got time.
I hear Mafu is the real expert at catch a chocobo.
It's a good minigame.
So now that we've unlocked chocobos, we are able to access the Remium Temple in the bottom right.
Yeah, this is a pretty big detour off the main path, but it's well worth it.
The main point of going through this big detour is so that we get access to Wings to Discovery, which is a very important mix item. So this trip to Remium Temple will allow us to do the Chocobo racing minigame in here, and completing it with 5 treasures, I believe it is.
3.
3 treasures
Yeah,
gets you the Wings to Discovery, and using that to mix gives you trio of 999.
You gotta
basically makes every single boss from here on out rather trivial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 2 races we have to do, because the first race, no matter how many chests you get, you'll win the Cloudy Mirror. So we just do the first race without picking up any chests. We go to the bottom as fast as we can, and then we proceed to do 3 chests. But Starcrawl, are you ready? Do you think you can ride this chocobo?
Yeah, I think I can. Might be a bit tricky, but I think I can.
Yeah, well, if you're having trouble, you should gas him up with the greens and let him go.
Yeah. mean, I feel a bit of a traitor riding a chocobo, but
You can do it on a Tonberry instead if you want.
Just waddle down there on a Tonberry.
Oh, I nearly panicked. So I was like, oh, you missed the chest.
No, when getting the chest, you also have to avoid the poles on the way down. But like Mifunian explained, you always get the Cloudy Mirror on the first trip.
Yeah, if you hit a pole, then you'll just get a potion or something.
Yeah. It's nice to get 3 chests and not hit any poles on the way down. It's usually better to be safe than sorry here. The controls are notoriously bad in this minigame.
Yeah.
As well as just the rest of the game in general. I mean, the controls aren't really any different. I guess they're just a little bit faster here, so it's more noticeable. Yeah, if you hit a single pole, you'll forfeit your reward, essentially. You have to do it again. But there's not really any risk of losing the race to the other Chocobo.
Yeah, free chest is pretty easy.
Yeah.
Suddenly start getting a little frustrating once you get to the 4 and 5 chest race. Good job.
So here we're just going to do a quick menu. Basically, it's some item management. We're moving around the items that we discovery in the first, fire gems in the second. Just basic inventory management.
Yeah, it just makes it a bit easy to get to.
Now Dylan is starting to calm down, so we'll see how many fire gems he gets with his bribe. You can also choose to do 2 bribes instead of just 1. It really depends on how much gil you have.
Yeah, I didn't have enough for 2 bribes, so I had no choice. Had to do 1.
Make sure you bribe the correct monster. That helps.
Yeah.
Like pillow potions. Yay.
It's nothing worse than spending all your money on the wrong monster.
There's some gil in Bicknell Desert that, depending on how much gil you're sitting on, might be worth it to pick up. Especially if you're gonna do 2 bribe strats.
2 bribe is basically if you get like an alchemy weapon or a silent strike weapon for a lot of money. Dylan is going for 2 bribes. He's got 86k, so basically 2 40k bribes. Should get him about 12 fire gems per bribe.
Hopefully.
It's pretty random.
Summons from
Incoming 8 fire gems.
Yeah, like 8 or 9 with this amount of money. 10. It's not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah,
not
that's
bad.
fine.
Lord Seymour's command.
So he's going to take the time to do another bribe, which will probably get him at least another 10 fire gems usually. But obviously takes more time to do. Where Starcrawl bribed for 64k or something gil.
Yeah, about that.
And got 15 fire gems. So the amount you get kind of scales with the amount you spend. Kind of minimum you can get away with here is like a 30k gil bribe, but it can sometimes miss.
That
If a bribe
is actually really nice.
bribe missing is not really the end of the
Here
world.
we go. Right.
So here you see the first instance of Trio of 9999.
Ooh. Oh, sweet. Hit Riki. That filled her overdrive.
Yeah.
Make sure you heal Kamari.
Yeah.
Made a mistake before of not healing Kamari. It's not good.
No.
That's 22 total, so
Probably healed Riku as well. While I was at it, but oh.
So yeah, as already explained, Trio of 9999 makes all your attacks hit for that amount of damage, and fire gems hit for 5 times in a single turn. So that's nearly 50k damage each turn.
Yeah.
It is pretty overpowered.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
It's why Riku's the best character in the game. Because her mix is just so overpowered if you use it correctly.
Sometimes, Yuna, I finally understood. She was...
And more breaks.
Yep.
Both Dylan and Starcrawl getting 11.8 on the race.
They weren't told, but this is actually what decides the winner of the relay.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Flubber.
Pretty tough to
That'll
beat.
be 11.8.
Yeah, 11.8 is pretty good.
Then we'll have to rematch on Catch a Chocobo.
The dangerous game.
Gagazet is Ronso land, sacred mountain of Yevon. The mountain will not bear the footsteps of infidels.
Enemy of
Yeah, this is another pretty long cutscene.
That was some good teamwork for Dylan there, riding his own teammates.
Then you will die by those words.
So be it.
Team Choco loses this race or hits a pole or something. You're gonna be pretty disappointed.
Nothing but a bunch of low-down tricksters, eh?
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
We have no regrets.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
A summoner and her guardians.
Lord Kelgranso, if I may. Have you not also turned your back on Bavel?
But still, you guard Gagazet as a Ronso, not a Maester. Yuna is much the same.
Elder Kelk! Let Biran rend them asunder! No escape, not one!
No.
Flubber's coming up to the next split now, which is the Seymour native split.
You have been branded a traitor, but still you would fight sin. Lost to the temple, hated by the people, yet you continue your
And he does the
pilgrimage?
Kamari dispel too. I'm doing something wrong apparently.
What do you fight?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this strat either, but I guess it's the new hot thing.
I fought for Spira. The people long for the calm.
I haven't done it
Good
that
job.
often. It's like the third, maybe the third time I've done it. Or it was, should I say.
Skipped all the breaks, skipped all the flares. It's a pretty good fight.
Yeah, if you get lucky, it can be really fast.
This I can do.
I thought about when you've won Blitzball incorporating using Spiral Cut in there, because generally you have to do one attack on Natus while he's protected with Tidus. So using his overdrive there would obviously negate that.
You wouldn't have the overdrive though if you didn't win Blitzball. You'd have to use it on every.
So that's what I mean. It only works if you win Blitzball because you don't have to use it on every.
Yeah.
If you switch weapon or switch items with Tidus, then Kamari goes straight after protect.
See, I didn't get that because I crit.
Yuna, we bow to your will. Now go.
Quick time. Oh, the church bells are going again.
Of Gagazet welcome you.
Alright. I'm gonna save here for a very good reason.
So the upcoming fight is rather interesting. It's a 1-on-2, and your party is the party with the one character. It's basically Kamari versus Biran and Yankee.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy fight, but you need to get the common drop from at least one of them. The common drop is a return sphere, and the rare drop is a friend sphere.
Yeah, that's why I saved, because there's no auto-save between the big cutscene in this one. So, if I get friend spheres and have to rely on the auto-save, it's a massive time loss.
Yeah, there's a 1 in 8 chance to get a friend sphere, which is bad. And if he gets 2 friend spheres, which would be 1 in 64 to get the rare drop from both of them.
Yeah.
Then it's not run over, but it'd be really, really bad. Probably dying.
Yeah, it's faster just to reset rather than actually
safer the reset.
do the detour.
Unlikely to happen, but who knows? It's a relay, it's a marathon.
It's happened to me twice. It can happen again.
Your game is cursed. Yeah, there's a couple of different strats you can do for this, depending on what you want to get out of it, really. Most commonly, it's just what Starcrawl's doing, it's just throwing 2 items to kill them both.
That's the fastest one.
What you can do is just defend until Brand charges or bulldozes to the other side. And then you can use fire gems, which because they're separated, the fire gem will target the same one. And then you can get overkills on both of them, which will get you double drops. So you'll, in a bad scenario, still get 2 return spheres and 2 friend spheres.
Double drops. Get it?
Unintentional pun.
I was trying not to validate that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got the return spheres.
Hey.
But I fear that no.
Which means Dylan will get friend spheres.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah, I definitely recommend saving before Barani Yankee, just to be on the safe side.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
With you.
I wasn't going to take that chance.
Unfortunately, Dylan's Defender X didn't hit Riku, so he's going to have to fill Riku's overdrive somewhere on that exit. But it also didn't hit Kamari, so he doesn't need to heal before the next fight. But I guess he's going to save anyway, so that'll heal him.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't need to heal Kamari because I was saved, but I did it just because I wasn't sure if I was going to save or not.
The reason he needs the return spheres is because that's the item you need to customize First Strike. It's the ability that Titus has been using on his weapon up to this point. It's First Strike to get him the first turn in battle. And now he has return spheres, so he can give that ability to Riku and Kamari through customizing.
I think I might save before Barani Yankee as well, but not because of the friend spheres, but because of the soft lock.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, I haven't had that yet, but you have, so.
PC version is just randomly frozen the fight for Flower before.
Yeah.
PC version.
Fortunately, I'm having better luck this relay than I did last marathon. I did have a 10. I had like 3 crashes in my last marathon run.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah. Like one of them was a hard crash, 2 of them soft locks.
Yeah, PC version is not very stable in speedruns for some reason, but today it's gone pretty well for all of them so far. No crashes yet.
Jinx it again.
Well, you know,
jinxing
it. The Jinx didn't do anything before, so it won't do anything now.
Well, all my crashes and soft locks so far have been late game, like Barani Yankee, Inside Sin.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 so far.
This is the area Starcrawl now needs to make up for his fire gem count. So he bribed 15 earlier, and he's going to need probably another 8 fire gems from the various grenade encounters.
Yeah, we've got 4 already, which is nice.
So just 4 more and you're probably good. If you encounter more, it might be worth getting more still, just for extra safety.
Yeah. I would have stolen from that, but ambush, so it wasn't. So no way am I stealing. Should maybe have Oren in the party, but...
Nah. You're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so first strike gives you the first turn even in an ambush, so Oren's initiative is not necessary anymore.
Yeah, just make sure you don't get ambushed so you can steal, but it's not worth it.
Yeah. I use it in Calmlands for fire gems, personally.
Yeah, I do it in
Sometimes
Calmlands
you
as
just
well.
don't encounter very many flame clans, or any, or the one you do is an ambush and you can't ride.
Oh, a bandit snatch. You want to catch that?
No, it's a strength.
It's not too late to turn this to a nemesis run.
Yeah, just go back to Calmlands real quick.
Another bandit snatch.
Oh, preemptive, nice. Damn. I only got 2. 21.
Yeah, the steals. So steal, the chance to successfully steal halves after every successful steal, so Titus's initial steal there is guaranteed, but each one after that is just halved every time you steal successfully.
Just been safe.
Do you have 2 water gems, do you?
Yeah, 2 water gems. I got 25 fire gems, I believe now. So.
Yep. Look, you're ready to go then.
Yep.
Yeah, so fire gems are used on basically every boss fight from now on, in the same method you saw on Defender X. But there is one boss fight that absorbs fire, so we need a different elemental gem for that one. Which will be the water gems he got from Every quite a while ago.
The controller ate my up input, so I ended up entering the save menu.
What's going on over at Dylan's stream? Is this some kind of Ronso thing?
Oh my god. I'm through the strength.
We just don't... Until we do... Let's go to Xanarkand. We'll find something there. It'll all come together. I know it.
Hey. Just now, you sounded like a leader, you know?
Star of...
So now we're on to Seymour Flux, which is a relatively RNG dependent fight.
Yeah, this is why it's kind of indeterminable how many fire gems you need for the speedrun, because this fight is a little bit random.
Now is your time to...
Because although fire gems hit for 5 times every time you use them, the target is random for each hit of the fire gem.
Yeah, the amount of fire gems you have to use is always in a state of flux.
Allow me to say
I saw that one coming as well.
Should have known.
Okay.
Yours was truly a gallant race.
I saw an opportunity, I guess.
You should see more opportunities.
You
don't understand you.
Allow Kimari to die and release him from his pain. Spira is a land of suffering and sorrow caught in a spiral of death. To destroy.
But yeah, Seymour Flux is amongst the casual players known as a very difficult gatekeeper to the rest of the game. It's a very hard boss casually.
The difficulty spike definitely ramps up in this area.
Yeah. So it's always funny to see how people react to the speedrun kill of this guy.
What do you know?
I was stuck here myself for a very long time on my first playthrough.
Yeah, I was as well.
Everyone was.
Definitely one of the hardest bosses, casually.
I remember the day I discovered you could use bio on him. It was like the happiest day of my childhood.
Like the first time I got here, I went back and did some Monster Arena stuff with Yuna. And Tonberry my way through her sphere grid so that I could just summon Bahamut and kill him in one hit.
Bad first fire gem.
So yeah, the if it hits Seymour, it's the higher number. I don't know if that's been explained or not.
No.
Yeah.
They also hit Seymour. Is it 8 times? He hits you need
7.
7?
Yeah,
I think it's
7.
Right, yeah, because the more what he deals 1 hit. So yeah, like Matthew said, the higher up
Wow,
number is the
these
hit
5
on
gems?
Seymour. The lower number is on the mortal body, which is bad. So that was 2 hits on Seymour out of 5.
Hit Riku, hit Riku. Fuck. Oh shit, sorry. This is really scary now.
You're right.
You're fine, yeah. The risk of dying in this fight is very, very low.
Unless you accidentally haste the boss instead.
Yeah.
There's no reason to even haste Kimari.
Possibly could have done that before.
That's the second F1 that I've thrown today. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. I hope you've enjoyed Starcrawl. You'll never see him again.
PG-13 doesn't stand for like 13 times you can swear, you know.
That was a pretty bad flux fight though. But...
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Usually it's somewhere between 2 and 5 fire gems. 2 is the best you can get.
Yeah.
5 is typically the worst you'll see. I mean, it's possible to get more.
Oh, Titus, please.
You know.
Sins.
Oh,
My old man.
Luke just, I mean, Flubber got an unlucky encounter there, right before the transition in Calmlands.
I don't know how or why he did it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. So if you got like an extra step, the encounter chance would have reset.
And when I did, I knew it was true. My old man's spirit is suffering. Sorry.
Yeah, I totally said flux. You guys all misheard wrong, Kappa.
Sin is your father. Still, you know, I must.
I know. I think my old man.
You'd.
So I believe Dylan has less fire gems to steal.
Yeah, I've done 1 steal and now I'm on 24, so I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm getting a little. Why?
See if Flubber bops the 11.8 set by the other 2. Taking the side bumping strat. If you just hold left or hold right until the end, you can just readjust, and it's pretty easy.
Oh, is that 11.8 as well?
I think it was. It was.
Now we have to do catch a chocobo.
Yeah.
Or a death match.
Peter, just going back to Calmlands.
wield's power.
Hey,
Look not to others.
you need...
No. This is our...
I'm not sure if you're able to play Blitzball on Gagazet, but it could be another opportunity to play Blitzball. I think you probably can't because of story reasons, but I'm not certain. Enter the Blitzball menu and leave to reset the encounter chance. I don't think you can do it on Gagazet.
No, I don't think so either. It's a pretty big plot point right now. Titus is about to find out that he's a dream.
Oh, wow.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. Yeah, sorry, guys.
We could still
Swearing,
like 5
spoiling,
minutes
please.
on that.
Remember me. But that
Hasn't
wasn't...
got there yet.
I've known about you.
I mean, Titus is completely real. He's not a dream at all. Stanley King is a real place, and he transported 1,000 years into the future.
Look, just don't let.
Shalinda's a good character.
I mean, that must be why Yuna got so attracted to Titus. She just finds him really dreamy.
Okay. Okay.
I'll give you that one.
Are you... I don't have time.
Yo, it's not that...
Huh?
Long...
Yeah.
Yes. Pavel's Machina assured the summoner Xanark. That's why we...
What?
The remaining summoner, they all became...
The summoning.
No. A Xanark. The dreams of the... They summoned all the...
The people.
Yes.
See how many fire gems it takes Dylan to kill Flux?
And if the fate...
Can't be too much worse than what you have.
Yeah.
Should save some time here.
I went through this before the stream, and I had 9 out of the 10 hits hit Flux. So there's my
Yeah.
good luck gone.
Yeah, I did a practice run earlier, and I got it in 2 fire gems, which was insane. So I used up all my good luck there.
Yeah.
So what?
We've been dreaming. Would you, both you and your father, sin the...
What?
You two are...
That was nearly disastrous.
Just a little... Maybe
Yeah, at least it would have been one guaranteed hit. So 3 hits on the first fire gem is not too bad. 2 fire gems still possible if all 5 hits of this hit the correct target, which is not the case. 3 out of 5 again.
You called...
It'd be faster now to attack twice instead of using another fire gem. Also saves the fire gem, which is kind of
Nothing
nice.
like a good...
Oh, I miscounted. Never mind. Oh no, it's right. Yeah, no, I'm bad. It's 7 hits plus the hit from Mortal Body. I keep thinking it's 8 hits because he has 80,000 HP, but the Mortal Body's absorption counts as 1.
Nice encounter to raise Riku's overdrive.
Yeah, at this point, random encounters are almost entirely just to refill Riku's overdrive. And she needs to take 1,200 damage to refill her overdrive in one hit. So you kind of need to be selective with which encounters you let that happen in. You want to make sure the enemy that's hitting Riku is an enemy that can deal 1,200 damage.
We're coming up to what is arguably the hardest puzzles in the game, the Gagazet Trials. The first one is what separates the casual players from the star players.
Yep. Let's see what we did there.
So the idea with the first one is, with Waka, you just have to throw the blitz ball and hit it into the center.
Yeah, you don't want to hesitate. You just want to blitz it.
Exactly.
First try. GG.
Starcrawl confirmed star player.
Yep.
Star player of which team?
Sanark and Abe's.
Team Tonberry.
Well, so you're just saying you're better than all the other speedrunners on your team, I see.
Oh.
Well,
Ooh.
well. No.
Riku's got her overdrive. The Gagazet Caves is just a run through. I hope you don't get encounters. Not much else to it. The rest of the game is pretty straightforward now. Just refill Riku's overdrive and make some fire gems. There is some kind of slight details in some of the fights, so make sure you don't die. But nothing too crazy.
And now we come up to quite possibly the hardest minigame in the entire game.
I don't know, the check shot is pretty tough, but I guess this might be a little bit harder.
Yeah. Got it first try. GG.
Wow, nice. To be fair, we can mock how stupid and easy some of these minigames are, but this game is still home to one of the hardest minigames in existence.
Yeah.
So, you know, just be glad Chocobo Catcher isn't mandatory.
Yeah.
I would prefer these easier minigames over that.
That's why I will never run Nemesis %.
Yeah, same.
That's the reason why I did run Nemesis %. So after the swimming section, you need to make sure you switch Waka out of the party. Waka gets forced in for the swimming. It's pretty easy to forget to switch Kamari back.
Yeah, I've done that. I mean, it's easy to deal with if you do forget. You just haste Tidus. But
Nothing. Then.
How many sticks you think we can get out of these?
I think that's the first time I've heard that quote from Waka.
yeah, I've heard it so many times.
What the? How many steaks for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say, is this edible?
I didn't get that one. But
It comes.
There's still time.
yeah, there is still time. Yeah, this is a pretty straightforward boss. Again, just Wings Discovery and Fire Gem.
Yeah, this is about as simple as it gets. It's only got 40,000 HP, so it dies to one fighter. Just defend next gem, done. Easy fight.
Yep.
If it does get a turn, however, you're in for a world of hurt. Its first turn is pretty deadly. I forget what it's called exactly, but it deals a lot of damage and a lot of side effects. So you will die if you get hit by it.
Yeah.
It's called like Photon something.
Photon Wings, yeah, might be it.
Mr. Svanzig Killer or something? I don't know.
I know.
It's a nasty boss fight, casually.
Means that there's not much time
Redeeming
left.
thing is that it only has 40,000 HP.
Fine. I'll think on the way.
Hey.
2 return series. GG.
Almost there.
Nice.
Nice.
What's so funny?
You remind me of myself. Before, when we arrive, he will fight. I thought my mind, but when I stood...
This is a pretty slow portion of the run.
Legendary Guardian.
But then after Unesco, it picks up again.
A boy about your age, actually.
You sure?
I wanted to change.
Not even after Unesco. It's like 20 minutes.
Well, no.
Yes. I have to double check that.
That is
It's a lot of cutscenes after Alaska.
Well, after all the cutscenes are done. Once you actually start fighting Sin, then it's all.
Still another 30 minutes or more until Alaska as well.
I missed the blitz ball.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, rip.
This
Shame.
game's kind of a troll, because you can only actually get the center, I think, once in every 3 cycles or something.
Yeah.
So if you miss it once, you have to actually wait quite a while.
Why didn't that work? That was fine.
What about that one?
The middle thing was in
Throw
the
it,
way.
throw it. You got this.
Hey, you missed
Oh,
the
it's not gonna be
cycle
this
now.
one.
Yeah.
No.
A city I had to see with my own eyes.
So you have to
Alright.
wait.
Next cycle. You
Yeah.
got this.
Oh,
That would have been it. It's all going wrong.
hey,
like this.
Hey.
GG, finally.
like 3 of those were 5.
There we go.
The last chapter.
Bouncing off air.
My story. My thoughts, they kept floating up and then slipping through my fingers. Slipping away before I could pin them down with words.
Yuna, I say no.
It's a pretty frustrating minigame if you miss it the first try.
Yeah. That's why you get it on first try, like me, Kappa.
First try
That's-
bust.
Yeah.
I thought the theme of this run was why get good when you can get lucky.
Last chance to enjoy the singing Ronsos on the left.
Yeah.
You'll never see Ronsos again. Rest in peace.
Shouldn't we think about it some more? There's gotta be some kind of way we can save you, Yuna.
All my life, I knew this moment would come.
Yuni.
Thank you, Riku.
Thank you for everything. Don't say that, Uni. It's not over yet. Tell Sid. Thank you. No. You can tell him yourself. Please. Uni, don't say that because we're gonna see each other again, okay?
Yeah, another cutscene.
Let's go.
Did you use your special spheres, by the way, Dylan?
I haven't, no.
Oh, okay.
Never really looked into the best things to do with them.
The best thing to do is get Flea on Riku and bribe on Tidus, in my opinion.
Not the best thing, but it's a pretty safe and easy thing to do, yeah.
Yeah.
I get Flea on Riku and then steal on Tidus.
Right. You already have steel.
Kimari, when my father wanted
Ha!
you,
Then you could just bribe Flea on encounters where you'd normally bribe. It's pretty nice.
you as a
And
guardian.
just steal Flea on like grenades and stuff.
That's what. Yes.
Or anything you want things to
You
steal.
are all there, and so am I. Anyway, Sir.
Well, at least I got this minigame first try.
Do you remember? I was. My father. Everyone was. But when my father. Now, I couldn't sleep.
I've never seen anyone fail that minigame. I don't even know what happens if you do fail.
I have no
You just
idea.
have to
Might
do it
have to
again. I've done it before.
Always
On
one.
purpose or by accident?
It was an accident.
Okay.
I think
Couldn't solve it.
because that and I
It's too difficult.
It's too hard.
just
Yeah.
I cried when you tried to go. I held on to you and you listened, Kimari. And I've what? I'll never forget my. We always.
I'd like to imagine Bartello trying to do that trial.
When you refused, I've always wanted. You know, I could tell you were like. I think. I love watching you play blitzball, Waka.
Yeah, how would Bartello and Donna do it? There's only two of them.
Well, Bartello is a pretty huge guy. He could probably fit his legs in 2 holes.
Suppose.
Star player of the Xanarkand Abes. You are. I am. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that we met. We haven't even known each other that long, but it's funny. So
We've never had so many encounters that I could have built the overdrive in one run through bit.
anything I had ever imagined.
That's 6.
Wonderful. But it hurts sometimes.
I've had it a time where I got like no encounters I can raise overdrive with. So I had to just force encounter at the end.
Thank you for everything. Maybe that's why it hurts. When I think about us never being together again at all. I'm afraid.
So the turn orders for these fights are kind of managed carefully with the agility stat on each character. Obviously, want to make sure Tidus goes first to be able to flee from fights, and then Riku go as soon as possible afterwards to be able to mix for the bosses.
What you up to?
Although if you had Flee on Riku, you could have her with more agility than Tidus for some slightly faster boss for strats, because then she could mix straight away. But that's not really a strat right now. It's more of a thing you can do with the special spheres that Dylan has. But it's, yeah, it kind of requires like decent knowledge of the game to pull off like improv strats like that. You don't often get special spheres, so people don't really prepare for having them.
Oh my god, Starcrawl, what did you do?
Well, the reset. Now you're like 8 hours behind.
Yeah.
Starcrawl, no, not like this.
Sorry, Team Tonberry. Damn. Well, guess I've got to start again.
Oh, Maelstrom is gonna kill you when he gets back.
Yeah. Screwed up the entire relay. First bad man.
I am too tired to even try and pull off a convincing performance. I'm not doing this.
Top Champ bribed me, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered.
Used Team Mogul come second now. Kappa.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Alright, hopefully Flubber can get some better luck than the other two for this fight.
And that's a soft lock.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Oh,
she
no.
seems to be mixing for a long time. Maybe she's like doing some
I've had that
DJ
soft lock
stuff.
before. It's terrible.
Yeah, that's rough.
Hopefully the
That's a
auto
really
save
bad
isn't
spot
too
as
far
well.
behind. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the auto save, but you've got to watch the entire cutscene again.
Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, Flubber. That's
a shame.
PB case as well.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Dang, dude.
That reset was not a
Don't
joke.
believe us. We cried wolf.
Let's go.
That's a really rough place for a crash.
Yeah, it is. When I had my last marathon run, I had a soft lock on Seymour Omnis, which isn't nearly as bad.
Would it help if I said that you are my fourth favorite Flubberworm?
I guess.
I love the music in Zanarkand's. Definitely one of my favourites.
Yeah, me too. Kind of loses its edge when you've heard it so much, though.
Yeah.
Never.
It definitely does. You just not heard it enough.
I grind Nemesis here with like the game sound on. Alright, Flobber, remember to save some for Kamari this time.
Oh, that...
Journey.
I am the summoner.
Your eye. You have, Lady Yuna. Go to her.
Yeah.
I don't want to be mean, but hopefully Dylan and Starcrawl will get their own softlock at some point. You know, just to even it out.
Yeah, just to even it out, yeah.
So you go first, Star.
No, you're alright. You can go first.
Alright, let's see if it happens again. Hopefully not. Come on, Riku. There we go.
This dome is filled with fireflies. It's like one gigantic.
She remembered how to mix the same.
Forever.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what causes these random crashes and softlocks on the PC version. They just
Yeah,
are a
nobody
thing.
does. Just maybe unoptimized or something.
I think it's probably something to do with the longer play hours, because I think most people that play this game casually don't really experience softlocks, but in speedruns
Yeah.
it's pretty common. And like Flubberworm was saying earlier, he typically gets them towards late game, so probably something to do with having the game open for a long time.
Yeah. Well, I've got a soft lock on. Actually, it was a hard lock on Kamari once. And that was again during the last marathon run.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you might have had the game open for a long time before that, though.
Maybe.
Practicing or something. Might be best, if that is the case, to start the game, start your run as quick as possible.
Yeah,
So if it does
that's why
crash,
I
it
restarted my computer and stuff before.
Hmm.
Flux down for Mog.
Yeah, not a bad fight, I think.
3 fire gems, 1 attack.
Not bad.
Yeah, average then, I'd say.
Oh no. Can you believe it? The third reset. Whoa. Crazy.
It's too late with you. You're just not convincing.
It's funny every time.
You're one reset joke too late for the party.
Someday the meme will end.
The crashes and softlocks are PC only. Although the PS4 version sometimes crashes in the credits. Well, not the credits, but the ending cutscene.
Yeah, I got that a lot.
About once too. It's pretty odd.
I mean, on the PS2 version, there are places to softlock as actually like the Choco, yeah.
It's the only one I can think of, yeah.
But yeah, not nearly as prominent as the PC version.
Time for some Tetris.
I'm seeing some Mafu-worthy puns in the chat right now.
Curious which of you have this Xanakin trial memorized? Or do you all still use a guide and map?
I'd love to say that I had this memorized.
I still use a guide.
But that would
no way
be a lie.
Is there any reason to learn it?
Not really.
I probably know it by now if all 5 puzzles weren't like really similar to one another, or at least a few of them.
Yeah.
Like at least the start bit is like exactly the same, so I've just muddled myself up if I try and memorize it.
I mean, Flobbers has absolutely no reason to memorize the puzzle. That's why he made the guide.
Yeah.
It's like it wasn't for anyone else. It was just.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get more than enough time in between each piece to just look at a guide and see what the next one is.
Yeah.
You don't have to memorize this stuff at all. It's really slow trial. Turn off the lights. There's 4 of these puzzles to do, and then each sphere by the TV activates the other 2 pedestals. The one on the left are just like the lights you can do whenever you want. The one on the right of the TV you have to do last. Even if you have the puzzles memorized, it kind of disables everything. It doesn't just turn off the TV, it disables the whole area. So, unfortunately, you can't just turn the TV off and do it blind. That'd be fun.
Can't wait to see Mafu do the trials blind. That will be interesting.
Implying I'll get that far.
You will.
No.
Chat will make you.
Also, this last puzzle on the TV looks like a crying face to me. With the blue tears.
That's a mustache.
What?
The blue bar is a mustache.
No, they're tears. And the green thing's its mouth. It's crying.
Yeah. Green is mouth, blue is tash.
That's tears. That's why it's blue.
I think this is quite telling, really. Are you sad, sir? Do you need a hug? We're here for you, alright?
Okay. Now I have 3 eyes and I'm not really sure anymore.
No, I cannot think of a single thing to say about this. It's a puzzle.
Yeah.
Yeah. 10 out of 10 commentary. Enjoy.
It is indeed a puzzle.
It's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome for my observations.
There's actually 2 bosses back to back now. You have Spectral Keeper, quickly followed by Unalaska. And there's no
Well, you say quickly.
not instantly, but there's no random encounters between the boss fights.
Yeah.
So it's important that you get Riku's Overdrive refilled by Spectral Keeper in this boss fight. So whilst the strat is still basically the same principle as all the other fights, it is still kind of strategic, I guess you could say, to make sure Riku gets her Overdrive filled for the next fight. So basically in this fight, either Tidus or Kamari need to defend to survive Spectral Keeper's counterattack. The counterattack will hit Riku and refill her Overdrive afterwards.
Yeah. It's
So
a good way to raise either Kamari's or Tidus' Overdrive as well, if you haven't yet.
Yeah. So Spectral Keeper counterattacks every bit of damage with a cleave that hits the 3 tiles in front of him. So this will kill off Riku and Kamari, get Riku's Overdrive. But since Tidus is defending, he'll survive and be able to finish off the fight with an attack.
It's nice to get Kamari's Overdrive as well.
Yeah, or Tidus is here if you need it.
If you've never seen that fight before, it looks a lot scarier than it actually is.
Yeah.
Blind.
Like when I first started running this game, this fight actually really scared me. Like when I first saw it, I was like, "Oh my god, that does more damage than I thought." But then I realized that it's all planned. It's like, oh, okay. And now it's not scary at all.
Yuna.
The hall.
Go.
Yeah.
Yeah, make sure you use the save sphere there, because if you don't, then you can easily die.
Yeah, that's a very important save sphere to touch.
Yeah. It's a very silly way to die to a run.
Yeah.
Could probably just Mega Potion on Titus's first turn against Yuna.
Yeah. Maybe.
That's another way I've seen Mr. Svanzik die. I've seen him do about 5 runs and he managed to die in pretty much every way you can think of.
In all the ways nobody else dies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you're out there somewhere.
If I had told you the truth, would that really have stopped you from coming?
There we go. Confirmation.
Kimari goes first. Yuna is safe. Kimari protect.
It's probably the worst scene in the PC version, because like none of the dialogue is skippable. Whereas in the PS2 version, the majority of it is.
Makes for
I'll say
nice break.
half of it is. It's pretty
Yeah.
odd.
Congratulate you, Summoner. You have completed your pilgrimage.
It's definitely slower on PC.
I will now bestow you with that which you seek. The final summoning.
Who will be your faith?
Will be yours. Now, choose.
Yeah.
You must to become.
Can't do a Unilescu impression.
There must be a bond between chosen. The bond between husband and... If that bond is strong enough, its light will come.
Spent all my talent trying to be Trommelguado instead.
Our bond was... There is... You will soon be... For once you call... Death is your father.
It is not too late. Let us turn back.
If I turn back, who will defeat sin? Would you have
Dylan's doing Tetris now?
his guardians go through this?
But, my lord, there must be another way.
This is the only way we got now. Fine. Make me the faith. I've been doing some.
Did you get the Blitzball minigame first try, Luke?
I wanted to make that run
Yeah, he
into a
did.
star blitz
Okay.
player.
I'm...
Show him the view from the
No, I didn't actually. It took me about 10 tries.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had to save as Dylan. It was like, for some reason, it wasn't letting me.
The ones I'm not proud of them.
I looked over as you were throwing it and got it, so I just assumed it was the first try.
I'll fight sin with you, Braska.
Getting first try on that minigame, though.
Maybe my life will have meaning, you know.
Congrats.
I definitely think it's
Was it
different
when
to
I got it first
the.
try?
I heard that minigame is just RNG as to which character goes in which one. You have like a 1 in 5 chance of getting it first try.
I thought this through.
Just lie. That's good commentary.
So I might as well make myself useful.
Checked?
What? You're not gonna try to stop me too?
Sorry. I mean, thank you.
Braska still has to fight sin, Orin. Guard him well. Make sure he gets there. Well, let's go.
Lord Braska, Gekt.
What do you want now?
Sin always comes back. It comes back after the calm, every time. The cycle will continue and your deaths will mean nothing.
But there's always a chance it won't come back this time. It's worth trying.
I understand what you're saying, Orin. I'll find a way to break the cycle.
You have a plan?
Gekt?
Trust me, I'll think of something.
Yeah, these cutscenes are pretty long for Starcrawl.
Yeah.
Don't wanna jinx anything, but Unalaska would be a pretty similarly bad place to crash.
It will be a very terrible place to crash. I think it auto saves between these two cutscenes though, so
Yeah,
I think
most likely. Seymour it saves pretty regularly, which is kind of nice.
And
We'll break it.
But what? You gotta.
If one of
Me too.
That still won't change anything, you know? You'd bring the calm.
worst part is you can't even take a break during this cutscene because there is still skippable dialogue. Just not very much of it.
It's like a couple of lines or so.
Yeah.
It's pretty much just
There was 3 in succession.
Unalaska's line.
That is just not gonna happen, brother. You know.
If you want every
So, Dylan finishing with Tetris, moving on to
So what would
Sanctuary
an
Keeper.
adult do then?
Spectral Keeper.
They know they can just throw away a summoner. Then they can do whatever they like. You're right. I might not even have a chance. But no way am I gonna just stand here and let Yuna go. And what Oren said about there being a way, I think it's true.
Flopper taking out Sanctuary Keeper and Dylan on Spectral Keeper. Shouldn't be any issues here. Pretty straightforward fights.
Yeah.
This is my story. It'll go the way I want it. Or I'll end it here.
So we'll get Dylan a lot of Kamari's Overdrive and most of Titus's refill, but not entirely.
Too, you know?
I think.
It would be so easy.
Yeah.
To let my fate just carry
There should
me
be
away,
plenty though.
following the same
Not gonna have any
path
issues.
I went through. But I know I can't. What I do,
Need to have both of their overdrives refilled for the Sin fights. After Unalaska.
Oh, it doesn't auto-save between the 2 cutscenes?
Have you chosen the one to become your faith? Who will it be?
might I ask something first? Will Sin come back?
It's pretty cruel to put the save point in the previous area instead of before Unalaska.
Sin is eternal.
Yeah.
Most players aren't going to go back to save after that cutscene.
No.
Just run through, and then if you die to Unalaska, which you will on the first playthrough,
so that's
yeah.
Watch like 15 minutes or so of cutscenes again before you can fight.
It is never ending.
Never ending? But if we atone for our crimes, Sin will stop coming back, yeah? Someday it'll be gone, yeah?
In before I get the
Will humanity ever
rare chance of not being zombified.
Just don't haste Kamari, okay?
This cannot be. The teachings state that we can exercise sin with complete atonement. It's been our only hope all these years.
Hope is comforting. It allows us to accept.
A lot of runners haste Kamari for a lot of these endgame fights and just throw more fire gems with him, but most of the time, well, maybe even all the time, it's not actually worth it.
Braska believed in Yevon's teachings and died for them.
It's just
Gekt believed in Braska
strange
and
habit
gave
people
his
have.
life
Things.
for him.
I know I used to haste Kamari too.
They chose to die because they had
I think if you haste Kamari, there's a chance that it can raise Reaper's Overdrive, but it's not worth it.
Yeah, it gives Unalaska an extra turn if you haste Kamari. So she can use Kiraga on Riku, which when she's zombie fills her overdrive. But yeah, not really worth it.
No.
Yevon's teachings and the final summoning give the people of Spira hope. Without hope, they would drown in their sorrow. Now choose. Who will be your faith? Who will be the one to renew Spira's hope?
No, I would have gladly
Quite surprised I'm not as tired as I thought I'd be at this stage.
and would have gladly died for them, but no more. The final summoning.
Although I'll probably collapse once it's all over.
No. Your
I think the rest of us are pretty tired.
Yeah. Yep.
My father wanted to make Spiro's sorrow go away, not just covered up with lies.
Sorrow
It's pretty bad starting hour
My
for England. At least, and all the runners are English.
So I will live with my sorrow. I will live my own life. I will defeat sorrow in his place. I will stand my ground and be strong. I don't know when it will be, but someday I will conquer it. And I will do it without false hope.
Poor you would. Well, I will free you. It is better for you. Let me.
Generally speaking, there's about an hour left after Unalaska fight. So.
Now is the time to choose. Die and be free
almost
of pain,
getting to the end.
or live and fight your sorrow. Now is the time to shape your story.
I'm more like 55 minutes.
Fate is in your hands.
50 to 55 minutes.
Yuna needs Kimari. Kimari protect Yuna.
So Unalaska's a pretty straightforward fight, but there are some interesting things that can happen. But the basic strategy is, as you would probably expect at this point, it's just defend with Titus, mix fire gems, and throw 2 fire gems with Titus and 2 fire gems with Kamari.
Not if I ran away now. Even in
Or I think it might be 3 with Kamari and 1 with Titus, but regardless, you throw fire gems.
My thoughts exactly.
Yeah, it's 2 each.
Yeah. The only thing that can really happen is
Now let's see this thing through
Hellbiter can not inflict zombie on one of your characters on a 1 in 256 chance. And if you're not a zombie when Unalaska uses Megadeath, then the character dies. So if you're unlucky, someone might die in the fight, which is not really a problem. It's only a problem if you hasted Kamari and Kamari dies, then you could game over. Otherwise, this is a pretty safe fight.
Alright, good. Didn't get the red chance.
Yeah, this game in a lot of places has a 1 in 256 chance for a status effect that's supposed to be guaranteed to hit, doesn't it? So in this case, zombie will very rarely not be inflicted when it's supposed to be. This applies to you when you apply status effects to enemies as well in some cases.
Yeah. I mean, I already had one of those with poison not hitting Titus.
Right, yeah. Obviously very rare 1 in 256 chances, but there's quite a lot of them throughout the run. And when you have 3 characters in some places, it kind of triple the chance of something like that happening. Most of the time it doesn't really matter, but in some cases it makes a pretty drastic effect.
It was a pretty nice fight.
Pretty standard, yeah.
Yeah. Well, pretty nice split overall.
Another thing here is hopefully Starcrawl, hopefully all the runners can get a zombie strike weapon drop from Let's Go.
Hopefully.
That'll save having to learn a zombie attack ability on this vagrant.
Calling that I get dropped Lulu's one.
I wouldn't mind Lulu's. In a run, I wouldn't use it, but in the relay, I probably would for swag.
It's still worth using, even if it's Lulu's.
Then we'll find.
Definitely worth using. It's
Lulu's is slow though.
It's easily still worth using. The nice thing about Lulu's is you don't have to give it first strike because she's not in the party.
Rip. Blessed Ring. There's one more chance to get a zombie strike weapon from Sin.
Yeah, Sin's one, Janae can drop zombie strike.
Let's do some. What?
That one's kind of annoying though, a little bit, because Sin's one, Janae shares the same loot screen as Sin Core.
Yeah.
And Sin Core drops slow strike weapons, not zombie strike weapons, so it's easy to get confused on which drop is which. So that was a zombie proof ring, which is useless.
Yeah.
There's something.
I know.
I am all. You are not.
I think.
When Braska, I came back, but she struck. Somehow I made, but my strength left me. I told him about. I've been wandering. Don't make that face. Being dead has its advantages. I was able to ride Sin and go to your Xanarkand.
And you've been watching over me since then, haven't you? What's the big...
It is one of those things that is difficult to explain. Very well, I will show you. My...
Can't flubble and don't give up. No, you just reset, but you can make up the 8 hours. You got
My son, he needs someone to take care of.
Yeah, Luke, you can do it. You can do
Just too salty after the self-fault.
I will.
Don't blame you. That sucks.
I'll take care of your son. I'll guard him with my life.
Thanks. You were always...
So Starcrawl is going to be using a return sphere to return back to where he was earlier on this figured. Now that we have level 3 key spheres from Unileska's drop, we're able to get past the locked node to learn Entrust. And then Kamari is going to teleport up to learn the same ability. And Trust is an ability that's very useful. Most people don't use it, but it's an ability that transfers overdrive from the caster to the target. So it's going to be a nice way to transfer, say, Titus's overdrive, which is full, to Riku's, whose is empty. To be able to cast mix multiple times in the same fight, or between fights where there's no random encounters and such.
I know, but all things just...
Aren't we?
Where? Why don't you think?
Well, any good
Final
idea?
section of cutscenes before the big end boss rush.
Thus you have a... That
Yeah, there's quite a few cutscenes here, quite a few FMVs as well, but I guess PC you get to skip those.
Yeah.
No random battles or anything though, so that's where Entrust really comes in handy. Like I said, Tidus and Kamari have their overdrives, and Riku does not because she used hers on Unalesco. So to save going to some random area on the airship to refill Riku's overdrive, we can just use Entrust to fill her overdrive without having to take a detour. Because the next fights, and pretty much every fight from here on out, is actually really scary, where if the boss does happen to get a single turn, it's probably game over. Unless it's intentional in some way. Because we just don't have the HP to survive very much.
No.
How's everyone holding up?
I'm fine.
Making it.
I'm honestly fine.
Fantastic.
How are you getting through, Matthew?
Having the time of my life. Let's do this.
Sid's sad.
Oh yeah. Sad Sid.
That's sad.
There should be an emote for it, right? There's a Francoface C emote for it too. There we go.
Yeah.
Really would like a little bit more overdrive, to be honest. But that's enough because Riku has a little bit.
You got enough. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So Entrust transfers overdrive to the target, like I said, but it doesn't replace Riku's overdrive. So in this case, in Dylan's, Tidus' overdrive is almost full, but with like adding on to Riku's, it'll be a full gauge.
I'm no.
What are you?
All this time I've been, but beyond the teach.
Make a little miss because they're all zombies. And then we'll see if we'll get a zombie strike weapon. 50-50 chance.
The teachings.
No answer. Must know.
Both.
Micah no.
That's it.
What are you gonna give me in Alaska?
Hey guys, I just had a great idea.
It was my idea.
I'm thinking it's gonna be a rod.
Tell them.
It's like this, yeah?
This whole game's been giving me the rod.
The hymns. Surject like.
Yeah.
That's why he was.
Sin.
I know.
No, it's. I've got. If we attack Sin, however.
Blessed shield.
Yeah.
Junk.
Nice.
Might be. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I get access to the airship, so we can go wherever we want.
Alright, time to go for Nemesis Star.
Yeah.
Nah, time for more cutscenes. Get a cutscene down.
Infidel.
Man, don't.
You regret showing your face.
This is the one chilling in the cutscene that's impossible to skip. It's a shame. Maybe one day.
Maybe. Hopefully.
Even then, you'll still have Dylan failing Jiskel skip, so.
Yeah.
But it kind of balanced out because I failed quite a skip, he failed just a skip. So.
You all failed me and skip.
Yeah, that's great, but.
And didn't even attempt the me and chillin to skip because nobody does that.
thought you were gonna say you all failed me. I was like, whoa, alright, sir.
Well, that too.
Just what does he...
Timed it.
Yes.
Why are you? You have obtained the final Aeon from Unileska, have you not?
Sort of upsetting. I've been sat up all night playing video games, and now people are outside mowing their lawns and.
Yeah.
You have profaned fools.
Flobber's back at Xanakin Trials. I still have nothing to say about it.
Maybe that's not.
Got a bit of a mental block.
Oh, wait.
And someone mentioned the like the puzzles they put on the screen. They resemble the the symbols for each temple.
No, that's a man with a mustache.
There you go.
Is that so?
Yeah, just wait for it.
That's why they do the screen transition thing. Whoa!
Hello.
The heck is that?
That's the best attempt at that symbol.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we have an interpretive dance as well?
So that's what a symbol sounds like.
Is it still a puzzle? You bet.
So, the cutscene that I'm on now, you have to pick the middle option, because if you pick the top option, it loses a lot of time. Because he talks for ages, and then you have to pick the middle option again anyway.
Yet now,
So,
he is neither good, but
and it does lose a ton of time, because I have done it. It was not
even if you
fun.
defeat you Yevon, he will you Yevon, then protected by but you know there.
So I googled Final Fantasy X jokes and I could only find one.
When you fight,
Go on.
Yeah.
I'm afraid you're
What is I want to hear it, but go on.
Why does Maester Micah wear glasses?
You've
I
been
don't know.
dreaming.
So he could see more.
Yeah. I've heard that one before. But I don't think I've told that one before.
I can't find any others. I tried, okay? Genuinely.
The only one I know is just Blitzball.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's a pretty good joke.
Yeah, I think the best Final Fantasy X joke is Final Fantasy X.
You're a bad.
It's okay.
Oh. Maybe.
Hey.
It's like. What should I? A ship in the sky. When they hear it.
Everyone.
I'm not sure. You don't have.
What did I
A
miss?
ship in the sky. So.
Jokes.
If they do.
And bad ones.
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
talk to Oren.
Svenzik is
That
not
affection.
Cloud, so you guys did something.
What does Cloud drink when he has a sore throat?
Dunno.
Sephi broth.
Oh my god.
It is so much worse. Somehow, you managed
Yeah.
to...
What does Squall use when he has chapped lips? Lip balm.
Oh my god.
This is the last hour of the run. Jokes like this.
Yeah.
This is how it is.
This is what we've been
You made it
reduced
this
to.
far.
What does a Moogle need every morning?
What?
A cup of coffee.
That's bad. That's bad.
Oh.
Why was Yuna in a rush at the airport?
Why?
She had to make it to the far plane.
Okay, I like that one.
No, that one was good. I like that one.
Well.
Hey, how you plan on getting inside?
If we can't get through the map.
Sounds like Sid loved it too.
I feel bad that we didn't time one of those puns with Sid laughing.
Yeah, I know. Just a little bit later.
Yeah.
We'll give that thing a new blow. I won't tell you.
Now heading on to the final stretch of Final Fantasy X. The Sin fights inside Sin.
And I'm heading into the final stretch of my 4th can of Monster.
I'm still on my 2nd. I've been making it last.
You don't need.
Hey guys, that's not good, yeah?
That's right. Chat's reminded me to say other energy drink brands are available.
You can't say that. We're being sponsored by Monster.
Wait, we are?
Yeah. Come on.
There's no other energy drinks, only Monster.
Ah, so refreshing.
Ah, so good.
Yeah, the best drink.
Damn you, old man.
Hey, I saw. I reckon. Everyone, back inside.
Okay, my real issue with your why does Mr. Michael wear glasses joke is that now that I'm looking, he doesn't even have glasses.
Doesn't matter.
That's the main problem you have with it.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Oops. Rip. Time is setting and I've screwed up the fight.
Did you actually?
Yeah, I accidentally entrusted twice instead of Lancer did.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this could be problematic.
It's fine. Who did you entrust with? I'm confused.
Kamari.
It's fine. Kamari's turn, don't matter. As long as you didn't mess up Titus's turn.
Oh, I defended with a Riku. I'm moron.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem.
It's fine. Not really. No, it's fine, it's fine. Carry
It's
on.
not a problem, it's kind of a problem.
I believe. Believe in me. Believe in the me that believes in you.
Huh?
Aw.
You're just trying to fly through these fights too fast.
Yeah. Coils gathering energy. Rip.
Just get hit by Gravity Joe and then trust Kamari with Riku, or just Riku with Kamari.
Yeah.
Fine.
Grab a Jess, fine.
Well, what else did you expect after you're charging energy? It's kind of a telltale. I mean,
Yeah, this is fine.
Never seen that in a very long time.
Should have been trusted and then fired fire gen. Oh well.
That animation was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
yeah, I know your
It's
next fight's gonna be a
fine.
little messy too.
Yeah. Should have been trusted with Kamari and then through fire gen with Titus.
Mm-hmm.
That's alright. We'll make it
It's
through.
fine.
The left one is the worst one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never had that happen before. I guess I'm much too tired. More tired than I thought.
These fights are pretty careful management of Riku's overdrive and the character's overdrives for interest, because there's a lot of boss fights back to back here since Unalaska, where you just don't get any random encounters, so there's no easy way to refill your overdrive. So the ideal strat there for the left fin is that you use one of the interests on Riku, and then use her mix, and then get hit by the left fin to refill her mix for this fight. But Starcrawl will mess that up a little bit, and you just have to kind of salvage it.
Mm.
Yeah, it's fine.
Should be fine. The left fin and right fin, although they have like the same HP and everything, they have slightly different AI. The left fin you have to hit twice to make sure that it'll use its ram effect on its turn.
The best thing is that potions heal 9999 with Trio, so.
Nice.
The right fin will never do anything until you've hit it 4 times. So he's going to be spamming Lancet a little bit here. Maybe attacks with Riku. Or attacks with Titus. Then on its 4th turn, it'll, after it's been hit 4 times, it'll ram, and you can refill Riku's overdrive again.
There we go. Oh shit. Oops. Please don't march again.
Should be okay. Yep. I saw it move and I was like, what? It's gonna barge a 3rd time?
We're fine, we're fine.
YOLO.
So cool, Tay.
Yeah, this is a minor time loss, but actually a pretty big time loss, but it's fine. It's fine. I haven't died, which is a good thing.
I won't lie and pretend I didn't have a small hope that you would.
I knew you would. I think I might have attacked an extra time more than I needed to.
Yeah, you did.
Probably
That's
what
fine.
happened. Good, I'm losing time now to my PB, but the relay is the most important thing.
Dylan needs to save some of his overdrive bar at the end of this run, because by the looks of it, he's gonna have to entrust the hopes of Team Choco to ChrisTenarium.
Nice. Might as well just give up now.
Might have to consider bribing the organizers.
That reminds me, Sarah, if I resubbed to you offline yesterday.
Yeah.
Bribes.
Ooh, like Happy Festival. Yeah, Happy Festival fireworks, yeah. Can't speak anymore.
Maybe I am secretly pulling some strings.
Is that why I soft locked them?
Wow.
Sorry. This fight is the other fight where Starcrawl has a chance to get a zombie strike weapon.
Yeah.
It's another 50-50. If he doesn't get it here, he's gonna have to take time on his figure to learn zombie attack to you, Evan.
Yeah, doesn't take long, but
yeah, a little bit slow, not the end of the round.
Yeah.
Most new runners will take that option anyway.
Yeah. I lost about 2 minutes due to that mess up. It's fine, just giving Choco a chance to catch up.
Not mock though. No chance.
There's a third team. I love you, Team Mock. I'm sorry.
Malleable Staff, I think that's a zombie strike weapon.
Yeah, if there's any weapon from that, but it's a zombie weapon. Well, ignore everything I just said. But if there's a weapon called malleable stuff, that's a zombie weapon.
Yeah, the core drops slow strike weapons. The Sinspawn Janae drops zombie strike.
It's going to come back.
I know there's if it just has like generic names, then it's a zombie weapon since it doesn't change the title.
No, we have to beat the guy inside Sin.
The Crusaders would be out of a job.
I'll check out the menu
But it has
for
weakened.
BFA.
I'm sure of it.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, we're winning.
All right, I'll do what I can with the main gun.
On getting the fight done as it kind of should be. If you get a really rare turn order here, or well, not even that rare, but a bad turn order here, I think it's like a 1 in 8 chance, then Sinfin will ram multiple times before Titus gets his turn.
Is it that high?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty scary. I had no idea it was that high. I haven't seen it yet.
I wonder if Sir Jekt is in pain.
Let's just end this. Quickly. The Faith said they'd help us, right?
It bothers me, the way they said that.
Huh?
I mean, they've
Yeah, if
been
you get that 1 in
fighting
8 chance, then you'll
alongside
game
us
over
this
here.
whole time,
Unless
but
you
now
use
they
the
say
light curtain on Titus.
I guess so.
Which takes a little bit of time, but makes it safe.
Wait.
It's not too bad to die here on PC, because you can skip the FMVs and get back into the fight within about a minute or so. But on PlayStation 2, it's really, really bad. This is
Isn't that right?
like 2 really long FMVs before that fight.
If I summon an Aeon,
So
you
you
Yevon will
definitely
join with
kind of want to use the light curtain
but
if you
at
have it.
first, it'll be small, won't it?
Yeah. Then we might be able to beat it without the final summoning.
I don't know.
Again, the second fight, the right fin is much friendlier.
Then we'll take it
Only
down
attack
again.
after
We'll
4
fight until
hits.
there's no place left to run.
And the turn order kind of works out better too, to be
I
safer.
never thought it would come down to this.
Yeah, I know. Hey, the Faith, they're tired of this whole thing too. Let's let them rest.
The Faith said it's pointless to keep dreaming. The dream will disappear, he said.
Nice fin fights for Dylan.
Yeah.
And
Better than mine.
what is it that you, Yevon, is summoning from within Sin?
The dream of the Faith.
Flopper's not that far behind at all.
No, he's caught up quite well.
Team Mog is actually pretty likely to catch up in the rest of the relay.
Yeah.
They're
still
behind quite
plenty
far
of-
now, but they will save quite a bit of time later on.
There's still another 30 hours, maybe more. Even.
Yeah. Every chance I can.
Well, son, the main
Hey.
All right, take us up.
So let's see if Flubworm can get a zombie strike weapon from Unilisco.
Let's get ready to blitz.
My story.
And Nullen at the same time. See if he gets the zombie strike from Sin Spawn Janae. They both still need it.
I forgot something and I was hoping that you'd be able to help me out with it.
It's gonna be a pun, isn't it? What is it?
I was just wondering, what does every blitzer know?
When you got the ball, you got to score.
Oh, that wasn't very enthusiastic.
I just don't understand why he's talking about Blitzball at that point. Like, you're about to go and fight Sin, the thing that's been ruining Spirit for 1,000 years, and you're talking about Blitzball.
Well, that's all he has, alright?
Plus, when he had the ball earlier, when I was there, he didn't do anything. So I'm the wrong person to talk to about Blitzball. Imagine if Keeper blocked a goal. He blocked 2 goals earlier, still let 2 in.
50% goals against average isn't going to have him keeping his job for very long.
I don't think I got an item drop. I skipped the screen and didn't see.
You didn't.
I didn't think so.
No. And Starcrawl just finished Overdrive Sin, which is a split. GG.
GG.
Pretty easy fight. Just 3 fire gems. You do have to wait to move in close enough to be able to be in range to use fire gems.
I got a Tidus zombie weapon.
Oh, nice.
Nice one.
Pretty good.
So Starcrawl is now in the final dungeon.
Oh, Earthquake. Hopefully this does enough damage. I believe it's a damage roll. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, 1245 is enough. You need 1200 to fill the overdrive, so... Adamantoise is a little bit of a risky fight. If it earthquakes and gets a bad damage roll, then it's not going to fill.
Yeah.
But usually it's best to just take whatever you get here. There aren't that many decent fights for Riku's overdrive.
Yeah, and I've had it where I've had like literally nothing but Adamantoises. Which is looking likely now.
Yeah. Pretty common encounter. The best encounter for it is probably behind the Behemoth King, but it's pretty rare.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I won't go so easy on you next time.
Seymour only coming up. If you're getting sick of fire gems, get excited for the next fight.
Oh. Oh man. Hang on. Alright, I got a towel. I'm ready. Movement is pretty important inside Sin. It really makes a difference. Cutting corners.
Live and let live.
Thanks, Math.
I was just saying in general.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying. Yeah, this is an example of how to suck. No, that's not what I'm saying.
you commentated something without it being a pun.
Yes.
It's almost like waiting for the punchline, it just never came.
I'm a serious speedrunner. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Ugh. I now get a Behemoth King.
Ambush as well.
Yeah.
Ambush is debatably a good thing in this situation because it means the enemy will get a turn faster.
Yeah.
To escape with the other two.
As long as you actually escape.
Yeah, exactly. If you fail to escape, then it can be bad,
Alright.
especially if the enemy can AoE.
Yeah.
So, first of all, awesome boss theme. Love it. Second, the little plates behind him will say what element he is currently, I don't know, aligned with. He starts off with fire, so we're unable to use fire gems because it won't work, it won't kill him. So we have to use, that's why we stole the water gems earlier at Everett. There you go. See, look, no puns.
But Ray's get even more excited because I have one lightning gem.
Oh.
The mix-ups.
Can I need a second towel for that? Unfortunately, you don't get to hear the boss theme for long.
I did that a little bit slower, just so you can hear a little bit more of it.
Yeah, that's why you do it slowly. Thankfully it does play after the fight for a little bit too.
Yeah.
Sin Overdrive is pretty attractive there. Can't help but find myself drawn to him.
Normal service has resumed.
Back to our regularly scheduled commentary.
Oh, and Dylan's using the arranged soundtrack, so maybe we can get a mix-up on that when we get to Seymour. I'm not sure which people will prefer for that. Both versions. That's Overdrive Sin for Dylan's a split.
Oops.
Did he accidentally go back onto the previous screen?
Yeah.
Usually it doesn't make you go on Seymour's platform.
Oh, Barbatos first fight. That's great.
Yeah, it's a good fight.
Amber as well. Kind of risky, but
yeah, he can AoE, so that one's actually pretty risky.
yeah.
If everyone failed their escapes and it did his AoE, it'd be dead.
Would have been rip.
Then I'm also taking the Elementos. I've got the melee attack, so no problem. So maybe the earthquake, that's an issue.
First friend.
Okay, Marlboro, good enemy.
Does it bring back memories?
Only in the nucleus. Only in the nucleus. They're especially evil because in the nucleus and in Omega Ruins, they're always an ambush. Even if you have initiative, which stops ambushes, it's always an ambush anyway. And of course, if it's an ambush, they are scripted to always use Bad Breath on the first turn. Because the developers hate you.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Does First Strike work on it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Camera change got me there.
Live and let live.
Yeah.
Alright, so no more encounters for Starcrawl, right?
Hopefully.
Well, other than the 5 crystal encounters at Nucleus.
5. Oh.
I mean, I am pretty tired. It's kind of hitting now. I wasn't tired a few minutes, like a while ago, but it's kind of hitting.
Gonna guess 3.
I think he gets 2.
I'm gonna guess 1.
I'm optimistic.
I'm gonna go with 3.
17.
Wow.
Wow.
17 encounter nucleus. There's something.
That's...
More encounters and crystals.
So the goal of this area is to pick up the 10 eggs that spawn around. Get some pretty useless items. And you gotta avoid the crystals. If you bump into one, you get an encounter.
Oh.
Man, you ran over one as it was spawning.
Yeah, that's pretty lucky.
The stutter stepping is just so his momentum doesn't carry him further than he wishes it to.
Yeah, you don't control the camera, of course. It kind of plays against you. You have to sort of run against the screen, but still avoid the crystals. It's pretty tough. Stutter stepping helps you react to the crystals.
Ooh. It's gonna go. Oh no. Ooh.
Ooh,
very nice.
So if you have a text box open when those crystals hit you, then you can not get an encounter. You just have to react really quickly if it spawns under you.
That's always the worst when that happens. 2 more.
I'll prove you all wrong.
That was close.
Still one spawned to the right. I guess you didn't see it.
This is tense.
Come on. Where are the crystals?
Whoa.
Oh. There's one more. There's still time for you to get 3 encounters.
Yes.
Alright, very good.
GG.
Pretty slow, but no encounters.
Yeah, it was slow, but got no encounters, so that was nice.
Yeah, it's going to be much faster than a Flopper's 17 encounters.
There was actually a gold Omnis split for me.
Oh, nice one.
Good stuff.
Yep.
With only 2 bosses left in the game, I'm wondering how many more puns Mafu can fit in before X2 starts.
I'm sure he'll send more your way.
No, I have more respect for you guys.
And Rory has forced. Oh my god.
I've got a zombie strike weapon on Yuna with first strike as well. So.
Yeah, that last menu there is just getting extra agility on Kamari. Which we could have gotten earlier, but that would mean he'd get the first turn in fights, making fleeing more awkward. As well as haste for Kamari with the White Magic Sphere. You get both the Attribute Sphere and the White Magic Sphere in that nucleus. So I guess that's another reason you don't get it earlier on Kamari. But...
Time for some Ramstein.
Yep.
You got tall, but you're all bones. You eating right?
This fight is really straightforward as long as you do everything correctly. If you do any one wrong turn, you'll probably die.
You've really grown.
Yeah, if you make a single mistake, which is entirely possible, then it's rip. Unless you get really lucky.
That's depends where you make the mistake.
Because BFA has a cleave attack, so if he gets a turn and does the cleave attack, it's rip.
Yeah, in his second phase, yeah.
Yeah.
His cleave does like 4,000 damage, there's no way to survive it.
Yeah. If you screw up, you're hoping for Jack's Beam, but...
Well, the first turn in his second phase is always cleave.
Yeah.
I know.
Unless you use Talk.
You know what you have to do.
Yeah.
I can't hear the hymn so well anymore.
So yeah, unique to this fight, Titus has another Talk ability, but this one doesn't give him strength. This one just skips Jack's next turn and makes it so that Jack's next turn doesn't do anything. And also resets Jack's overdrive gauge.
When it starts,
Talk confirmed strongest ability?
It's pretty good.
I won't be able to hold myself back.
So with the careful agility levels that we have,
I'm sorry.
Just kind of
That's enough.
making sure we have just enough turns to take care of BFA.
Okay?
You're right.
We've using the Talk command to cancel out 2 of his turns. You can use it 3 times, but only the first 2 times you talk it does anything. The third talk does nothing.
Well then, let's go.
Good luck to Dylan for Nucleus.
Right.
Yeah, hopefully you can beat
Hopefully you can
Starcrawl.
also get a 0 encounter like I did.
Oh.
No brag, Kappa.
Fast as 0 encounter. Pretty good start. Interestingly, you get some weird stuff here. You get some pretty useless weapons, including a Stone Strike weapon for Auron, which is entirely useless for the boss fights coming in. You can't petrify any of them. The only thing you can use Stone Strike for at this point is to kill yourself.
Yeah. Oh, Rip, got an encounter?
So once you enter this nucleus, you can't leave. So all these items are specifically just for the last fights.
I don't know if it's the same on PC, but keep an eye on Titus's character model, right? Because it just zips off screen when the hand comes down. Oop. Yeah, it's not as funny on PC. I tried.
What is funny on PC is BFA's...
Oh, yes.
Oh god, yeah.
Yes.
Fire cells. This is the best feature, and the only reason, really, to run PC.
I promise this will be quick. Hit me with all you got, Dad.
For some reason they added a hit sound to BFA, so whenever you hit him, he makes a noise. You know, because he's getting hurt.
But a fire gem hits 5 times in 1 turn, and he makes makes that noise every single time.
It's not on PS2. This is an exclusive. This is a feature.
That silence on Nebraska?
Unfortunately, even while silenced, he still makes a noise.
Yeah.
Fortunately, you mean?
Fortunately.
Although you can silence BFA, it does nothing. None of his attacks are silenceable. Interesting that you can zombie BFA. The pagodas heal zombie if they get a turn.
Mm.
It is a pretty cool thing still.
Nice. No pagodas moved.
There's a small bit of luck involved, whether the pagodas move or not. If they don't move, then you can just continue throwing fire gems and end the fight. But if they do move, then you have to take time to damage them as well and stop them from moving.
Yeah, you got the Pagoda Lust, which is pretty lucky.
Yep.
I want to say it's like a 25% chance or something to get no Pagodas moving. I think it's a 50-50 per Pagoda to start moving, so to get neither of them is really nice. It's basically GG, and although you can't die for the next fights against the Aeons, you still kind of need to have strats to get them killed quickly.
Yeah. And there is always the possibility of the... Nope. Not gonna say it. Not gonna say it.
Should I say it for you?
Yes.
Don't crash. You'll crash. You're gonna crash. You always crash. See? You're crashing.
You always cry. See? You're crying. Save it for later.
Right. We've got a job to do, don't we?
Good. That's right. You are my son, after all.
You know, for the first time I'm glad to have you as my father.
Sir Jack.
Sorry, Sarah.
No.
That's okay.
Yuna. There's no time.
Sorry, Matthew.
Yuna, you know what to do.
The
Aeons.
Forgiveness will come in time.
It's okay.
Call them.
Gotta earn it.
Call us.
I didn't even know what I'm sorry for.
Yes.
Not long now until Dylan starts Braska's final Aeon.
Here it comes.
Yeah, it's looking like FF9 will be the longest run in the relay, which is interesting.
Oh, we did it. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
As long as the event goes well, I will bop Kara's relay time.
Not sure if Flobberlum got the zombie weapon earlier, but we'll see if he gets
Yeah,
one.
he got Titus's zombie weapon from Unaleska.
I remember. That's one of the better ones to get. Ideally, either one of the characters that are in the final formation, which is Titus, Yuna, and Miku.
Yeah, I got Yuna's, which is really nice.
It's pretty good. Rocker's is kind of second preferable to that. And Lulu's is probably next after that, in my opinion.
Maybe.
Because for those guys, they don't need to customize First Strike, you just have to equip the Zombie Strike up and then you're done. But with Orin and Yuna, you have to equip the Zombie Strike up and then customize First Strike, so it's kind of extra manual.
Yeah.
Lulu's isn't great because it's a long attack animation.
Oh, with Orin and Lulu, you'd have to customize First Strike anyway, surely.
Yeah, to equip the Zombie Strike weapon as well. Orange wouldn't be that bad because you have to equip. If you do sentry strats, you have to equip Shimmer and Red anyway. So.
True.
So one thing to note is that we use Water here because of Ixion being, well, healing from thunder attacks. So,
And you know what's really funny? I don't think I taught Water.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
I think you did, yeah. Actually, I think you did.
I think I remember you doing it.
Oh, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Makes it interesting anyway. You have to try and attack Ixion with its high evasion.
Getting those pagodas spinning.
After the last 10 hours of puns and jokes, I think we set a very high bar for 10-2. Don't think they'll match it.
High, okay. Yeah, about 2 inches high. Good job for beating BFA.
I'm just trying to figure out how I'd win if I didn't put Water on.
Just throw any items you have. Don't give the pagodas a turn if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
Sound grenades, smoke grenades, bomb cores. Obviously not lightning marbles.
I think I just like try and get lucky with Tidus because there is a small chance it does hit Ixion.
I wouldn't recommend it, but you can just attack. I mean, you could be there for a while with the pagodas and everything.
It'll just be one hit, so you just need one.
This isn't that good of a PB, honestly. Even though it will technically be a PB.
PB's PB. You didn't get You didn't get Guado Slam Skip, right?
No.
No.
So it'll be.
Tried it twice too, which is probably 5 minutes lost in total, almost. Or maybe like 4 minutes.
Yeah, it won't be too hard to race against.
Actually, this might not be a PB.
What is your PB?
How do you not know by now?
Well, because I actually started my timer late. So.
Oh.
You missed the whole of Final Fantasy X. We can give you a brief summary.
Everyone's a dream and we like puns.
Pretty much.
Yeah. You throw items.
Yeah. We throw items at things.
Yeah.
We laughed a lot in Luca.
That's about it. Thank you.
Get ready back. Where we belong now?
About 2 more minutes.
Yep.
Flob is finishing up the Overdrive Sin split. And he'll soon be entering the final dungeon as well.
It's kind of a shame a lot of these last boss fights are so free, because some of them have some pretty interesting AI compared to the earlier fights, which you just don't really get to see or play with in this category.
I guess you're gonna have to work around that in Nomix.
Nomix is a lot of fun. You still get the trio. Well, I was thinking the NSG. Nomix is yeah, pretty pretty awful. Yeah,
That makes, yeah, you still get the mix stuff.
No, yeah. I was thinking NSG. I had that one very.
Okay.
No mix, like nobody's done no mix for a couple of years now.
What I'm trying to say is...
No mix is pretty awkward because a lot of these late game enemies have counters where they do stuff after you've hit them a certain number of times,
disappear.
or just counter attacks
What are you
in
talking
general.
about?
So yeah, well, that makes you don't really have any multiple hitting attacks unless you take the time to learn size and nodes, which is still not really that powerful without mix. Alright, so Starcrawl's starting you, Evan. He's got a zombie strike weapon, so he can just attack to inflict zombie and throw Phoenix down. GG.
Not now.
Pretty normal strat.
I know it's selfish.
I think pretty much everybody knows this trick by now.
Yep.
Yeah, I did get water bill.
And time. Go back. Go back. Go go go.
Chill.
GG.
GG
Starcrawl.
GG.
Congratulations on your maybe PB.
Yeah. On my maybe PB. Let's see the final time on the splits.
So, hey guys, welcome to 10-2. GG to the 10 runners and GG to Star. I'm Ryder. So I will be commentating 10-2 along with Loftus.
Hello.
Hello. So, sorry to you guys who were hyped for Real Emotion, but we can skip it in the PC version. So this fight is pretty straightforward. You want to kill the fake Yuna first, and then the goons afterwards. There's a glitch where if she faces away from the party, you do double damage. Bag was just a tiny bit off of the backwards facing, so it's going to take him a little bit longer, but not much.
Sometimes she moves 90 degrees and sometimes she moves 180 degrees, and it's just RNG as to whether or not it's affected by it or not.
Yeah.
Also, hi, my name's ChrisTenarium.
Good luck to the next 2 runners.
Thanks, sorry. GG on your run stop.
Yeah.
GG. Very, very solid time for a relay run. It's a PB, I heard.
Yep, PB by a minute. Yeah, it's PB. 9:33.
So here we have our first big change from, well, not big change, minor change from the PS2 version, where you only put fast ATB instead of a few other configs here, and you do not steal a budget grenade from one of the goons here. The reason we do this is because we get a bunch later on in the game, and we don't need the early one anymore, which will become apparent as to why in maybe the next 5-10 minutes, if that. And we hug this right wall here because you can get through it all together and you don't have to fight the 4 goons, because that just wastes a bunch of time.
Now there is another way to do that. You think goon skip, you can actually run through the middle of them as well, as opposed to just hugging the wall.
Yeah, it's a tiny bit riskier because they can close in on you, but it doesn't really save any time. It's just down to preference, really. You want to steal from Onion Logos here, because we need as much gil as possible for the early game. We need 9,265, I think.
I steal only from Logos.
Yeah, so most people will only steal from Logos and just kind of hope to get all the necessary steals that we need later on in the game.
If you get all 3 steals from Ormi, Logos, LeBlanc in the fight in Gagazet, then
it pays off.
You only need to have stolen 1. However, if you steal 2 and then get all 3, then you've wasted time with an attack, with a steal with Riku.
What? But it won't
So
be
this
yours for
fight,
long, love.
pretty much this whole game is very fast paced, fight, fight. A few movements and 1 or 2 menus, and the rest of it is just skipping cutscenes and FMVs and stuff. This sums up this game.
Oh, you give it. give it so much credit.
X2 will roughly be around 2 hours and 50 minutes, maybe a bit longer, a bit less, depending on how RNG pans out. But that's like a kind of rough estimate. This fight is a tutorial fight, so you just go along with the tutorial, change Yuna into a dancer and mash X. Or even just hold X because it still counts towards mashing if you just hold the button down.
Got about 2 minutes till you need to be ready, Chris.
Okay.
That's all of Yuna,
let you
Riku,
off
and
so
Pain
easily
you get to play as in combat for the rest of the game.
Exactly.
Riku.
Welcome, creatures. Now is your time.
So there is very few things that we cannot skip in this speedrun. There's 2 or 3 FMVs and a few cutscenes that you can't skip, but have triggers later on in the cutscene. One of them will be coming up just shortly. There has been a slight change in the route since it first started happening. We used to talk to Shinra first, the little guy on the right. But he says one line if you talk to him first, and it like makes you lose about 2 seconds, and we don't want that, so we just ignore him for now and talk to him in 2 minutes.
The less we can talk to him, the better, basically.
Yeah.
He's annoying. He only goes on about how he's a kid anyway.
And we don't need to talk to anyone else besides Brother. We talk to him, get some dialogue and some Albed primers that we don't need, and then we go up to the cabin, where we are going to be there for about 5 seconds after that, maybe 10. Run halfway up, and halfway back down, and back to the deck we go. No, not deck, bridge, sorry.
You can go to the deck, but there won't be much up there.
Yeah.
Other than like a pain later on.
So now we're going to go talk to Shinra, and we are going to get a garment grid called Vanguard, which gives you +5 strength and defense, I think. And we use that for the first half of the run, maybe. Then we go to the creature menu, and we're going to get some creatures to fight for us instead of using Riku and Pain. The creatures that we
finished.
Very nearly throwing the Phoenix down now.
Okay, just tell me.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, good luck, Chris.
GG, Dylan.
Good luck, Chris.
Good job, buddy.
So,
GG.
Very good time
everyone.
to
Good
relay,
luck
man.
with the rest of your runs, and thank you very much.
So, the creatures that we need are an Anole, a Gecko, and a Goon. We can get the Anole and the Gecko from Zanuck and Ruins, and the Goon we can get from Guadra Salam. It's a 1 in 4 chance of getting the Goon back when got it first try, but his Zanarkins, he got a White Elemental, which is a 1 in a 3rd chance. Here we're going to put the Thief dress sphere, which is basically like the job system of this game, into the Vanguard garment grid that we just got, and equip it on all of our newly received monsters. We use Thief because it gives you the fastest ATB. It's much shorter than if you were to be on Warrior, so you can bash out a bunch more attacks basically. And then we
Also,
go to
they'll automatically steal off the enemies.
Yeah, they gain Mug as their default attack most of the time. They have the chance to cast attack normally, but they will most likely use Mug and steal things if they can. Sometimes they might miss,
No
but
worries.
it's very
I'll
rare.
take you to the top.
Yeah, I got the first Dragoon, so seems like I was lucky. And got White Elemental.
Yeah. The other monsters that you can get from the Guadra Salam is a female goon and 2 different types of snake gun monsters that I don't really know the name. But they are pretty much useless and we don't need them.
Well, seeing as we don't know, let's just affectionately call them Dave. It would be a miss to call them something. Like,
Dave,
I think they're called recoils.
So we pick up this yellow ring here because, as I said earlier, we need all the gil that we can get at the moment without going too out of our way. And that will come into effect just in like 10 minutes when we go to our next destination.
think this match?
I know you guys don't pick up the right ring, even if you stole all 3 of them.
Yeah.
But I do, because I don't want to do the extra menu, like unequip them and equip them on the ranger.
For me, there's just too much of a chance of getting an extra encounter, so I really, really don't like going for it.
Yeah. So there will be no differences in Bakvorm and Chris's route at the moment. There will be like one slight difference, as they were just talking about, where there's an accessory just after these fights that Bak is getting, which I will talk to when we get there. But right now we are fighting Army Logos LeBlanc for the first time, and you want your monsters to just cast Mug and steal 3 different accessories from each. Stars at the top are their damage and damage taken amplifiers. If you put it up to 5 stars, you deal more damage but take more damage. If you put it to 0 stars, you take less damage and deal less damage, and you can also flee from any random encounter at 0 stars. You cannot flee from bosses, but it reduces the damage you take significantly, so as long as you're in a boss fight that is scary when you attack, you just put it down to 0 stars. Otherwise you're on 5 for most of the battles, and it's pretty much autoplay.
The thing is with the stars, it is deeper than it looks, because supposedly you can't choose the moves, but the amount of stars that the creatures have selected do bias the monsters to use certain moves. So
yeah,
there's a very safe strat you can do later on when the creatures need to cast an attack called Assault. And if you keep the creatures on 2 stars, they are more likely to use it than not. But if they choose not to use it for a while, you're just doing less damage with no benefit.
Yeah, the run is pretty inconsistent in terms of getting abilities to be used, but is quite consistent overall. There's not really much room for error. It's quite optimized. So the accessory that Bakvorm picked up is one that Chris will not be picking up, as he said. It is a white ring. It gives you more money that you can use soon, but it also risks you getting an extra encounter or even just 1 encounter, and we don't want any encounters in Gagazet. You more often than not get 1 or 2. 2 is kind of standard, but you want 0 encounters in Gagazet here. And when the Blanc
it can vary from anything from 0 to 4 encounters through Gagazet, because the way the encounters work in this game is balanced and not at all weird.
So when LeBlanc was saying her dialogue there, when Bak is going through Gagazet, you can't actually get an encounter while the dialogue is up, so you don't want to mash through it. Preemptive strikes are bad because you basically have to do the fight, but the monsters do so much damage that you quickly kill anything anyway. So as you see, Chris is just going through the airship as standards. There's not much difference between both of the runners at the moment, and I'm sure it's gonna really get close as the final boss rush comes up for the last maybe 30 minutes of the game. That's when the run will really start nitpicking at the monsters and not being friendly to any of the runners.
Yeah, we've yet to get to the magical Dark Maga Sisters.
Yeah, those are the bane of this game. They can be really friendly and you can kill them really fast, or they can just be really unfriendly and you die constantly over and over. So Chris got a Trap Pod M after he done his first set of monster capture, and you don't want that. You want just Trap Pod S as much as you can, because each different monster has a set size, so you get small, medium and large, and the 3 monsters that we capture in this game for the early game are all small monsters, so as much Trap Pod S as we want is like ideal.
The chances of getting an M are like small but big enough to be annoying.
Yeah, so as we just saw, Chris got Recoil instead of First Try Guten. He got a second try though, which is really nice. Bakvorm is on Boris at the moment, which is the first like boss of the game per se, and he just actually finished it. We basically just put the stars up to 5 monsters autoplay. They casted quite a lot of abilities there. That's because the Vanguard Garment Grid allows the monsters to cast Armor Break, and we don't want that, but there's no way to get rid of it, because if you unlearn an ability, which you can, whenever you get attacked, you have a high chance of learning that ability again. So it wastes time in the long run if you keep unlearning and relearning. So we just stick with it and hope it doesn't hinder us too much.
The only one which is definitely worth unlearning is Electrocute, because it has a very long wind-up time, and it deals almost no damage. The nightmare is that they learn it on Ixion later on, and heal Ixion.
Yeah. There's 2 points where you can learn Electrocute actually. One is on Ixion, that is the earliest point you can learn it. And the second point is against the Mega Sisters, where Minty can actually cast Black Magic, and Thundaga is just one of the magics you can cast. And you learn Electrocute from taking thunder damage on a Machina, which we will get to in about an hour-ish, maybe just under that.
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah. So Dress Spheres, 10-2 wanted to do something different from 10, but something that the fans loved. So they thought, okay, well, let's try and interpret the job system into the game. Some people kind of like the job system using Dress Spheres, but others don't. The combat in this game is give or take, you either like it or you don't, and it's basically just the same as the storyline. A lot of people don't like it, and there's a very small margin of people that do like it.
I was going to say, wait, hang on, you mean someone likes the story for 10-2? I'm not sure I believe this for a second.
So, Bakvorm just went up and spoke to Barkeep, and he sold all his accessories besides the muscle belt, because we equipped that on our party member, Goon, and that gives him some extra strength and defense. I think it's +10 to each.
Yeah.
So that just makes him like a little bit stronger for the early game and most of the late game.
Exciting.
And he sold all the accessories because we need the guild to buy some things when we go to Camlands, which is our next destination.
Incoming date.
Just now is one of the cutscenes where you cannot skip instantly, but have like a later trigger, and the later trigger for that one was when Yuna jumps off of the stairs. You can skip the trigger then.
So now I won't be picking up White Ring like Bakvorm does, because I got all 3 steals.
Yeah, I got 2 steals. It seems like I was the one missing from Logos.
See, the difference between our routes, but if I only got 2 steals, I wouldn't bother with Right Ring anywhere. I'd only buy 4 wristbands and Calmlands.
Yeah, so in Camlands now, we don't want any encounters either, just like Gagazet, because encounters waste time. And obviously we want to save as much time as possible. So we're gonna run to this like little airship, like this little air hover thing, and hope for no encounters. Bag was unlucky and got one right at the end. But you can run away fairly quick, as long as your monsters don't cast any abilities, which Bag's never, so that's really nice. The main purpose of coming here is because we speak to this guy and we buy some like credits. These credits mean that we can get the Charm Bangle, and Charm Bangle makes no encounters for the whole run. And then we go to the travel agency, and we're going to pick up some wristbands which give us +5 attack, well +5 strength, and these accessories go on our monsters basically. So the Charm Bangle is going to go on Pain because she's not in the party, and even if a monster's not in the party, or you know, one of the girls, we can still equip things on them and they will get bonuses. So like Lure Bangle is extra encounters, Charm Bangle is no encounters. You can equip these on non-current party members and still gain the benefits of them. So we equip it on Pain so that our monsters can have more accessories on for more damage and defense boosts.
I wanted to keep.
Then we are in
It is worthy saying that like it is only 10 strength. In the long run of things, it doesn't save like a massive amount of time.
But it's enough to know that your early damage is like much stronger than it would be. So we're going to go to Zanarkand because we have to go to Zanarkand to be saved to progress in the story. We don't do any side story in this basically. It's just rush through the story, get to the end game.
You've changed.
And
It's good to see. I'm honored.
you just do a bunch of like dialogue here.
I've been helping Sid with
There's a
his work.
few like gimmicky dialogues. But for the most part it's just run to the end, fight boss, and then repeat on your next destination. We can skip most text in the game and, as I said earlier, most cutscenes in the game and FMVs. So we save a lot of time there. If we couldn't, then the run would be significantly longer. But I guess Square Enix didn't want anyone playing the game and having to deal with the storyline. So
look, I've already said the storyline in Final Fantasy X-2 is very, very good. As long as you're not paying attention or listening to them.
Yeah.
What was the
So
one place you can't skip cutscenes though is in Zanarkand for whatever reason.
You can't even skip dialogue for the most part. You have to listen to Parse's dialogue.
Sir.
So you know about the password and keymon.
Which way?
yeah. So these children in front of us on back screen are like sphere hunters. And you should recognize one voice from Final Fantasy X, but the other two are completely new characters. And the one person you should recognize is just going to get explained right now, actually.
It's me, Passe. Well, anyways.
So it's Passe, it's Isaru's younger brother, and Isaru is kind of like he works as Zanarkand now as a tour guide type man.
What are you doing here? There are fiends around.
So yeah, Chris also got a very fast Boris. I think only one of his monsters used an ability. Ideally it's 0 ability, but 1 or 2 doesn't have like that much of an impact compared to every attack being armor break.
You here on some kind of treasure hunt?
So key must
Basically,
be a clue
anytime
to
you see a
finding
purple
treasure.
bar loading for one of the creatures, that's something you almost never want.
Yeah, the only time you want that is late game when we get the ability Assault. But other than that, you don't want any abilities because it's just too much of a time waste. They take forever to load up on the monsters, and then when an ability actually reaches the end of its ATB like time, it takes a random amount of time for the ability to be executed. It can be instant. You could be waiting 1 minute for a monster to cast an ability.
Seems like my controller's having issues.
Yeah, so Bag seems to be having controller issues, and when your controller disconnects, you just run forward the whole time.
Wow.
Which can be an inconvenience at sometimes, and other times not.
Obviously, it's a pretty big inconvenience here.
Yeah.
Generally, not having your controller working when playing a video game is something you don't want to happen.
In a speedrun, that generally results in a time loss.
Okay, so it seems that you have fixed it, which is lucky for you.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Nah, it's just
So
that
these goons are part of LeBlanc Syndicate, which is who we fought earlier in Gagazet, or Milogo's in LeBlanc. They're here on like a treasure hunt as well. Zanarkand is now a tourist attraction where people come and they go on a treasure hunt, and at the end they gain like a prize or something, and it's you have to buy clues. There's 2 clues per day. They cost 10 gil each, and on this specific day when we go and visit, the clues are Key and Mon, which make up Monkey. In the Japanese version, Riku says Santa, and it's pretty fun to watch because...
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Santa as in our definition of Santa?
No, but the way it's pronounced, it comes across as Santa. So that's the way it sounds, but it doesn't literally mean like Santa Claus. It's just whatever the word translates into in Japanese.
I was hoping when I eventually get around to running the Japanese version, it's just merry old Father Christmas every time I visit Zanarkand. It's not Isaru, it's just some fat dude in a like red suit and a beard. It'd be amazing.
Also, the reason that we use these 3 monsters specifically for combat is that they're easy to get and they're super fast and they hit like a truck for the levels they're at. Goon has a really high XP curve compared to the other two, so we're going to keep him in the party, as well as he just does more damage and has better stats overall. Before we used Goon, we used a Gecko Anole and an Agama, which is like another lizard. That route was around for maybe a month at max, as discovered by Chris, I think. And then
I'd love to take credit for that, but it was D-Sharper's idea. You know?
Oh right, it was D-Sharper then. He's another 10-2 runner, but he doesn't run as often anymore. So yeah, we used Agama before we used Goon, and we used a free lizard party until later on, and then the party kind of standardized with Goon and Machina, which we're going to use again later. But the old party was Gecko Machina. And before that we used Riku, Gecko and Anole, and then replaced Riku and the Anole with Machina. So we've had some like pretty significant route changes over the past year in the HT versions of the game. So I think both runners got 5 wristbands, which helps you out a little bit.
It's a 2-minute warning then for Phoenix.
So yeah, the wristbands help you out a little bit with the like if you get 5 wristbands, it helps you out with menus later. I think 6 is maybe the max you get if you pick up the white ring as well as everything else. It's a bit unnecessary though, and it's just time loss.
It's just a pointless wristband in your inventory because you pick up more for when you swap Machina into your party later on.
Yeah.
And you put Muscle Belt on Goon anyway, so the maximum you ever need is 5. If you really want, you can buy 6 for style points though.
Yeah, so we don't pick up any items in this room because we have no one in our party to use them, and we get enough items throughout the game to heal us and like just keep us going for the whole run basically. We've done all our shopping that needs to be done for the most part, I think.
Who's there?
You have done
So
well to
now
make
we're
it
like
this far,
at
Sphere
the
Hunters.
quote-unquote end of Zanarkand,
But
where
you will
like you
not
come
have the
as a
treasure
treasure
you seek
hunter,
so
and this is as
easily.
far as you're really gonna get as a treasure hunter. And
If you want the
you
treasure,
get this little
you
cutscene with
must
Isaru,
speak the
who wants to know the
password.
password. And as we already found out earlier, the password is monkey.
Oh, I know. The password is monkey.
So Flob is on.
That's not.
Yes, good. Okay, so now tell me, what is the
And
meaning
now
of that?
Isaru's a bit flustered. He didn't expect anyone to guess the password. So now he asks you some really silly question, which is, what is the meaning of life? We replied,
You think that considering like the password is so easy to get, that they'd have more of a backup if someone were to get it? But no, what's the meaning of life is the one that they fall onto.
so we replied the calm.
Phoenix.
My job. I bring excitement to those who've come to see this sacred place.
GG, Luke.
GG.
I too
Congrats,
struggled with the hope of seeing this place someday.
Love you, Flubber.
Working here somehow fulfills that wish.
Go team, Mark.
Just missed out.
Okay, thanks for coming.
Good luck on that.
Yeah, thank you guys for the
And
base
remember,
thank you for the commentators
ruins
as
of
well.
Zanarkand
Good luck to you guys.
will be
Thank
waiting.
you
Thanks,
for...
guys.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep, GG everyone that was on Final Fantasy X. So we replied the calm to Isaru's silly question because it is the fastest, and it's the first on the list, so we don't have to like go for any like stupid,
The sphere
unnecessary
oscillofinder picked up a
dialogue.
signal. There should still be a sphere nearby. Oh.
So after that, Payne is
Okay,
like,
let's
well,
try this
the
again.
sphere finder in our airship found a sphere, so let's go get that. And if you watched Phoenix's screen just now, he got the backwards facing imposter, which is really nice. He saved some damage, like he gained some damage rolls compared to the other runners. Unfortunately, he keeps getting interrupted by the goons, so it's not really working in his favour, which is a shame.
Aha! Found ya!
We're not alone.
Yeah, the intro is very trolly. Anyone who comes to 10-2 streams regularly, and Back is now infamous for this, is if you don't get a good intro, you reset, and the intro can troll you so hard. The goons can just decide they don't want to play ball and attack at awkward times.
Yeah, so this fight in Zanarkand, I think it's the Spectral Keeper is called, or Sanctuary Keeper, I don't really know. But
Guardian Beast.
Yeah, Guardian Beast, sorry. This is the first. I was way off. But
That's what it's called in
It's the
10.
monster in the belt, but like.
Yeah, I was going for the 10 name. So, this is the first kind of instance where you have to turn down your stars because he can kill a party member. That got quite unlucky. His fight was a little bit longer than usual because he got quite a few armor breaks. But it's nothing too significant because it's going to happen to the other two runners as well, I can assure you.
No, I'm expecting this run to be perfect RNG.
So all three of the runners went for the right wall skip on the second fight and intro. It's probably the most easiest one to learn.
I think it's also the fastest because you hug the wall, which is the quickest route, where if you go in the middle,
you
have to slightly dodge at times.
Yeah.
All that for nothing.
Going through the middle, I think, is a few extra
Well,
inputs.
it can't hurt to take it with us.
But it doesn't really affect
Can't
like the
believe
full
how
run
much this
overall.
place has changed.
So we only got half a sphere here. The guys are quite unsure why, but they're going to take it anywhere because you're a sphere hunter and you just steal every single sphere you can get your hands on because you're greedy and need the money, I guess.
Later in the game, steal anything you can get your hands on. Now, I imagine we will talk more about the story as the game comes on, but...
Yeah, Final Fantasy X-2, the Thieves Guild, that's what this should be called.
This must be how.
Thieves Guild!
This is the first time.
All you do is just steal for this whole game.
Well, at some point, LeBlanc basically comes onto your airship whilst you're all in... I can't remember where?
Bevelle. You go to
Bevelle,
Bevelle
thank you.
and steals from you. So as I said, everything in this game is just stealing.
So she steals from you, and as opposed to calling the police or maybe contact the authorities, you
steal
decide
from
the
her?
only possible way back into it is
Kamari
by
said down
dressing
at our
up as
Mount
one of her
Cognizant.
lackeys and stealing from her.
Yeah.
It does
So
look like him, though something
we go to
seems a little
Besaid,
off.
and we speak to Lulu, and she has like some dialogue. She's pregnant as well, and
She doesn't really look it.
yeah, and she talks like what you get a kind of bit of backstory as to why Yuna has become
Since you've come
a
off
sphere hunter, and it's because Kamari found a sphere on Gagazet, and inside this sphere is like video recordings. If you've played Final Fantasy X, there's the Sphere Theater, and there's a guy who looks a bit like Tidus in the spheres, and so she's gone on this huge quest to try and find this one man in hopes that it's him because they look similar.
Now, spoiler alert, it's not the same person, but it is actually voiced by the same person in James Arnold Taylor. So, just to confuse you a little bit more, they hired the same person.
Oh, and despite appearances, no, it's not
Good
Chapu.
morning.
Yeah. Well, Titus and Chappie, they look so alike. The first
So-
time I saw Shiyun, I assumed it was him as well.
Yeah, so in the PC version of this game, Lulu has a hair glitch where her hair just flies out the back of her head, really, really pointy and straight. And the game has had no fixes at all, but we just kind of keep with it because it's probably the best part of this game. But Lulu asked us to go find Waka
High
because
praise.
he's been very, very emotional lately because, well, he found a sphere, but he won't tell Lulu.
Also, the real name for that glitch is the Lucky Lulu hair glitch. It means
We're
world
fine.
record isn't coming.
So, panning over to Chris's screen for a minute, if you reply to this Isaru dialogue with Tumaria Hypelo, you actually get a garment grid from it. I don't know which one it is exactly because I didn't really pay attention when I was playing it. I won't lie. I just kind of wanted to casual the game, get to speedrunning it, which is probably the best decision I ever made.
Bible thump.
Yeah.
Also, marrying
So-
a Hypello is obviously the best of the options there.
Yeah, definitely.
So I've just seen your chat, Thomas said 10-2 would be better if Lulu was playable. So if you complete the game and start New Game Plus, some of the creatures you can capture are real people.
Yeah, you can
so
capture.
you can play with Lulu because you can capture her, and she is also really overpowered.
Yeah, you don't have control over her like you would Unariku Pain. She's just like another creature. But she's really strong. You can get Army, Logos, LeBlanc, Lulu. There's a bunch of them that are New Game Plus exclusive. So Bakvorm is trying to get access to this cave where Waka is hiding. And to do so, we pick up 3 numbers, which are codes. And there is a 4th number, but it takes way too long to get. So we try and just guess the 2nd number of the code to gain access. Unfortunately, this can...
He's getting pretty unlucky.
Unfortunately, this can result in 10 tries, and it's just a lot of time loss.
What are Bak's numbers?
411.
Something. Yeah, I think 4411. I got.
Yeah, was that 9 for 10th try? I didn't see. I know it was like quite high up. It was in between 8 and 10, I think.
Well, all I'm hearing is I'm now going to get first code and save a minute.
So, Waka asked us to go a bit more into the cave and get a sphere that has been hiding in here. That I think Chapu found. But we get ambushed by this big ass lizard dragon.
Find us.
And it would be an issue if we had came here sooner. But because we went to Zanakin first, we can deal damage to it and kill it before it uses its most powerful ability, which is Flame Breath. So I just saw in chat as well that someone asked why Eunice's skirt isn't moving. It doesn't move in the HD version, at least not in the PC. It's just fixed to the one spot.
There is actually a proper reason. It's not made out of normal clothing material. It's actually made out of titanium.
So we get this sphere after annihilating the boss to the point that it goes home and cries. And we run back to Waka, where we give him the sphere and he gives us some backstory. I think we could have like some trouble running into encounters if we didn't have the charm bangle, so everywhere around here is just so nice to have.
I'm going to be a fight.
So basically, yeah, he found this sphere of his parents, what Chapu did, and he never told him where it was. It turns out that Chapu was lying, though. Spoilers, but he didn't actually find the sphere. He was just angry at Waka one day. This is more 100% our storyline, I think, from side quests. But he doesn't actually find it. He was angry at Waka and decided to lie to make him upset.
But there is a sphere on a pedestal in the cave anyway.
Yeah, and that's your doggy dress sphere, which will never be used. And now we're going to Kilika because we had some readings and some requests for help from some of the locals. Because there's a disturbance going on between Bavel and New Yevon and the Youth League, I think.
Yeah.
They found a sphere and they're having trouble deciding who should take it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and steal it because we are master thieves.
Treasure hunters. Treasure hunter. Think Locke from Final Fantasy VI. We're just borrowing it for an indefinite amount of time.
Yes, that's how it goes. So usually we would come here and talk to some people and find out we have to go into the forest and then up to the temple. But we already know this, so we just run past everyone and straight up to the guards who won't let us in. So Chris, you also have the lucky hair glitch?
I also have, yep, world record incoming right now. The lucky Lulu hair glitch.
So as I said earlier, we don't steal the budget grenades as we can see on Phoenix's screen, the monsters are doing that for us, and that will give us Assault later on, which is our most prized ability, basically. And you would have to like usually run up and through the gates to kind of figure out what's going on, where to go. But we just run left here a bit and get a tiny cutscene of Donna running above us. And then we run straight up to the top of the Kilika Woods. And usually you have to like listen to this cutscene to figure out how to get past the guards. But we have it wrote down so that we know which options to choose. And we don't listen, we just choose the no, it's okay basically option. And then the guards will ask us a series of questions in which we have to respond. We would have learned the answers to these from the guards if we watched the cutscene, but we already know what they are, so we don't have to really worry about getting them. It's more important that you like get the guards correct in the PS2 version than in HD. You can mess up here because we don't need the garment grids in HD as opposed to PS2.
And boy oh boy, is it a watertight system that they managed to come up with. They didn't give out passes, they didn't give out anything really. It's if there's an even amount of guards on duty, the password is this, and if there's an odd number of guards on duty, it's this.
Yeah.
Surely nothing can go wrong. Spoiler alert, it just makes it very easy to infiltrate.
So Bak is kind of having a hard time because his monsters are just casting armor break. One armor break is okay because it does like reduce their armor, but anything above that is annoying, so it was kind of a slow fight. None of his monsters died, which is nice because they need the XP, any of them besides Anole. But besides that, it was kind of a slow fight compared to what I guess you would like it to be.
Seems like Chris is having a hard time with code as well.
No, first try.
I see it.
So now Donna asks us what we're doing here, and we say we're sphere hunters and we're going to steal the sphere basically. Because we just fought. We just fought this monster and we deserve it.
So yeah, Chris's code was just almost as bad as it could have possibly been.
It's only a few numbers of being the worst possible code. That was dreadful. The worst code is 5555, and that was a 4566.
Oh, so I think Phoenix just got a crit with one of his monsters on Boris, and it reduced it significantly. So at the end of each chapter, or when you get like a really major mission complete in the storyline, like now, you get Trap Pod SP, which is special, and it allows you to capture whichever kind of monster you would like.
It's just a regular movie.
We're gonna use these to capture some Machina soon, after we watch some cutscenes and FMVs. But when I say watch, this one we're gonna actually watch because it's one of the few that we are kind of forced to, because there's a restriction on some FMVs where you can't force them. I think it's only this one and 1000 words that we can't skip, and the rest we can.
You know, you're all I can count on.
100% true.
Yeah. So some backstory about like what's happened here. It's basically the lookalike Tidus has found this big Machina underneath the veil, and he's not allowed to be there basically, and the veil doesn't want him to be there, or the guards, so it's not really ideal that he should be there.
Okay, please musicians, don't fall.
Yeah, so now we're going to go up back to the cabin, and we're going to push some musicians into an elevator and hold our first concert of the game.
They're both about as bad as one another. Also, the musicians is possibly like the worst designed minigame.
Yeah.
In this run,
yeah.
purely on the grounds that it just doesn't work half the time.
Yeah, there's no consistent way to do it really. You talk to Diarrhea, which is the big one at the back, and he tells you like, we need help getting into the elevator because we're lazy and don't want to walk. So could you please push us? And we do all the dirty work as usual. But they can push each other in and out. As we can see with back, he's not really getting a nice time. We try and push the first one and the last one in together by pushing in from the back.
Nah, I'm just gonna do it over.
But it's not consistent. So as we see, back is gonna reset it. So you reset it and you just go again from pushing them. It's a bit of time loss, but
come on.
As I said, the mini game will at times, if you push them in a certain position, just not work.
Yeah.
It's a wonderfully designed mini game.
So you want to push, as I said, Diarrhea, which is the big one who's beating his belly, and the trumpet / saxophone or whatever that is meant to be. And then you push the guy with the harp in last, and that should work because you push two in together. But
come on!
It's not giving back a nice enough time.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I've got a first try code, and I have an attempt at getting musicians before back. Team Choco's catching up back from.
Yeah, so Team Choco is going to catch up a lot here because of the amount of time musicians actually can drain off of your run, basically.
Finally.
Funnily enough, in the JP version we pushed Tobley in as well, and we get an accessory called Catnip, which you basically abuse for the full game, and it reduces the speedrun's time significantly from the English PS2. But they patched it in every other version of the game, so we can't get it anymore until the Infinito, which is Chapter 5. And now we have our first mini concert.
It's about as good as you think a high summoner who's turned into a pop star is good.
Yeah.
It's about as good as that. So, Bakvorm got musician first try, right?
I mean, a third can be classes first.
First try, nailed it, Bakvorm. I'm proud of you.
Yep.
I mean, he got a third attempt first try.
So they didn't actually make a song for this. They just had Yuna saying "La La" over again. And this is not the first time in the game.
Come on.
Well, this is not the only time in the game where they use like hums or words that aren't actually song to pretend to be a song.
Who's Len?
There is another point later on in the game. I think Bag is having more controller issues.
Seems like it doesn't.
Why am I so mad? Who the heck is Len?
Come on.
Yeah, so usually we wouldn't see this "Who the heck is Len" line, but because Bag's having controller issues, he can't skip the cutscene.
Hey, if anything, you guys are getting to enjoy more of the story, and when push comes to shove, isn't that what we all want?
I'm going to go to bed.
And then she gets like really mad because she doesn't know who Len is or why she's experiencing Len's emotions, which is actually a side effect of using dress spheres. So she gets really mad and angry sleeps, basically.
Basically, dress spheres are very inherently safe.
Yeah, the person who made dress spheres is Shinra, who is the low guy on our airship. And he is like a tech sav, basically, Albed tech sav, and he made the garment grids and dress spheres. which are still basically in alpha testing, and the girls are his guinea pigs. And one of the most popular fan theories is that this world later becomes Final Fantasy VII. I don't really like that fan theory, but shout out to whoever made it nonetheless.
It's a solid fan theory as long as you never think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like my son's coming earlier than
Has Bat gotten to the dream yet?
Yeah, but he hasn't used the FMV skip on it.
No, because my control disconnected.
Right.
Are you not using the keyboards? You can use backspace. And it skips it.
Come on. Wait, I'm gonna quit.
Yeah, you got the you got past the FMV, so I think it all saved.
Yeah.
So Back is having to quit and reload because of controller issues, but luckily for us, the PC version has autosave just like Final Fantasy X. Chris seems to have gotten first try musicians, I think.
Yeah, you can have the fat dude and the person ahead of them really, really close together, so you push them in.
Yeah.
So they're very cramped in the elevator, and then you've got the entirety of the right side to push Feather Dude in.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's right now. Okay.
Oh, still love this bit. It's a concert. Should we have lyrics? Nah, we don't need them.
Yeah, rip time, but...
Yeah, so Back
Whatever.
is back up now. His controller seems to be working again. One issue with this game is that if the controller disconnects, you have a chance of dropping all FPS down to 5. It's quite rare, but it's an issue nonetheless. So after we watched the sphere with the Shuyin, who is the guy who looks like Tidus, we basically want to give it back to someone. And there's two main factions of power: New Yevon or the Youth League. New Yevon is quite explanatory in its own, and the Youth League is like the Crusaders type thing, who become like a really, really large faction in Spira now. And those two kind of control the Spira, and they're battling it out constantly. There's a lot of disagreements, and we chose to give it to New Yevon because we have to visit the ventilator, and if we gave it to the Youth League, we would have a bunch of extra encounters that we don't want.
So what he's trying to say is we feel bad about stealing and thieving and decide to try and do the right thing. This sentiment lasts for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, so there's roughly, right now, about 30 seconds between Team Tonberry and Team Choco. Maybe less, maybe 20 seconds. Just for those guys who are curious. So now we're going to replace one of our party members, and that party member will unfortunately be Anoli because it is the weakest of our party members. We're going to talk to Shinra and go into the creature creator menu, and we're going to trap a Machina from Union High Road, I think. No, Beacon of Desert. Yeah, and we choose these little Machina hunters / rangers because they have a lot of agility, a lot of like strength compared to most other monsters you can get at this point of the game, and they're really easy to get because of the trap pod SP. And they also have an ability called Impale, which deals a lot of damage to a single target monster.
Yeah, if we're being picky, that is the main reason, because it's just so good.
So Bag got the Machina Hunter first try. You can get it 1 or 2 tries, and the other monster you can get is a Machina Scout, which is a monster that you fight in Final Fantasy X also.
Kimari, sorry.
And Chris also got it first try, so
it's gonna be close.
Yeah.
Now, did you explain the whole FMV thing? Or we can do that later?
No, I'm going to do that when the time comes.
Okay, cool.
I don't want to like go too far into like spoilers of this.
Okay,
so now we go to Zanarkand because LeBlanc has infiltrated our airship and stole a sphere from us, and we want it back. So we have to infiltrate her base, which is where Seymour's house used to be, which is Guadalsalam, for those who don't know. And to do so, we have to steal 3 female goon uniforms from 3 different female goon fights. The first one we're going to get is Gagazet, and you fight the goons and then army. We go here first because it's basically the same as the PS2 route. There's 2 ways you can do it. You can go Josie first, and then Beaconel, and then come to Gagazet, or you can do Gagazet, Josie, Beaconel. There's not a whole lot of difference, and it doesn't really matter, to be honest, which one you do first. They each have their own advantages. The advantage of doing this first is that you have more levels for the Josie fight, which is a bit more riskier, because you can die there. But you have like a tiny bit less damage. Whereas if you do Josie first, you have less levels and can die, but have a tiny bit more damage to do Gagazet and Ormi. So
there's a certain camera angle which basically Ormi is, he hits like a truck this early on until you get on Area path.
Believe there's a hot
So there's a certain camera angle which hides what Ormi is doing, so he can just one-shot any creature.
You got me.
Also, shout out to Phoenix for getting free armor break on Guardian Beast.
Classic.
Hey! You're a little help?
Look out, look out!
Hey! Oh wow.
For those that haven't noticed here, there are hot springs, because of course there are.
Yeah. So Ormi hit for a truck but left Machina Hunter on 90 HP. Hunter has such low HP compared to the other 2 because the way the monsters level in this game is that they scale off of your average party level of the girls. And the average party level is like 3, I think. So that's kind of the level the monsters come into the party at. And obviously we've had Goon and Gecko in our party for a while now, so they've had time to level. But the Hunter comes in at level 3, so he has like a lot less stats compared to the others, and if Ormi crits you, he can one-shot the party basically, well, whichever monster he attacks. Luckily for Bakvorm, it didn't, and Chris seems to be getting a lot of armor breaks, but both fights never killed a monster, which is ideal.
We found ourselves a uniform.
And then afterwards you have to fight some goons and steal their uniform. You also get a garment grid from it, but we disregard it basically. It's not really used at all. We only use 2, and there's Vanguard and Uneven Path, which we get just after we fight this next uniform battle.
And you only really use Vanguard out of convenience because it's there.
Yeah, it gives you a few better stats, which is kind of what you want early game, rather than using the original Garmin Grid, which is for steps, because they have there's no benefit. So to talk about Josie, we used this old strat from PS2 where you spoke to a few NPCs and that progressed this line to get into the hut, but I can't remember who it was. Maybe was it Sonic? found a strat where you wait in the line and it progresses the speed of the line much faster than running between NPCs, because you want to get in here as fast as possible to progress on the story and get your next set of uniforms.
Seems like the third one doesn't come in.
But the only one you will take is the first NPC and talk to them.
Yeah,
Then you
take
queue
the,
up.
yeah, you take the first NPC next to the save sphere because it's close to you and triggers the next person to move in line anyway. And then it's just all about your positioning, whether you get the fast line or slow line. Bag got pretty fast line and then slow line right at the very end. Chris seems to be going okay for the
I got
time
one
being.
slow line and 2 quick lines.
Yeah. So he got faster last person to move into the line, which is nice. And then you say that like you want to dig. That's the only thing you have to do is just mash X and then leave and go into the temple to look for Gipple, who is like the new like main person of the Albed kind of. Like he's the main celebrity for the Albed, and he gives you this letter when you actually do meet him that gives you permission to dig in Beacon Hill. And as you run out of Josie, you realise that there's some goons, and of course the girls are like, okay, well, let's steal the uniforms, beat them up and strip them.
We gotta find that sphere.
We do this 3 times. What it is.
Yeah.
I said, remember that good thing about, you know, hey, we feel good. We're going to give that sphere back and not steal anymore. Yeah, it goes out the window pretty quickly.
Yeah, you just, oh, this game is just stealing constantly. The girls will try and deny it. They will be like, we are sphere hunters, we work for the good of Spira, but we're going to steal everything on our way. So then we just run straight down and we're looking for basically the sphere that the goons mentioned. And this sphere will trigger, it's Yuna's special dress sphere, floral something.
That's where
and
it was.
we won't use that at all.
Sorry for the
but
trouble.
for
I
doing this,
appreciate
we
you
get a
fighting
garment
it
grid
for us,
called
though.
Unerring Path, which gives plus 15 to all stats, I believe. And we want like a lot of agility and strength for this run. Agility reduces your ATB, so we just get a lot of attacks in. And Thief also reduces your ATB because you have more agility. And that's us sorted for the whole run once we get this Unerring Path. There won't be any more garment grid changes. So this fight is pretty straightforward. You just want a 5-star and then 0-star if you feel like you're going to die, and hope that you kill them quite fast.
Yeah, basically you turn down 0 stars every time Ormi goes to attack because he hits like a truck. Everyone else is pretty much negligible. You can just leave it at 5 stars fall throughout.
Yeah, so the Femgoon has the lowest HP and then Logos. Logos has the lowest HP of Ormi, Logos and LeBlanc, followed by LeBlanc and then Ormi. He's pretty much the tank.
But as you can see by the 4 dismisses in a row there, Logos could also avoid a lot of attacks.
Yeah, he has like quite a good bit of evasion in comparison to the others. Which is not good because we want to obviously hit them as much as possible, so if they're evading our attacks, it's just a waste of ATB that could go towards hitting Ormi. And when the Machina use Impale, their ATB will go full, they use Impale, and then they get like a slightly bigger ATB because of the rank of the action, I think. So their next attack will take longer to wind up, but that's not so much of a problem because it's still fairly short, and Impale done so much damage compared to a regular attack that you don't mind it.
I guess the high
And
summoner's
then once we
hard
get
out
on a
too.
path, we just want to put in the Thief
Don't be expecting
dress sphere
special
and
treat.
switch all of our monsters
Right.
to that.
We'll send you out there by hover. Go talk to the pilot about it. Oh, before you start digging,
And as we
some
saw, it
strange stuff's been washing up there.
Goon from plus 104 from 104 agility to 124, and that's just because of Thief plus Onion. And it doesn't really matter where you do the menu because it's still the same regardless of if you do it like in the airship as Chris done or in Beacon as Back done. But we come here to dig, and Nadala tells us that she has like a special assignment for us because we're the high summoner. She wants to see if we're worth like her time and letting us like dig. And she tells us to go visit the Oasis, and we're like, okay, we'll do it. But she has a warning saying that the LeBlanc Syndicate has shown up, so she wants to send us out there and make sure they're okay. And that's where we're going to go. Yeah. So I'm just going to recap quickly for those who don't know. We use the Goon and the Lizards, and the Lizards are going to get replaced with Machina. Because they have so much damage and they hit like a truck, fast attacks, and they're the best overall party. We can do this through the Creature Creator menu. This only included in the international version and the HD version of the game. So we fought we fought Logos and 2 Femgoons. It's a really quick fight. Yeah, Femgoons are the pink goons, and Mr. Goons have like a kind of dark colour on them, and normal goons are just green. So we fought the Femgoons, and now we have our 3 uniforms that we need to basically infiltrate the LeBlanc Syndicate home.
We're off to...
Let's settle.
So it's still a sub 59 uniform 3.
So yeah, sub 1 basically is a decent pace.
It's about as good as you could be after a first try of the Seiko.
And so now we go to Guado Salam, which is where the LeBlanc Syndicate hideout is basically. And we're going to go in there for one of the best mini games in the entire game. So I hope you guys have your sound ready and your fingers on the keyboard, because y'all are going to be typing, I'm sure of it. So we go in here and we skip this cutscene where LeBlanc talks to us, but we don't really say anything. She's more so talking to herself about how much she loves Nuge and stuff. And we run into the back room, the banquet room as I like to call it, and we talk to Ormi and Logos.
Her natural charm.
And they tell us that LeBlanc is stressed and stuff, and we have to go work our quote-unquote charm on her. Our charm is a massage, which is probably a lot of people's favourite part of this game when they're watching, because they like to spam Twitch chat.
Hang on a minute. This sounds increasingly like you're trying to incite it, Ryder.
So we go in here and she's talking to herself, to the statue of Nuge. Oh Nuge, I miss you. Come home, I love you. And she's really stressed and needs some de-stressing, and this is when it's Yuna's time to shine, to show off her special skills.
With the power of Knuckles.
Yeah. So this is the massage minigame, where we have to get 32 in order to progress.
Not quite. Oh.
And we do this by looking for any colour that is not blue that will get us up to the 32 points mark. Pink is 5, yellow is 2, green is 1, and blue is 0.
You're always looking for pink. Green means it's diagonal, yellow means it's horizontal.
Horizontal or vertical, yeah.
Blue means it's nowhere near.
Yeah.
That's nice. Oh. There.
So Back got a 35 on that, which is really nice, because he passed at least. And it's even better because we get to see it twice in a row because Chris and Back are so close together.
Just in case one massage wasn't enough, here's another one.
So if you fail the massage in HD, it's not an issue because you can redo it with no penalty. But in the PS2 run, we get a gold hairpin from beating it first try, and without that, we wouldn't be able to do the run basically.
But in this Run, it doesn't matter because creatures just hit things in the face and then you eventually win.
So, the gold hairpin basically reduces MP cost and it gives you some magic, I think. And obviously we don't need MP cost reduced or magic because we are full out glass cannon physical attackers, so it's no point of us to pick it up, so it's not really an issue if you fail first try or pass. It's just time loss if you don't pass first try.
And now we get to know the answer to the very old question of what happens if you successfully infiltrate an organization. You, of course, take your disguise off because it's no longer needed.
Yeah, so you go into the back room and there's a switch. And this switch is like a flip switch. There's a secret passage behind the switch, and you go in and take off your disguises and Ormy catches you, so you beat him up and send him crying and you progress through the dungeon, I guess. So behind the door that Bak just passed, the first one, is where you get gold hairpin, but we don't need it, so we just run to the red marker and into this bedroom, which I think is LeBlanc or else Logo's bedroom. I think it's LeBlanc's though. And we skip this cutscene because there's an FMV during the cutscene and it skips both of them. If you just skip the cutscene itself. And then we get caught by Logos and Ormy this time.
Naughty girl. What about you?
The bosses.
Remember, treasure hunter, not thief.
Yeah.
Treasure hunter, not thief.
Yeah, so then we just bash the heads in. Logos dies in 3 hits if you chain him. Chains are when one attack follows another, and it basically just gives it like a little bit extra damage. So as long as you deal like another hit within a certain amount of seconds, you get your chain damage. And that's always nice when fighting single like monsters, because you just kill them quicker. And we just 3-shot Ormy with just how much damage that we do. No, we 3-shot Logos and then we deal a few extra hits to Ormy and he dies.
And now they have more accuracy, so they barely ever miss Logos, and Orby goes down a lot quicker than he did before.
Yeah, we got a lot more level ups from fighting Ormy Logos and Ormy and Logos those few extra times, and fighting Ormy at first during our first fight in the Chateau LeBlanc, as it's called. And so we basically just never miss, and we glass cannon the whole fight, the whole time, every fight. And now we run into this spiky wall at the back, and it teleports us. After falling down, you magically appear higher up than you jump down to, because physics. And you press a switch, and we need these switches to deactivate the booby traps and move on to the next part, which is kind of hidden door.
Well, I mean, hidden in inverted commas.
Yeah.
Sort of a can't see the wood for the trees sort of scenario.
Yeah, it's like a wall that's not really a wall. Now if you want, you can safety save here, because you can like sometimes run into a bit of trouble with Ormy Logos LeBlanc, which is our next fight, but it's not really a big deal because you can turn down the stars and take less damage. So yeah, Impale does like a lot of damage. It's basically like a crit.
Well, it's like 3 times the damage of a normal attack.
Yeah, so but LeBlanc's one of her first moves is Not So Mighty Guard, which gives a protecting shell. And Bak just got the Mighty Guard skip because he killed LeBlanc as she was casting it.
No one's gonna hear you.
And he had already killed the other 2 party members of the enemy team. So that was a really solid fight.
Best case scenario.
Yeah, as before, the monsters do have another ability from the garment grid that we have equipped now. The last one, it was Armor Break that we got by equipping Vanguard. This time we have Crackdown, which basically removes Protect from a monster.
That
or enemy.
we finished our
So
analysis of
if you get protect and your monster casts crackdown, they
Those
will
you
no
haven't
longer
spelled?
have that protect on them, which is sometimes nice, but most of the time they'll
That's
cast
what
it where there's no
Nishi's got in
protect
mind.
anyway.
What a... The summoner who defeated... So, then I get... Waiting. Don't
So
be
now
silly,
LeBlanc
love.
is like, oh, you beat us, have this sphere, and we skip the FMV, and she's like, okay, let's get revenge. We're going to be on your airship where we just stole from you about 20 minutes ago.
The game's very quickly moving on. They're lovely.
Yeah, it's very like friendship will conquer the world, basically.
Yep, but we'll get into that later on when we can dissect the story better.
So as we can see, Phoenix is just getting his first Machina of the game. And he got the Machina Scout. Oh, well, that's the Guard's Machina. The one later on is called Machina Scout.
It's obvious
There's 2 of
we
them.
nabbed the head honcho. Then
Pretty
we can-
annoying if you catch it, but it's nothing
no problem
because
with this.
you just keep it and then you don't have a chance of capturing it again,
man
basically.
like that doesn't stand a chance without his escort.
So here we're like, okay, let's infiltrate Bevel,
He's much stronger
and
than he
I think it's like see what they're hiding underneath. And it's our job to do it, of course,
Who goes
because
there?
we are master Sphere Hunter Thief infiltrators now.
Oh, the High Summoner!
What did we just
Please,
say?
forgive my rudeness.
Sphere Hunter! We're not thieves! We just take things off people without their knowledge for an indefinite amount of time. We've been through this. Remember, we're the good guys. We're the good guys in this scenario.
Not sphere.
What sphere are we looking for in Bevel again?
In Bevel, we are looking for proof of Vegnagun.
Because if you see
Doesn't
it
sound like sphere hunting to me.
If you hear about a weapon that can quite literally destroy the world, the first thing you do is try and chase and find it.
Okay, so the reason we're going to get proof of Vegnagun now is because we saw the sphere and we saw like some backstory, and they're like, okay, well if Bevel are hiding this really big machina that can destroy the world, then what else are they hiding? So we need to get proof and we need to see what we can do about it. And basically LeBlanc says, well, it's your like responsibility, Yuna. You defeated Sin. You're the High Summoner that really saved us. So it's your time to come and shine again and, you know, show the world what you can do for a second time, because no one else can do it.
After mocking her for an entire hour.
Yeah. So she basically makes fun of you for a whole hour and impersonates you, steals things from you, and then becomes a friend in an instant because you
she
kick her
realizes
in the
she
bum.
needs your help.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So we flip some switches that allow the middle elevator to go down in Bevel instead of upwards to a higher level. It allows us to go down into the, basically like the Bevel trials again, which is kind of triggering for 10 runners, but it's all good. We don't have to do any weird movements. We just run through and fight some things.
There are
The
3 encounters. It's like
yeah, the first one
and
is
then a bunch of geckos.
a flan and a skink is called, S-K-I-N-K, and basically they're all like the flan is ice damage and the skink is weak to ice damage, but again we just punch them to death because we're strong enough to do that.
Yeah. Luckily, it's also weak to overpowered creatures.
Yeah, so the lizard that we saw about 20 seconds ago, where there was kind of like an orangey yellow colour, that is the Agama, which was in the old route that we had for a month, as I said earlier. But then Rini MT came along and done some routing, and we replaced Agama with Goon.
Agama jumps up and has this massive
yeah, as you just saw
battle
there.
animation every time it hits, and the stats aren't also good. Rin found Goon, and it turns out that Goon is just incredible. It's really, really quick. Towards the late game, he will attack, I don't know, like 1.7 times per every other monster normal attack.
Yeah, he attacks really fast because of his level curve compared to everything else that we can get early game and late game without having to do any grinding late game, because if we were to capture a monster in the late game, we'd have to get it up to level with the rest of them. And obviously we don't have time for that, so we just kind of keep Goon. And because his level curve is so good, he doesn't require a lot of XP in comparison to, say, if we were to keep the Gecko, Anoli, or anything else. So he ends up being like level, I think it's 34, 36 when we finish the game. And no other monster would be that level that we can get that early on in the game without having to do like extensive routing and stuff. So Goon is like a really nice addition to the party.
Yeah, Goon can help you like stun lock certain creatures so they never get attacks. We're probably going to see this in the shape of golems once we start going around the towers down here.
Yeah, so once again, you know, people coming in now chat, HD and International 10-2 has a function called Creature Creator if you talk to Shinra, which lets you capture monsters and use them to battle in your party. It's... Some people like it, some people don't, but for the end, we need the fastest possible way to beat the game. So we're just going to abuse the strongest creatures that we can get and basically beat the game in less than 3 hours, which is always nice. So we come down here into Bevel and we like slide down this chain, and it's kind of meant to be like kind of nostalgia to 10, you know, when you slide down the chain in Bevel.
But just so much less impactful.
Yeah. Yeah, HD is the international version ported onto, like it has like an English translation, so it's English version of the game with the HD features. So in this version you can get like the Psychic Dress Sphere and some other ones that are like game exclusive. Psychic is probably one of the most well-known ones, and you can get the last mission, which is an extension of the 10-2 game. It's really, really hard, but because they translated everything to English, we have it on the HD version, which is on PS3, PS4 and PC and PS Vita as well. But yeah, we come down here and we slide down the chain.
Well, Final Fantasy X also uses the international version.
Yeah.
And set of rules as well. That's why there are Dark Aeons and like Pilfer Gil, I believe, as well in the Sphere Grid.
Yeah, Perfect Gil is like up the top left corner maybe, or the top right?
Bottom left.
Top left, yeah, I know it was on the left somewhere. So we come down here in Bevel and the Machina are set to like guard mode, so they will attack any intruders. And because we're not meant to be here, we are intruders and they attack us. But luckily for us, you know, they're not an issue. Yeah, Festivalist is the second dress sphere. That is international and HD exclusive. You can get that by talking to Brother right at the beginning of the game, and you get it for a second time when you defeat the second cup that you beat in the game, I believe. You also get Psychic from doing cups. Cups are tournaments which can be accessed through the Creature Creator menu, which is HD and International specific. So that's why you may not have saw them in your first playthrough on PS2. And not a lot of people actually know of the creature function in HD anyway.
And they're really, really hard.
Yeah, the cups, the first few ones are like okay, they're kind of like an introduction, and then the later ones they throw in like really, really strong monsters that can wipe your party if you're using monsters.
And then in some of the final cups you get to fight people like Nuge, who basically obliterate your party. It's just like another set of super bosses.
Yeah. So, Bakvorm just fought Spectral Keeper, Sanctuary Keeper, whatever one. I cannot remember the name.
Spectral.
Yeah, Spectral. And Chris is just fighting it just now. Again, there's no issue at all in any of these because of the monsters. This is another difference from the PS2 route, because in Bevel we would have to do a minigame where you pick up an accessory called Ring, and we don't need that anymore because the Ring is a magic damage boosting item and we are physical based in this run. Phoenix just had...
muscle though.
Yeah, Phoenix just had an issue with Uniform 2 where I don't know if he just got unlucky or didn't star down fast enough, but yeah, one of his party members died, so they're going to lose out on XP, and I missed which party member it was, but it's not too important if you die to one of the uniforms because the bosses later in the game give a lot more XP, so you have time to catch up. You're just maybe 1 or 2 levels off, and that does not really matter in this game at all anymore. So we run through here and we go down these little elevators. That's what these are called. They're lifts or elevators, but and they take you down further into the dungeon. And we step on these like blocks which make this pathway come out, and we jump into the one that was kind of blocked away before. And then we just rush 2 bosses at once. The next one is Baralai, who is like the Praetor of New Yevon. He's like the face. He stepped up when his father stepped down.
But he's a little bit possessed at the moment.
Yeah, he got possessed by Shuyin, who's overtook his body. So,
and that's Shuyin, not to be confused with Chapu.
Yeah, Shuyin wants to protect Len, who is the emotions that Yuna is experiencing in the Songstress Stress Sphere, which is what the story is all about. And
Sorry. I'm going
he wants to protect Len because they were in love. And they had this whole dream, this vision, and he accidentally stumbled upon Vegnagun. So now he also wants to protect Vegnagun and use that to basically get his revenge.
What could be waiting where the threads meet?
To be honest, Nuge is Shuyin first. And
Yeah.
later, Baralai. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like story.
Yeah, the story, yeah.
Yeah, so Nuge becomes Baralai, Nuge becomes Shuyin first, and then there's some weird transition that happens, and Shuyin kind of takes over Baralai's body. I think it's because I can't really remember. Baralai's like weaker in emotion as well, so it's much easier to control him. So now we're fighting Bahamut, which is the first instance of a Dark Aeon that we see. I don't really know what the explanations was, but they came back and...
the explanation is nostalgia.
Yeah. What dress spheres are they using? We currently have our monsters all set to Thief, which is the only dress sphere that we use for the entire run after the introduction segment of the game, where you're forced to use different ones. But Thief is probably the best because it gives such high agility in comparison to the others, which reduces the ATB of the monsters.
There's only one quicker, which is Berserker, but you have to really go out of your way to get it, and thus just completely not worth it.
Yeah. So...
Why is this happening?
Bahamut has an ability called Impulse, which does not like really do a lot of damage, but there's a you can skip Impulse by dealing a lot of damage to him, which should not really be an issue in the HD version.
Also, as someone said in chat, we're not using the Thief dress sphere, we're using the Treasure Hunter.
Yeah, we're Treasure Hunters, guys.
We're Treasure Hunter sphere.
This whole... You think it was...
Why there are Dark Aeons on X2? They just wanted like nostalgia. The way I see it, okay, is that the fans loved 10 so much that we begged for a sequel. And everyone knows that sequels never pan out well. But if they made a game 10-2 that lived up to the expectations of 10. Then we would want another sequel on top of 10-2. So they just made the most horrible, trashy game they could possibly come up with, so that we would not.
I'm sure that was the idea.
Yeah, I bet that was what they were there. Yeah, we really want this game to be rubbish, so no one buys it and they'll never ask for a sequel ever again. That must have been it. That's fine, because soon we're going to go and fight Baleful and Ifrit and Ixion for more nostalgia.
Yeah. So the reason there are 3 different streams on the screen at once is because it's a relay race between 51 different runners, spread across 15 different, well, not 15 different Final Fantasy games, like 17 I think it is. I don't really know the exact number of games, but there's a lot, and there's 3 different runners each game, and we when one game finishes, the next game starts. So when Team Mog, Choco or Tonberry finishes 10-2, then Final Fantasy 12 will start up for whoever finishes first, and then so forth until we get to 15, which is where we close. Back to Bakvorm, he is capturing another monster, which is the Machina Ranger. It's a blue Machina, so you can tell the difference between Hunter and Ranger.
And this is,
yeah, this is the last time that we're going to capture any monsters. This is our final party. And the Machina Ranger replaces the Gecko of our party. We really prefer the Machina because of Impale, which is basically like a really high damage amplified ability that they can use, as well as having just such great stats overall for this point in the game. These are the reasons we essentially get each of the monsters that we do get. The green is in the lead by like 10 seconds, roughly.
Message menu bits, but
yeah. So now we go back to Besaid for the second time because we are having distress signals that monsters have started pouring out of the temples, and that should not be happening. So of course Yuna has to go investigate, because why not call upon the summoner when she's on vacation?
But it's all right. Luckily,
Yuna was having fun, you know, running around the world, obtaining items, not stealing them.
Not stealing, she
Yep,
is a treasure hunter.
Yeah, and now, all of a sudden,
that's okay.
The world needs her help again.
People in the village will.
So monsters are coming out of the temple, and Waka has gone in to try and fend them off. However, he is having some issues, so we have to go save him and save the world again, because basically Aeons are spawning and we need to destroy the Aeons.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Little cutscene there. Shinra has come up with this technology inside a sphere that he places on the ground that is a camera.
Inside.
Yeah, which is it's like a camera, so he can like spy around the world, basically see what's going on, give you like status updates, and they're probably the most useless things ever, but for whatever reason they decided to put them in the story to mess with us, and we have to deal with a kind of like mini-game slash story type sequence with them later, and it's really annoying and time consuming.
So in 100%, watching all the comp spheres actually takes over an hour.
Yeah.
Straight up an hour. There's no way to get around it. You have to watch them all.
And now that we have progressed through the story and through the temple, we find Waka, and he's like, Yuna, go down into like the pits, like the main room. There's like really big trouble there. And we go down to find Baleful there, and Waka never knew that Baleful was there, but he comes down and is really shocked that there's an Aeon, and it's our turn to destroy it again. So now we just bash his head in, but there's a chance that if we don't do enough damage in time, Baleful will use Energy Ray, and it doesn't deal a lot of damage, it just gives you some time loss. But if you deal enough damage, you can skip Energy Ray, and sometimes you can skip the first attack that it does, which is usually either Sonic Wings or just a plain attack. And again, you don't want your monsters to cast any abilities here because there's no point. The only one you want is Impale.
Yeah.
Luckily, I got a few Impales, and the fight was over fairly quickly.
Memories?
Yeah, so
never come out of the
you want both your Machina to spam Impale while the Goon just runs up and slaps it about with its whatever it's holding. You can't really see what it is, but it's strong enough, you know. For all I know, it could be a piece of paper that's doing 1.4k damage. And now we go to Kilika because they're also having some trouble. And if you've played Final Fantasy X, then you kind of know what Aeon comes from Kilika. Which, spoiler, is Ifrit. So we're gonna go kill Ifrit next.
But the actual temple itself takes a long time, because within the temple before Ifrit, there are... Now, I think they're called Devayas, I think.
Yeah, Devas or Devayas, I don't really know the pronunciation, but yeah, you fight those.
There are 6 of them we have to kill.
Yeah. There's a very, very small chance that they can cast Flare. I've saw it happen once, but you should never be scared of that because it's not a big issue. So we talk to Donna. We have to go talk to Donna to progress and get into the woods again. And she distracts the guards while we run through, even though we fail the minigame and still get let through for some reason. And then we go into the forest and we run up to each set of barricades which are put in place so that no one can get through to the temple. And we run up and get like this little cutscene at each of the barricades. There's 3, and then we run along the treetops that Donna had ran along earlier, and that takes us into the temple where we will fight the Devayas.
Eunice's memory basically only kicks in once she realizes that there's no other way through.
Yeah. And it takes, I think it's Pain to make her remember. Pain has a line before it. And inside the temple, there's a dress sphere that you can pick up, but we're not going to. It is the samurai dress sphere, and we have no use for it, so we just pretend it doesn't exist and ignore it. What? Like we do with almost everything in the game, including the storyline. Which is what should have happened with the story. I should be forgotten about, really.
Hey, it's a solid story.
Says 2 people.
Look, how dare you? The 5 fans of the Final Fantasy X-2 story are going to be livid with you right now.
Gee, I'm so scared. So people are running down from the temple because there's monsters spawning, and they're scared. You know, no one can deal with it. The flames are blue because someone has angered like the spirits of the temple, I guess you could say. And they're not meant to be blue, they're meant to be like orangey red, just, you know, the normal colour of fire. And people are in panic mode, everything's went to chaos, so we run down to see that the guards of the temple are there with their guns ready, hoping to like maybe make a dent in the monsters. Obviously we know that's not the case because if you're playing a game, kind of your characters are the only people that can ever hit anything and actually kill something. Unless it's a boss, then bosses can totally, you know, like fight back and hit you and destroy towns, villages. But obviously it's RPG logic, so we persevere and we cry and move on forward.
We cry? I mean, yeah, we cry.
Yeah, we cry because we actually have to listen to some story. There's not every story trigger that we can skip. So we go in here and we see that Bartello is in trouble and we save him because we save everyone. But as you remember correctly, you know, it's kind of monsters against the world instead of Yuna Riku playing against the world these days. So we kill the first Devea, there's not much to it. The first spell that it should cast up is Haste. It only has those two abilities and it's like sets, I believe, is Haste and Flare. Those are the only two that you really should see anyway. And you should never really see Flare, so...
You should never see Flare. I've done countless runs of this game and I've never seen Flare.
Yeah, it's like the most impossible chance ever to actually see Flare. Yeah. So...
But if it's going to happen anywhere, it will happen in a relay.
Yeah, so each of these blue flames that are in the pedestals are the fights that you're going to have to do. So you run into them and you fight the Deveas. They die in about 4 or 5 hits max, unless your monsters start casting abilities. Then it takes a tiny bit longer. But there's no way you should ever have an issue with them, so at least not in the speedrun. And the monsters will run up and like attack it, and you will see it start to like do a cast animation. That's going to be Flare. Because it's a relay, it's going to be Flare. Only if it gets through though, which it never really should. There's three fights in this room, 2 before that and then 1 afterwards. And then you're done with the Deveas and the next fight is Ifrit.
Now, Bak was actually practicing before and didn't realise that Meteor Strike can one-shot you, so it is a slightly dangerous boss.
So now we run through to the last fight of the Deveas, and there's 2 in the fight. There's a chance you'll get a preemptive for most of the fights, and I believe the last Deveas fight you should always get a preemptive. I'm not really certain on that, but there's a really high chance you will get a preemptive.
The last Devea fight? I don't know about that. I don't think so. I think it's a high chance, but it's like a high chance in any random encounter. So in the Bavel trials, the chance of getting a preemptive is also very high.
Yeah. So after you fought the last 2 Deveas, you jump over the gap in between rather than running down. Okay, yeah. So you never got the preempt, Chris. Yeah.
Yep.
It's not really much difference, but you jump over the kind of pathway and it takes you to the other side. And under in the pathway is an address sphere, which is the samurai one, and you're just going to ignore it completely. And run straight forward to the boss, which is Dark Ifrit, should I say. And we attack him on max stars to deal max damage. And most of the time he will get stun locked for as long as he can without casting a spell. He casts Firaga, Meteor Strike, and he will do normal attacks.
Firaga isn't too scary because there's a long enough wind up where you can turn down stars for, but if he attacks you and a monster's really close to him, it can hit for big damage. You just don't want it to happen on Ranger.
Yeah, Ranger is the one that just joined the party, so they're still like quite a bit behind in XP compared to the Hunter and Goon. Goon shouldn't really have an issue with HP most of the time, unless you get like really unlucky and don't turn down stars and get like max damage rolls on all of Ifrit's abilities. Besides that, you should be fine. So you beat Ifrit and run into the Room of the Faith and see that there's a hole, just like there was when you fought Bakvorm. And you're quite confused as to why there's a hole, what's happened to like the statues of the Faith. They're gone, basically, and they've been destroyed. So you're confused and you run out and go back to the airship. And you're like, okay, what's our next move? Where do we go? The next place we go is going to be Josie, following along, you know, Bakvorm, Ifrit, and then Ixion. And we go here, and we find out that Gipple is gone, and that all 3 leaders of the main factions, which is Albed, Yuflik, and New Yevon, have disappeared, and we take it upon ourselves to find them, as, you know, Yuna likes to do.
Because we are basically the bastion and savior of the universe.
Yeah. Anything that is wrong in Spira, from when you begin to play the intro of this game, is taken upon Yuna and Riku and Pain to deal with alone.
However, look, in certain places, Yuna can just choose not to do anything, and the story will have a different result. The Ronso and Guado have a little bit of a disagreement, and if you choose not to do anything about it, the Ronso will make the Guado disappear.
Yeah. You get like a few triggers where you like that, where you can like choose different results, different options which have different results. The 100% run is really interesting because obviously set out to get 100%, but the strats that are used are quite nice. Coming up here, that Bakvorm and Chris is just coming up to, is pedestals that you have to push in order to get through the electrical barrier that is blocking you from getting into Ixion. This is completely random. I believe it's frame generated, but you never actually know which frame you're on. So you just have to test your luck and push the pedestal in. If you guess like the wrong one, then you get into a battle and you have to escape. Bakvorm is having like really bad luck. He's on his third try and it was the wrong one. So if Chris can get it second try now, then it's going to be like a really tight race, even more tight than it already is. Bag was fourth try, so...
Now, once it's not the first one, it's always the fifth. That's the unspoken rule.
Pretty much.
Some people go from left to right, some people go from right to left, others take the middle first and work their way out. It's all down to personal preference as to which pedestal you want to push first and last.
And if you ask Twitch chat which one they want to do, it will always be the fourth one because it's the worst possible one to start with.
Yeah, the chest blocks your way, and it can be a bit like iffy to work around. Yeah, so I think Chris got second or third try.
Third try.
Yeah, and now...
I mean, first try Team Pedestal, let's go Team Choco.
I'd like to finish mine.
So, now we fight Ixion, and the issue here is that Ixion casts Thundara, and Thundara means that your Machina can learn Electrocute. Electrocute is one of the most useless abilities in the entire game, especially for the Machina, because they can cast it as soon as they learn it, and that will mean that they can use it on Ixion and heal Ixion back. Aerospark on a monster will allow the monster to learn Armor Break, which is okay, but you don't want Armor Break because it's a useless ability again. We don't need abilities. The only one we need is Assault, which we get later on, and the rest of them just take up your spaces and basically waste your time. So you beat Ixion and you get mission complete and you're like, okay, let's go and check to see if there's a hole in Josie Temple as well, which to no surprise there is. All of the faiths have gone basically. There's just holes there and we don't know where these holes lead at the moment. We don't know what's underneath, why they have disappeared.
No way.
But the girls are curious. So they stand observing and say how deep and big this hole is.
All the secrets in the world might be hidden in its depths.
They want to explore it, but they can't. So they just stand there with useless lines, and then Ixion comes along and explodes.
Huh? What?
And Riku and Pain jump to the side, and Yuna panics and jumps forward, and so she goes falling down this hole. And Riku and Pain wake back up, or well, they recover, and they get into like kind of a frenzy, like a panic, like, oh, we need to get Riku, like, not Riku, Yuna, like, scream for her, but you know, she's fell down into this place where this FMV is going to take place, and where she will meet Shuyin as Len, well, as Yuna dressed as Len. And, you know, we kind of see how, like, Len's feelings interact with Shuyin.
Shuyin doesn't realise that this isn't Len. This time, however, when it happens later in the story, he sees straight through it immediately, so...
Okay, so the runners have been... Well, the runners and me, commentator, and Loftus and stuff have been saving this FMV up for a while because, well, this kind of like news up for a while. We can skip this FMV here, but for those of you who watched Final Fantasy X, they were like doing FMV skips or saving them for another FMV that they cannot skip. We recently found this out, we being Chris, that if you wait till the end of this FMV, you can press the button that brings up the trigger, and it saves it for the next FMV. So the next FMV that we get and that we are going to skip is 1,000 words. So there will be no more real emotion or 1,000 words in this run anymore.
Everyone's still fighting over
So, as the person who found it, can I just say...
1,000 years have passed, and they can't leave that hatred.
And that was a well-deserved
happy. I'm so happy.
It saves 2 minutes, and, you know, we need every minute, every second we can save, so...
Worse, I failed to protect you.
We have been storing this up for a good, like, maybe month now. And none of us, the runners, have done 10 runs, at least live, where we do the 1,000 word skip, purely because we wanted to showcase it at the relay, so...
If not showcase it, it's more like disappoint people.
Whose feelings are these?
But it is genuinely quicker. It's about... This skip's a minute quicker. We did a skip earlier on as well that we didn't touch upon, where we skipped the dreams sequence, which saves about 50 seconds. So overall it saves 2 minutes.
Seems a lot of people in chat are disappointed that there's going to be no 1,000 words.
Oh, you've no idea how sad that makes me. I'm so sad we can't watch 1,000 words, guys. You've no idea.
I hope I am in time for the skip, so I don't know.
You should be okay.
I hope.
Of course, there's always a chance that they fail to store the cutscene skip.
Because Square fades away slightly, so I hope we got it.
So people know, I'm going to get that written in my obituary, just so people know. The dude who found the 1,000 word skip on PCX2. It's going to be written.
So yeah, Bakvorm doesn't really know if he got the trigger or not right, so... Here's kind of hoping that he did get the trigger right to get the 1,000 word skip, otherwise he's just wasted 3 minutes.
Yeah, give her this one too.
I believe I get Sis's first try.
I will. He's
Sweet.
kidding. Just make sure Pain
I think
gets
if you
him,
guys
right?
asked really nicely,
4 of us go way
you can
back.
probably ask Phoenix to not skip 1,000 words.
Don't go!
It's under control.
Well,
I'm
there's
gonna
still
watch
the relay to think about. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, so X2 has like some nice like interactions with the combat system and stuff. The story overall is not great, but I really commend it for its gameplay compared to like some other gameplays in the series. It's not the worst, to say the least, gameplay wise. Story wise, sure, it's an awful story, so if you can bear past the story by doing like all the side content, all the extra grindy bosses that like make the game, then, you know, definitely play it. But if you want to play a game for the story, 10-2 is not for you.
Or it might be. See, that's the wonderful thing. We don't particularly like it, but it's subjective, so you are allowed to like it.
Yeah, there is people out there that will like be drawn to the story or whatever. Just because a lot of people don't like it doesn't mean you're not gonna like it. But in a general like opinion from a lot of people, you know, not a lot of people like the story.
I'm all alone.
If you do like the story, you can always find more in the audio drama that comes with the HD remaster.
Oh no, let's not talk about the Rubbish X3 thing.
Press X twice. Grab me.
Wait!
Bakvorm just lost 12 seconds.
So yeah, in this scene you whistle once. You press X to whistle. If you whistle once, you get the most minimal dialogue and time loss. Yeah, you don't lose any time. It's ideal to press X one time for the whistle, and I think Bag pressed it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he got extra dialogue and stuff. So now there's literally 5 seconds, 5-10 seconds between the runners.
Yuna, reporting in.
It's something you can do as a speedrunner where you're just sort of idly sitting there mashing X or A depending on the controller you're using, and unfortunately Final Fantasy X-2 punishes you that in 2 places. In JP, timing ends on the end as opposed to the last Shuyin hit like it does on this one. So you can, whilst in the far plane, trigger Yuna whistling and get the good ending with Tidus. But it means you lose a bunch of time because of it, so you shouldn't do it.
So yeah, Pain is missing and we go up and get her. And we skip the cutscene. Because she's doubting herself. Oh wow, so Chris got some bad movement. And that can happen a lot in this game. The movement is not very well optimized. It's really, really poor. And you can run into a lot of issues with it. There's a few movement glitches when you're jumping up rocks or jumping down, where if you get to if you're jumping up some rocks or some platforms, you can get a glitch that will jump Yuna all the way back down to the start, and it's not ideal. It's some time loss.
Okay, so I just need a question on a scale of 1 to Tidus. How good is the movement? I always thought Tidus controlled poorly in 10. How he moves when the camera changes is awkward, how he starts moving at the beginning of cutscenes is awkward, and then you play Yuna and Tidus is like a dream.
Yeah.
Yeah, they somehow made it
I didn't mean that
worse.
pun. I didn't mean that pun. But yeah, he controls like a dream.
So now we're at the comm spheres. We don't watch any of them besides Teleka because we're forced to. This is just required to progress the story. So we watch 4 or 5 comm spheres, back out of it completely and never touch it again. And then we get the trigger to progress in the story where we go to Moonflow. And this is the most boring part of the run because it's literally just 6 minutes of running forward and backwards with the occasional dialogue mashing and 1 cutscene skip. So a lot of runners dread coming to this part because they just want to finish the game. It's close to the end, you know, but not too close, so you're kind of bored sitting waiting to progress in the story to get back to
really selling
stuff.
it. He's really selling it.
I'm trying to show how boring this is.
Don't try and talk about movement or anything. Just say that this is 6 minutes of nothing. Really be truthful about it. Okay, Ryder, do you want to hear a joke?
Go for it, yeah.
Okay, do you know what Waka's surname is?
No.
It's Waka Naidu for you.
/ ban. Okay.
Where'd that little ball?
Thank you.
That was dreadful and not in a good way.
Yeah,
thank you.
So some context, just for those who don't know, that's the lyrics that Yuna sings in Real Emotion. just so you know that's clear.
I'm so glad I fit that in somewhere.
Yeah. So yeah, there's no like dialogue here besides these like I guess they're like Albed and I don't really know what these people are, but they're looking for Tobley and we also need Tobley.
Hopefully he owes them money because he's literally brought up a debt.
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna try and find Tobley and they're also trying to find Tobley, and in return we get 6 minutes of running forwards and backwards. It's a lot longer in casual if you want to talk to everyone. We don't. So it's optimal 6 minutes.
No, can't.
Go to. I have no idea what happened on my screen. It's like another scene appeared when I went through that screen.
It looked sort of like the FMV that we just never skipped just now. It kind of looked like it was back in that place.
Oh yeah, you're probably right.
So yeah, Moonflow.
Moonflow, this is it.
This is it. This is all it is.
This is it. And if
Yeah,
you didn't
so-
like it, well, there's another 3 minutes of it.
Yeah, so this is Moonflow. You run forwards and backwards, chasing Tobley, and hoping that he doesn't get caught, which he never does, until you finally catch up to him and speak to him.
Quickly, we need to send our finest people after a short, agile fellow. I will send someone who runs like he only just found out what knees are.
Yeah, so Phoenix is currently at the Davas again. He's coming up for Ifrit soon. His luck has not been on his side. His monsters have been constantly close to dying at every possible boss fight, and it's really like intense now because these bosses are where you get a lot of your XP, and XP now more so than ever is kind of needed because the final bosses like Shiva, Sisters and Anima, those are 3 bosses before Vegnagun. We need XP for them to kill them fast enough so that they won't kill us. And if you don't have like a lot of XP because your monsters have constantly been dying, it can get quite rough.
General rule is if nothing dies during Sisters, then Tail is smoother. But if
Yeah.
a monster or
He
2
says
die during Sisters, then you're probably in trouble. It will take 1 or 2 tries. So how
now-
close is it at the moment? I can't see.
Back just skip the cutscene for the Shoop-Off, and you are just talking to the Shoop-Off guy at the moment. So there is literally 10 to 15 seconds between you guys max. That is Team Tonberry and Team Choco guys, like 15 seconds max between them. If that, I'm gonna say like 10. So Tobley was hiding in the tree, as you just saw, and he's gonna run away again. Because obviously they can't catch him when he's fallen flat on his face. Yeah, and Team Mog are still a bit behind, but they're going strong. Like, they're fighting Ifrit again. Well, not again, but this is the third time we're seeing Ifrit now. I didn't really see Phoenix's Besaid block, but I think he got it in less tries than Bakvorm and Chris.
I think Chris and I got both 10th try.
No, Chris was like 8th or 9th.
First try.
Yes,
first
try.
So, yeah, Tobley used the Shoop-Off to scare them off, and like,
what can I
we
do?
have our hands on him.
Spectacularly spectacular! I most definitely Yep. A minor detail.
Well, the more people.
Aha! Then how
Oh,
about
I'm
that
bad at, I'm so bad at this on the Prince menu. So.
Besaid was a second try for me, but my monsters have been using so many abilities, it's going really slow.
Yeah.
Advertising.
Are.
So Chris, are you gonna learn 1 assault or 2 monsters assault?
In the reload, it's gonna be 2. There's no way I'm going for one assault.
Yeah, so coming up we have a menu soon. I will explain more when we actually get to that, but assault is part of that menu. 1,000 words is soon, but we're going to skip 1,000 words soon. So, you know,
I don't know.
That's always nice. I mean, at least Chris is going to skip 1,000 words soon. Bakvorm, we're not so sure about. So,
Come on, Chris, get 1,000, huh?
if they both skip it, then, you know, yeah. So, this minigame here, Yuna and Riku dance, and we need to get 150 points in this minigame to get an accessory that we need to basically finish the game, and we just spam buttons to get past it.
It's inputs or it's not real good?
Yeah, so the joke within the community is if you don't get 1,000 plus score, then your run is invalid. So I hope you guys are trying to.
This literally must be a delight to listen to. Who needs rhythm when you can spam?
I feel
easily my favorite minigame in this game.
So back was 927. That was his score.
1,128. Give me world record.
Time. Do you think people will show up?
You betcha.
Thunder
Plains will be packed.
So this,
but what are you gonna say?
this here is my least favorite line in the game. Yuna hums and Riku says, "Did she write this song?" As I said earlier, this is not the first time where noises are made and it's made out to be a song.
Wow, did you write that?
We had the La La concert earlier where everyone was really
It's
jamming
more like
and
I
like
felt it.
feeling the
I
groove.
can hear it echoing inside me.
To Yuna literally saying La 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 for a minute.
Brilliant.
I think so.
Wow, that was good. Did
I
you
don't
write
know
that?
much
What?
about
That
her,
inane
but I'm
humming?
learning more.
Yeah.
Bits and pieces of her memories.
And as Loftus has
pouring
pointed out in the past,
It's like-
they've organised a concert
like I
to which
can
the whole of
feel what
Spira
she
are
was
going to come, and they've only just
Thus shall
realised they
lend
needed a
scattered
song.
Be woven into
Yeah,
bittersweet
this is
song.
like
I guess they
Something like
decided the la 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 wasn't
Hey,
going to cut it
that
this
was
time.
poetic.
So Phoenix got
We'll be
trolled
arriving
tiny bit there with the
After Buddy drops us off,
chest
he and
getting
the
in
others
his
will go
way,
pick
which
up
is
the
why people don't really like the
So
rough
we won't be able
pedestal.
to
But
board
he
for
got
a
third try,
You got it.
which is nice. I think Chris got third try as well, second.
What, in Ixion?
Yeah.
First try.
No, that was third. I remember. So this menu here, we just got an accessory called Smooth Sailing, which I cannot pronounce. Bakvorm is taking a slightly different route. He is equipping sprint shoes on his Machina. We don't really do that anymore because it allows you to cast haste, but we don't want the monster to cast haste because it's a waste of time basically.
It's not the haste, right? It's the 20 agility.
It gives you 15. It gives you 15 agility, but
Yeah.
I don't think that's worth it over casting.
Yeah, it's beneficial if you don't get any haste casts because you gain 15 agility, but the time it takes you to actually equip it and not get any hastes is rough. So most of the runners have kind of opted out of not taking it anymore, and we just gave our monsters budget grenades, which allow them to learn assault, which will give them berserk and haste statuses. Berserk makes you do like a bunch of extra damage, and haste obviously makes your ATB fill a lot faster. So we kind of want the monsters to use assault from here on out on the bosses. Usually you would go with one monster learning assault and pray that that monster uses it, but for the relay we're going to go with two so that it's a bit more safer.
So that just looked like a bit of janky movement for me. Yuna sort of turned around. So if you hold up, Yuna will walk backwards. And in 10, what you do to counteract that is hold down and then she'd go up. However, if you do hold down, she goes down. And if you hold right, she goes down.
Yeah.
So I basically spam up until she starts moving up.
Yeah, so that's not the first time we see gimmicky movement like that either. In the intro, it can happen to you anytime that the camera transitions from either a battle or a new screen.
It can feel like the game forgets that the camera changed, and that's why the movement can be really bad.
Yeah,
basically.
Okay.
So, Chris was the world record holder of this game for a very, very long time, I believe a month or two, which is quite long considering the game is run constantly. But we have new rules, which basically dethroned him. Yeah, we want the monsters to ideally cast 1 assault in these fights, because using 2 assaults is kind of a waste of your ATB. And you want them to be quite early on, the assaults, because you want the berserk status and haste status as early on as possible.
So I got the perfect fight. I got first turn assault and then no other ability, so that's as quick as it's gonna be.
Yeah. So also that monster there can use flame breath, just like the first monster in Besaid. And we do what's called flame breath skip, which is if you beat the monster fast enough before it uses flame breath, then you have essentially gotten flame breath skip.
We're landing.
And we're coming up to the magical bit to see whether or not we've got the skip.
Yeah.
We brought. They're all outside.
Sphere screen.
So yeah, here like Youth League and New Yevon are arguing, and we have to sort it out by singing to them. And since we're probably
our singing will clear the air, literally.
Yeah. So since we're not really going to get to see 1,000 words, I don't think. Well, I'm hoping anyway that we don't get to see it. There's 2 different FMVs for 1,000 words. The first one is the English one, where Yuna and Len have a duet and they sing together. And the other one is the Japanese version, where Yuna sings solo. And it just depends on which version of the game you're running. If you choose any of the Asian languages through the settings config before launching the game...
Didn't got it. Rip me.
You didn't get it?
No.
Ouch.
Well,
ouch.
I guess we get 1,000 words.
You still get 1,000 words, chat! Celebrate! Hooray!
Yeah,
Bakvorm is your saviour.
Here we're going to see the English version, where Len and Yuna have a duet. But the Japanese one, Yuna sings solo, and Len does not appear in that FMV. So I will let you guys listen now.
I'm going to talk over it because I hate this song.
Look back, you may have missed the skip, but chat are really happy with you right now.
I think I might have lost it too.
Ooh, well, that's a good thing. Chat gets to hear it twice.
They get 2,000 words instead.
Look, at least we're not hiding things, using gentle words to shelter them. Do we just need to go quiet for 4 minutes for 1,000 words, please?
I'm not going to talk over it.
both guys sing beautifully. Bakvorm, sing! Sing along. I can't hear it.
I don't
sing along. Come on, sing along. Sarah said sing. Sing along. Come on, I know you know the words. You're on the singing leaderboards. You know them. Sing along.
I believe in first try sisters.
That's where you're gonna get the time back. I'm just gonna lose to sisters.
I lost 10 minutes in practice. I got sisters 5th try, so it should be good now.
Yeah. Now you get perfect RNG.
Yeah. Besides pedestals and Besaid code, yeah, it should be on sisters, right?
Yeah. 100% of the time.
So, Chris is now in an area which is... I don't really know what it's called. I guess it's...
Besaid hole.
Yeah. It's the hole that was left after the Faith had... Like, the Faith crystal thing had disappeared. And... This basically leads deep underground or whatever, where there's floating, like, bits of land, and we are basically going to fight some bosses here. First being Dark Shiva,
An invention like this
which
could
is
change
not
the
really a
world.
threat to us in this version.
Whoever came up with this is a
We just
genius.
kind of bash her down like every other boss we have done so far.
Guess I'm a
Yeah,
genius
for
too,
Shiva, it's one of the few bosses you don't actually want Assault being cast on because
it takes too long.
Yeah, she has so little health and dies so quickly that it's a time loss if Assault is cast. So I got double
There's Assault anyway.
Some genius.
I got double Assault cast and...
That's pretty dreadful.
If you're done playing, let's go.
Chill out.
Lost your nerve?
Hey, we're talking about
But
Vecnagun.
I don't mind having bad
do you fight
RNG
that
here.
thing? We can't even walk up to it without freaking it out.
Or
Ryder,
making it
would
mad.
you like to, or Loftus, would one of you like to explain the magical, mysterious,
work,
amazing fight that is Maga Sisters
death
in
will
Creature
be my
Percent?
apology.
Whatever.
Well,
man. When a Death Seeker dies,
They
it's
kill
no
you,
apology.
and you have to restart a lot.
Basically.
What about LeBlanc?
Yeah, it's difficult because if the fight takes too long, they'll cast Delta Attack, and that puts all of your monsters on 1 HP, and it's pretty much impossible to recover from that. And another issue is they won't cast Delta Attack if one of them is dead, but the monsters are just going to attack things at random. They're not going to focus anyone down in particular. So if you're unlucky, they'll spread their damage in such a way that they're just not going to kill anyone, and you just lose by default.
What about the goalings?
So you want to see an Assault fairly early on, and you don't want to see any Posados. That is generally the thing of this. Also, they don't take turns like normal...
I'm sure he'll understand.
Enemies would. They just get a set of random turns, seemingly.
Yeah, so I don't mean to kind of go against what you said, Loftus, but they actually can cast Delta Attack if one is dead. Because
if they start the cast before one of them.
It's Cindy has the attack in her set, so if one of the other two girls dies while she's like got it lined up, they can still cast it.
Yeah, I got it today.
Yeah. Basically, the bee, which is Mindy, is like a mage type monster who can use Pasado, which is a percent-based ability. I don't know the percentage. It's maybe like 70-80% of your HP that it gets that it does. Sandy, the middle one, who's like tall and lanky, she's kind of like a physical attacker who can do a move called Razia, which is also a physical damage, I think. She's not really a threat to you. And the last one is Cindy. She's like a kind of tank, healer, buffer, mage type thing. Who has like a few offensive spells like Demi, Absorb, and a move called Camisade or Camisade.
Good point.
She should really be a threat, but when the three of them are still alive together, having like lots and lots of ATB full charges one after the other, it really takes its toll and can kill your party members super easy, even with reducing the damage taken. And
right, so I'm just going to interrupt you here quickly. So I had to reset basically because of double Pasado opening, and then they targeted Goon and killed him. From there on in, it's very difficult to win. This time around, Mark and a Hunter cast Assault almost second attacks, and now I have to hope that they don't ability spam and get the maximum amount of damage in before Not So Mighty Guard is cast. Not a lot of damage was cast, and here is one of the only times in the battle, in the whole game, where Crackdown is useful. Crackdown is essentially like Armor Break, where it's useless for almost all of the run. But in this fight, it gets rid of Protect and Shell, which is defensive magic that Not So Mighty Guard puts up. So Crackdown now is probably one of the only times you want it to be cast. Now I have to hope that one of these people dies before Delta attack goes down. As you can see, the Grasshopper is slightly injured, the bee, and one of them is dead immediately.
Yeah,
so that's Delta attack gotten rid of, and at this point I just have to hope they don't troll with abilities. Sorry, something rap god, I spoke way too quickly.
So when they start like leaning over, that means they're like really low on HP, like 10% HP left, and you should be safe for the most part unless the bee is still alive and decides to troll you with Pasado, bunch of spells, because you cannot use any healing abilities basically.
So
thanks for supporting chat, guys.
I believe, come on. Okay.
Yeah, see here I'm getting a bunch of turns in a row. The Maga Sisters will just cast as and when they please. So now the tank is dead and now I just need to kill the bee.
And the bee has fairly low like defensive stats and stuff.
Yeah.
So
but they haven't cast Crackdown on her yet.
Yeah, even with Protect up, she's not really much of a threat anymore since the other two are dead. Just without them using Crackdown, it's a tiny bit of time lost because she does have Protect.
So there, okay, we got through Maga Sisters. It was a second try, but the first try was also very quick, so I've only lost at best like a minute and a half.
So the monsters, you only really want to see Assault, which is why I keep coming back to. Crackdown can be like useful when Not So Mighty Guard is up, but besides that, it's Assault that you really want to see. And if you're really lucky, you can get an early Assault and actually kill either the bee or the Grasshopper, depending on who your party focus attacks.
But that is, like, I need to stress just how rare that is.
Yeah.
Getting a good sisters now, so...
Yeah, so Bakvorm just got first try sisters because I think only one Pasado or maybe two. And it was both on the Machina Ranger, so if it's on one monster then it's okay, as long as the other two don't focus fire that same monster. Coming up next for Chris is Anima, which is a side Aeon from Final Fantasy X, which is also Seymour's mother. She became an Aeon, and basically the main issue here is that if your monsters don't do enough damage and don't use Assault early enough, then you have a chance of getting Anima's special tag, which is Oblivion. You can skip that by dealing lots and lots of damage. However, you know, it's give or take depending on the chain and the amount of unnecessary abilities that the monsters cast. You can skip Oblivion without Assault, but it's not rare enough.
Assault.
The reason also Assault is so good is because them using abilities really hampers down, but once Assault is cast, they have Berserk, which means that they can't use any abilities, they can only attack.
Yeah, so Bakvorm is getting like quite unlucky here, where his monsters are casting like Crackdown and Armor Break after each other, because his Ixion split was kind of troll, and he learned Electrocute, Armor Break on that split, which is kind of not ideal. And his goon is also being trolled by taking a few extra turns not and then he got a second assault right after the first one, so it's gonna be close. Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be close whether he got Oblivion or not, but he didn't get the skip, which is I think 16 to 20 seconds time loss.
It's a while.
Yeah, I think it's 20 max for Oblivion. I could be wrong though, but she does 16 hits, which is nothing. I actually, looking at it now, it's maybe 1 minute for the Oblivion animation.
Yeah, it's I thought it was a bit longer than 20 seconds. It's about 45-50 seconds, give or take.
Yeah, it's it was the amount of time she hits you that I was thinking of being 16 to 20. But it doesn't really matter how much she hits because we block every single piece of damage that she does. We're saying we've had enough of the monsters. So Chris is doing like this music mini game that doesn't really make sense, but as we saw, this game ties into music a lot because of all the really annoying songs that has been played. And it doesn't really have any relevance besides the fact that Yuna is using Len's dress sphere, so they revolved the whole thing around magic.
Basically, a song deactivates the security. It's about as good of a security defense as Kilika using a password for whether there are even or an odd number of guards at the post. It's about as secure.
Yeah. So coming up, Gipple is injured and we need to speak to him, and he will give you some like backstory as to like why he and Pain have some like weird connection that she spoke about before and hinted towards. Bakvorm just ran into this gate with like a lot of electrical currents. If you run into that, you will be flung backwards a tiny bit, and it's quite random how many times that the electrical gates like turn up. It can be a few seconds.
It has a fast cycle and a slow cycle.
Yeah.
So one of them, you have to be right next to it and then run as soon as it's down, but you risk getting too close to it and being hit. Depth perception is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Because of the way it's designed, or the slow cycle where you can just run through. I got the quick cycle earlier, which is why I got hit and I had to face the enemy you can luckily run away from.
Yeah. And if you run into that electrical gate, then we'll get into a fight with Omega Weapon. No problem for us because we reduce our stars and we just run from the fight and try again and again and again to get through the gate until we eventually do. We come to a second, we come to a keyboard and we play some notes, and then we run through more electrical fields and get to a second keyboard. Play more notes on that to deactivate the security, as Chris said earlier, and run up to Gipple, where we find out that Pain, Nuge, Gipple and Barley were all friends and part of like this team, and they had dreams to become sphere hunters together, which, as we can see, did not work out.
Yep. Adventurer, not thief. Right, I'm not going to talk for this bit because I was ripped to run very late on. that was PB pace because I wasn't paying attention.
Well then, please.
So do you want to explain this magical sodding music puzzle?
Do you want to, Loftus, or do you know not enough about it?
I actually have no idea how this minigame works. I just
okay, right. I can explain that. So as we were progressing throughout the electrical currents and playing the keyboards and stuff, there was like little notes on the floor, as well as the actual keyboards themselves. Those made up like a kind of pattern of notes, like do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, whatever.
You're right.
We have to use this minigame where you jump platforms to play the pattern that you played on the keyboards. But the notes are in set positions, and at the very beginning you get into like an overview, a bird's eye view from this little machina, and that shows you in order which order you have to go to activate this. If you do this correctly, you will skip this boss fight, which is Azidahaka, and if you fail it, then he will spawn as you get to the next electrical current, which you can see just barely to the right of Chris's screen. You can run from him, but then you have to come and reset this whole musical minigame again and do it.
Like a club.
It's not too hard to learn from memory, but it does take a tiny bit. But basically the only point of this is to deactivate the last part of the security and play musical nodes. And then the last platform, it will show you, like up here, it will play the full pattern that you have just played, and that will basically determine whether or not you confirm Azidahaka or don't spawn him.
I always irrationally worry about this puzzle just in case I don't get it right.
Just in case we don't see him, which we probably won't. He looks a lot like Guardian Beast, but he's kind of yellowy orange.
That's just a very fancy way of saying a reskin.
Yeah, it's basically a reskin, yeah. And in the JP version, you actually just ignore the whole music minigame completely and kill him because it's faster. The JP PS2 version, not the JP PC version, which people have started running JP in Chinese because it's just faster texts, but the route is exactly the same.
There we go. So the only scary boss left in this run is Tail. Now, I didn't have anything die on Maga Sisters, and I haven't had anything die or run. So, Tail, in theory, shouldn't be scary. But they can choose to do enough damage, or I can get unlucky with damage rolls that Tail can do, and I will have to reset. Every fight that you lose to Tail with...
Here's another 1,000 words.
Every reset on Tail is a minute.
Yeah. So with the new route, which is a Goon route, you have more HP and stuff to like kind of tank 2 swipes from Tail, which is one of the abilities he uses. He swipes and then hits you with a laser from the point of his tail. Swipe is the one that can kill you the most because it does so much damage and it's an AoE damage, whereas the laser beam is single target. There is a weird kind of interaction where he can swipe your party members and it will miss them completely, or it will swipe and it will not actually reach the last monster to the farthest away or the closest one. It will go right through them or not even hit them at all.
I got a hunch
so Tail is like completely random.
That's it.
Right, so on my screen, we have one of the more infamous moments with that. Yuna really doesn't like Yuji's plan, and she comes up with a plan because it really sucks. She comes up with a plan, like, that's even worse. She says that we can defeat Shuyin with love because I can pretend to be his girlfriend. However, she forgets a very important part where Shuyin walks forward, realizes, hang on, we can fade away together. And he goes, wait, no, hang on, you seem hesitant, you're not my girlfriend. And then we bash his face in instead of love. It's a lovely moment of the speedrun, it's touching.
Yeah, so just kind of quickly coming back to 1,000 words, Yuna and Len have a duet, and the emotional power of the both of them singing stops thunder from the thunder plains and kind of opens up the sun and the clouds, and it kind of brightens up the place.
But if we're lucky,
it's kind of stupid logic, but that's what happens.
Shuyin will abandon Barrel Eye, and then he'll come back for me.
What then?
Also, Phoenix, you need to decide, are you going to be singing along to 1,000 words?
My body has already been rigged. I'm taking Shuyin with me.
It's too late for that.
Oh, it's never too late.
It's never too late. 1,000 words is magical.
But you're our captain.
I was so happy that I got to skip it the 3 times I practiced this beforehand and then missed it by about a second this time.
It's a very new skip, so like timing, pressing start is awkward because it does fade away after a while and you can't just spam there.
Your plan is awful. Think about it. It's no different than what we did 2 years ago. We destroyed our own allies. We destroyed the Aeons who had fought together with us at our
Juno's getting
side.
upset here because
we didn't have a choice then.
She
We
killed
believed
the
that was the
Aeons
only way
again
we
for the
could save
second time.
You know those Aeons who wanted to stop dreaming?
Yeah, the ones who like wanted to rest and wanted to like die in peace and just move on.
It was the
She doesn't want that to happen again. She wants the suffering to start.
Yeah, she got upset, and then in 10-2 obviously we saw she had to fight the Aeons again. She's really upset about that, and
I'd be able to go through with it
she
without
is
ever doubting
expressing
myself.
her emotions.
That's the thing, right? Seymour Guado from Final Fantasy X, he wanted to end people's suffering.
Forgive us.
I think he had the right idea. Yuna wants to start it again.
Everyone was so happy.
Right,
Great
this is
job,
where I can
Yuna.
start to mash
You did
dialogue
it.
again.
You saved us all. There were too many smiles to count.
So the tail is
And I know
essentially the only last
that I was
scary boss
smiling
left. Once we get past him, we're on the home stretch to goodness.
Yeah.
Bar crashes.
There's only one really tiny issue that can happen after tail, and it's on leg. If you
people who
get
should be
really,
here
really, really unlucky, which is like, I'm gonna say it's like a
The
5% chance of
who
this
should be
ever
smiling
happening.
with me aren't here.
Leg's abilities
no
are
choice.
in 3 different actions. One is a damage, one is physical damage, one is magical damage, and one is healing. If you kill Leg fast enough, you can ignore
no
being
choice.
scared. If you kill him
Always we
semi-fast
had no
enough,
choice.
he will heal
Those
and
are our
then
magic words. We
deal
repeat
some
them to
tiny damage
ourselves
to your
again and
party.
again, but you know,
But there is the very,
the
very
magic
rare
never
chance
worked.
that
The
when you
only
kill
thing we're
him, he will have all 3
is regret.
abilities ready, and you will have
Yuna,
full
I'm
5
sorry.
stars, so you will take really, really high damage. If he uses an ability called Diezeri and then flares right after, you can wipe, but it's such a low chance of it ever happening that you should never have to worry about it.
So it's basically guaranteed to happen in the relay.
Yeah.
And you need to get out of it very, very quickly, because otherwise the bad ending happens and the autosave will save on the bad ending.
Yeah, and that's pretty much a soft lock.
I don't want bad
You
since
can't
the
do
last
anything
save.
about it. I'd have to go back to before Maga Sisters.
Yeah.
Nuge, I know that what you say is what you mean to do. Give me your resolve. Believe in Yuna.
So now, like, after they've had, like, this little pep talk and stuff,
That's plan B.
Vegnagun comes to life, and
no matter how
Barlai,
much
who's
this
been
looks-
controlled by
so
Shuyin,
we
is
can
like, okay, let's
You never
end the
used to be
world,
the
let's take over, I'm angry. I want my girlfriend back, I can't have her, and he activates Regnagun, and we are going to go and destroy it.
Exactly. If you get lost from your girlfriend, your first reaction should be to kill the entire world.
And the way we're going to do that is with the power of love, which may or may not fail or work.
Spoiler alert, it doesn't.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping someone would jump in after me.
What
about?
Love.
And these voices that are kind of happening in the background, they are Orangect and Barley, I think.
I've come this far to bring
the power of.
Yeah. Just to give people an idea of the pace as well, I'm about a minute behind my old English world record. If Tail gets done first try. Like a minute, maybe a minute and a half.
Look!
If Besaid and Jose
yeah,
behave themselves a little more, then this would be quicker. But they didn't behave themselves, despite me getting first try.
So on Phoenix's screen, he's getting ready to kind of do Shiva. He's just doing the last few cutscenes before he like jumps down the hole basically. And Chris has just went on to Tail. It's basically RNG as to what happens.
Just set the monsters to 5 stars and hope you don't die.
So Ranger here has 600 health, so basically I really don't want the laser hitting him. If it does, it's probably RIP.
Yeah, well you can recover from that, but the issue is you only have 2 monsters dealing damage.
This relic's getting.
Yeah, so like it's almost insta-rip. Also, depending on the positioning of some monsters, when he does swipe again, sometimes it won't hit.
Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier. Sometimes it will swipe through them, other times it won't reach them.
We've got
whether either in front of it or behind it.
That really hurt.
Yeah. So you kind of want the early assault. Getting it this late is just bad. I think Chris should be okay.
I'm not so sure. If he attacks again, it's over. Oh my god.
Yeah, as I said, you should have been okay.
Not bad.
Oh, that was cutting it a bit close. That was cutting it too close to my liking. That was really scary.
Yeah, I kind of had an idea you were going to be okay, but it was really like clutch, like.
If he doesn't crit there twice in a row, he might not do it.
So now we have this like tiny percentage where, you know, leg can troll, but it's not really high at all, so.
Leg can troll, but like the chance of him actually doing so are quite low.
Don't be afraid, Yuna. Your friends are.
We should be okay.
Yeah. Also, just in case anyone noticed, we didn't turn down the stars for the tail fight.
Everything he hits is gravity-based damage.
Yeah, it's basically percent damage. And for those in chat who are saying like, don't we need the XP here? No, we are completely done with needing XP. Sisters is over, everything is fine now, like, everything should be okay. So, yeah, as we saw as well, Bakvorm's Macalania Hunter wasn't in range for the swipe. Swipe curved around him, so it never done damage to him.
I got 2 tail swipes, but 1 survived, so.
Sweet. So first attack on leg is Diasare, so we should be okay from there.
Yuni, they're in trouble!
And And I think that might be an assault being cast as well.
Yeah.
Get the heck out of here! You want to get the heal?
So there's an assault being cast on both Phoenix and Chris's screens. Both of them by Goon. And it doesn't seem like he's having too much trouble with sisters at the moment. Okay, so there's leg basically done.
And now I don't need any more healing after this.
Yeah, so after this fight coming up on Chris's screen, it's the game automatically takes you into the next cutscene and then next fight.
I'll let you have
And
this
because
one.
you don't actually have the chance to heal yourself after the fight, because it's just cutscene, then fight, cutscene, fight, cutscene, fight, the game automatically gives you full HP and MP.
So yeah, you get 2 mega potions and 1 mega elixir, and you should never need anything more.
Oh, Phoenix just got Delta attacked as Cindy died. No, Cindy, Mindy. So Delta attack won't kill your party, it will take them down to 1 HP each. Which is pretty bad, you know. It's
You need to
really
hope that
risky.
they cast Thundergo, basically. You need to hope that the B cast Thundergo gets some health back that way.
Yeah. The issue
The
is...
little one was dead.
Yeah.
Wow, slow fight.
So the issue here is that the B is currently dead, that's Mindy, and she's the only one that can heal your party members. Unless they have electrocute where they can heal themselves, and it's very, very low chance of that ever happening.
The problem in my fight here, these legs, every time they attack them, it's useless. They need to attack this glowing purple circle. Because
Yeah.
believe it or not, that's a weak point.
And the glowing purple circle can also bring them back to life with full life, which
Like
is
that.
something we don't want. Yeah, so Phoenix's fight is going to be really clutch. Okay, so he killed them fine, even with the Delta attack.
I'll take that. At least I made it through in one go.
Yeah, that was really nice first try, regardless.
So now I have 2 bosses left.
Yeah, so it's going to be really close because Chris is moving on to the Head fight now after this tiny cutscene. And Head can cast this move that I cannot say, but it's in Latin. And it has like a long-ish animation. It doesn't deal a whole lot of damage because we can reduce the stars, but the fact that it has a long animation and it's based on how long you're in the battle for, I think, is what's the most annoying part, because if monsters decide to troll you, then you get it regardless. So you have to go for the fast kill, and obviously with us having no control, we cannot get the fast kill, so unless
I do have a
get
question
the
though.
RNG. Yeah.
Is Team Choco ready to take over? Because there's really not not long left in this run at all. There is, by my approximation, about 6 or 7 minutes left, maybe a little shorter.
We did it!
Where's Shooty?
So yeah, if you can just ping him or something.
Yeah, I just said. Yeah, okay, so here we go. The 12 runners are getting in here now, so
Okay, cool.
just be ready, Chris, to say go when it's time for.
I will indeed.
Yeah.
What now?
There's Head and then Shuyan.
Yeah. So Chris got Oblivion skip against Anima, and so did Phoenix, but back never. So that was extra time loss on top of the 1,000 word skip that both runners never got in comparison to Chris.
Finished.
So that's like a tiny bit of time save against Team Tonberry that Team Mog just got from skipping Oblivion. It's like 1 minute 20, 1 minute 45 at max. It's somewhere in between those lines.
Yeah, but then RNG tends to have a way of leveling itself out, because then I also had to reset Maga Sisters and lose about 1.5 minutes because of it.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy X giveth and Final Fantasy X taketh away.
Yeah, so now we are on the head fight, and there's these two like tusks at the side. We have to kill those first before we can actually hit the head itself. They don't have a lot of HP, and
He's panicking.
they're not really a threat.
Yuna,
They can
end it
cast
now.
like these annoying moves if they're alive, and they do respawn after a while. So on top of having to kill the head itself fast, you have to kill the tusks and then kill head on top of the tusks, so that you skip the Latin animation. So it's not very optimal, like optimized this fight.
Yeah, but there's no way you can do it, because basically creatures, are, as well as using whatever attack they want to, they attack whatever they want to.
Yeah. The only possible way to like really get it is first to try assault, and even then it cuts really close. So yeah, Chris just got the move that I was talking about. It's a long animation, but it's nothing that he could have really done.
Also, a lot of people in chat have asked who's Ryder. Ryder, that's you with the Scottish accent.
Yeah, that's me with the Scottish accent, Ryder, for those who don't know. I'm typing in chat every time someone asks, but just so that people want a visual cue who don't actually have chat, it's me.
And I'm Final Fantasy X and 10-2 boosters % world record holder, ChrisTenarium. Prestigious records.
Yeah, so Bakvorm got quite a decent assault, but he still got the Latin move. I don't know the name of it. It appears on the screen for 0.5 seconds to 1 second, and you can't really have time to get that, so...
It's something Latin, basically.
Yeah. That's how I know that... So this is like really kind of close, by the way, because there's 45 seconds maybe between them.
What, between Back and me?
Yeah, Back just got the white screen transition from head. Oh. So this is, yeah. He just got the autosave and he's just like zoomed in on Shuyin, so there's not a whole lot between Tonberry and Choco at the moment.
Really, the only time difference that can be had now is whether or not they skip Terror of Zanakind, or if the monsters decide to cast unhelpful abilities.
Yeah, so Terror of Zanakind is one of Shuyin's moves. He has 4 special moves: Terror of Zanakind, Energy Rain, Blitz Ace, and something else, which are all inspired by Tidus's
Zanakind Rain or something?
Zanakind Rain, yeah.
Is it Zanakind Rain or Light Rain? Something like that. Basically, if he uses it, something has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, so he cycles through them, Terror of Zanakind being the first one,
There's something
Hit and Run being the second one,
words left unspoken for 1,000 years.
Energy Rain being the third, and the fourth one I don't know the name of being the fourth. If you get the second one, then your fight is extremely slow. You almost always get Terror of Zanakind, however you can skip it and it saves, I think, 20 seconds.
That you stayed with me until the end.
Because it's a really long animation. It's based on Tidus's Blitz Ace.
It doesn't matter. Please.
There we go.
Don't go on grieving
The big
alone.
Latin name is Nemo Ante Mortem Beatus.
There we go.
And it means, happily, no one can be happy before their death. It's a cheery game. Right, so this is the last boss, so as soon as I scream go, we will, well, my thing will move on to 12. And I believe
Yeah.
Zero will take over?
Yeah.
Yeah, I say go in the private mage for
Right. I don't think this is Terrazanic skip. Yeah, no, it's nowhere near.
Yeah, so you got the assault, but it's not. It wasn't fast enough.
It was nowhere near fast enough. Basically, they have to keep attacking or not at all. Sheehan has barely any health left. I'll be surprised if he has more than 6 attacks worth of health left, but because Machina Hunter decided to cast an ability and Goon decides to lock himself into assault, then it takes a little slower. Okay, and you've got to be ready because it's very close.
Put that crybaby to sleep.
Oh my lord. No. Hit and run. Oh Jesus, this is an awful fight. This is about as bad as it can get.
Oh my gosh, he got the.
I haven't seen a hit and run in a long time.
Yeah. It's been a very long time. Go!
1,000 years of agony!
I got 1,000, I can saw.
GG, Chris.
Thank you very
GG,
much.
Chris.
Good luck, Zero.
Good luck, Zero. Good luck.